Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. All backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 308. Pleased to be joined by a returning guest. Hello, Arametha.
Hey, John. How's it going?
It's going okay. You know, been busy. Didn't get to all the wrestling I wanted to get to as a result, but there was a lot of it to be anyway. So.
I was going to say, we set ourselves a pretty tall task this week, and maybe if you had completed all of the wrestling we had set out to do at the beginning of this week, you might have come on the other end here and just said, Arametha, I can't do wrestling anymore. I watched too much of it.
I mean, I sort of felt
full like it's Thanksgiving dinner.
I sort of felt that way today anyway, with the fucking amount I had to watch just in one day. Because work, I meant to watch a lot more of it yesterday, and work was just insane. And so I really only got to the Marvelous show yesterday. So I ended up watching the 2 Noah matches, the entire rest of the Marigold card besides the stuff I skipped, and then the 4 G1 matches all today. And I'm just like, I've had enough wrestling. Like, this is just too much wrestling one day.
Yeah, no, I genuinely think that watching as much wrestling as I did over the past week has made it a little harder to engage with anything even less than above average.
Yeah.
Or even at above average, right? I bet some of the later G1 matches, if you had shown them to me after I had not watched wrestling for a week, I probably would have been kinder to them than what I have in my notes.
Yeah, the G1, I mean, we're going to get to it. I don't want to, like, preempt. I mean, we're going to talk plenty of wrestling.
Well,
Should we kind of talk?
Stardom, too, honestly. The 5-star was a bit of a drag this week, too.
Yeah, the 5-star, the Korakuen was great, but the two Sapporo shows, I mean, I wasn't quite as negative on them as some people seem to be, but they weren't great or anything.
No. I think they were more or less dead average.
Yeah. But we're going to play down talk wrestling, so what else has been going on? I got plenty of...
Hang on, I have someone at the door.
I know. I heard the ding dong. I didn't jump
All right.
up. Jerry did.
Yeah. All right. Be
I
back.
can fill the air. So, what's been going on with me lately is I said I could fill the air, and I'm not filling the air very well. I was around this weekend at my dad's, as Arametha talks in the background. Oh, so the big thing, I guess, is I've been working on my Japanese travel panel, and I pretty much destroyed my sleep schedule. This is another reason why I didn't get to all the wrestling I wanted to get to, because I got in one of my ADHD hyperfixations where I'm like, okay, we're about 4 weeks out from this con. I have to finish this Japanese wrestling travel panel right now. And I pretty much stayed up all night working on the travel panel. Who was at your door, Arametha?
It was some kids doing a fundraiser.
I say, that's not a thing I ever get here, ever. So,
Nope, but it's very much a Midwest suburbs thing.
Yeah. What were they raising money for?
I think it was, funnily enough, their wrestling club. What's the right? Now this would be shoot wrestling, right?
Yeah.
Which is huge in Iowa. I don't know if you're aware of this, but collegiate wrestling especially is huge in Iowa.
Wait, it's so big that the kids have to raise fucking money for it door to door. They can't just fucking.
Well, these are high schoolers.
Okay, so they can't. The school can't fund it.
I know. It would be nice if the school just funded it from all I'm paying in property taxes, but apparently not.
Anyway,
I don't know. I didn't give them much chance because I wasn't going to buy anything. I just said, "Oh, I'm not interested." I don't know if it was specifically wrestling, but one of them was wearing a shirt for the local school's wrestling. So anyway, good luck to those kids.
Bitchy? Do they get bitchy if you're just like, "I'm not interested"?
No, they were polite. No,
sometimes because the one thing we do get is we get kids trying to sell candy bars in the middle of this Manhattan. They do that a lot. And sometimes they do it on the subway, sometimes they just do it on the street. And not all of those are legit. Some of them are just the fucking kids pocketing the money, apparently. But like, if you tell them, right away, like I'm not interested, or they always seem to come to me when I'm standing on a street, my fucking headphones in, probably smoking a cigarette, probably just like not really wanting to be bothered. It might be like a work day or so. I have the day actually going to the office. I'm just in a bitchy mood, and they always come up to me, no matter how uninviting I look, probably with my headphones on and everything. And when I'm just kind of waving away, like I'm not interested, they get really pissy sometimes. They're like, "Oh, you can't help us out." I'm like, I'm not buying. I don't even have any cash. First of all, I never fucking carry cash anymore. Who the fuck does? And like,
yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't seem like a practical way to make money, even if it is maybe a little scammy. Just because, nobody carries cash.
Some of them have Venmos now, I think. But like, I'm not buying a candy bar from you. I don't even really eat candy bars. So like, ever, pretty much. So like, it's not a thing I eat ever. I definitely don't want to buy it from you on the street while I'm trying to stand here and chill. But anyway, that's what we get, I guess. They never come to my door at the apartment though. So, but that's what they were selling with candy bars too?
No, not candy bars. I actually didn't give them a chance to tell me what they were selling. I just said, no, thank you. Please move on.
Yeah, I was talking about while you were over there was the other reason why I didn't get through as much wrestling is because my ADHD hyperfixation. I was like, okay, we're about 4.5 weeks out from Colossal Con East, where I have a 2-hour block. I know why I suddenly decided I had to do this, because they actually released a schedule, and this for Colossal Con East. So I'm like Thursday 2 to 4 right now in a gigantic room, like the biggest room they have, I think, for my Japan travel panel. And yeah, 2 hours is a long time, but they build. I applied for that time slot because they don't build in. They're one of these cons that don't have gaps between the panels. So the 2 hour, you're really supposed to be done like 10 to 15 minutes before the panel time is over. And like your first 5 or 10 minutes is for like setup time. So it's really like an hour and 40 minutes, not 2 hours. And believe me, I can fill it for a Japan travel panel. I'm sure anyone who listens to the podcast will know that I could fill the time. But yeah, I just kind of like was up all night on Saturday, especially like thinking like, I'm going to go to bed kind of early. I'm not going to watch any more live wrestling. And then by the time I actually went to sleep, it was like 8 a.m. because I was like working on all my slides and editing my notes that I barely look at. And, but I think I put together a very good Japan travel panel. So if you're going to be at Colossal Con East, at the Kalahari and the Poconos. You should, and you're going to be there Thursday at 2, which is why I'm worried no one's going to show up, because it's a rare 4-day con. And already one person I know who said they wanted to go was like, "Oh, I'm really disappointed. It's on Tuesday. I'm not getting there till Friday, or Thursday. I mean, I'm not getting there till Friday." And I'm like, "Well, that's what I think a lot of people are going to think, or that's what I'm worried a lot of people are going to do." I mean, so I'm kind of worried about no one being there, especially in the giant room they gave me. But if you are going to go, it's going to be a very thorough travel panel, so you'll enjoy it, I think. You know, the one thing I don't do, I was just thinking about this. I was like, I kept going back and forth if I should add it. I don't do a budget slide.
I think you should add that. I think that would help people a lot.
Do you know what I get it, but my thought process on this is, so I feel like I go to these cons and they give these budget slides and it never comes close to what I personally spend. Mm-hmm. And on the other side, though, it's always higher than I think you actually need as a minimum. Like, I have a friend that went there who doesn't have a job, who has like, he lives off like one of these fixed state incomes, and he made it work. And he made it work for a lot less than I would ever recommend to people. And, these panels ever recommend to people, but he wanted to go and he fucking went. It involved cutting corners everywhere, but he fucking did it. So I feel like, to me, the budget thing, it's like, I can tell you, I'm sure I certainly go into plenty of detail on flights, because that's the biggest expense, especially fucking now. I mean, the flight is kind of what the flight is. You have to spend whatever you're going to spend on the flight. But after that, I kind of feel like everything else is pretty negotiable. It's like, do you want to spend nothing on food? You can fucking pretty much do it. I mean, you can spend like $10 a day on combini food if you really want to. Do you want to spend a shitload of money on food? You can do that too. Do you want to spend nothing on accommodations? I mean, you can fucking stay in a manga cafe if you really want to. It's not a good idea. I don't recommend it, but it is what that guy did. And, that'll save you a lot of money on your accommodations. So I just think there's like such a wide range in what you can spend money on. That's kind of what I'm going to say. It's like, I give people very specific budget information on the flights and the hotel, on the accommodations, and like different amounts you can spend. But I don't really like doing like just a generic, here's the budget, you're going to spend on a Japan trip, because I really feel like there's a huge range for that. Like, you could really get away with spending almost nothing if you want to, besides the flight. The flights are always going to be expensive, but especially with the dollar right now.
I would just say that maybe that's the conversation you need to have at the panel then, right?
Right.
There can be a large range. If you're looking to cut corners, here's ways to do it, but it's a bad idea. And talk about why it's a bad idea. I think sometimes, I think when I was planning my Japan trip, it was helpful for me to hear numbers from other people, because I am the kind of person who wants to know ahead of time, like a ballpark of what I'll be spending on a big trip, like when I have coming up here at the end of the month for to go to New Orleans to celebrate my birthday with some friends, and a lot of that I have planned out, not to the level of we're going to do this, this, and this, but more to the level of like, you can look up like how much cocktails at bars I want to go to are going to cost, and then kind of get a ballpark for what it's going to cost per day, that kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I get it. I just like, I think sometimes people, which maybe there's a good conversation for people, for a good thing for, even people listening to this to hear. I think sometimes people like freak themselves out with a budget, and it's like, well, if I don't have X number of dollars, I definitely can never go to Japan. And I don't really think that's true. I think people freak themselves out with it too much. I think giving a number can often be like counterproductive. I could give like a range, and I can tell people, this is what the fixed costs are going to be. But I really think there's a lot of places you could cut costs and like really cut corners if you don't want to spend a ton of money on the actual trip. It's really the flight is the big expense. Everything else after that is negotiable.
Well, it also sounds like the guy you gave as an example is very, very good at finding a bargain and willing to do whatever it takes to get that bargain. I think just explaining to people the trade-off there and just being frank with them, like, look, most people are probably going to spend around this range when it comes to food and hotel and so on. But if you really want to save money, here's some tips.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I still have time to go back and add a budget slot if I really want to. I don't know. I feel like when I go to the travel
I
channel,
actually kind of think you shouldn't mention what the cheapest possible option looks like, because I feel like that requires a special kind of person to pull it off. You know.
yeah. No, I get it. I mean, when I do I give the manga cafe speech in the thing. I mean, I give it as one of the 5 possible accommodations in cities. But like my
Right.
recommendation is like don't do this. That's pretty much. But like, you know, I want to be honest with them and be like, I have heard of people doing this. It's not like you can't do this if you really want to. But I give all the downsides to it because there's a lot. Like people don't know manga cafes. They're very. You basically have a tiny cubicle. You either have a seat or like someone have a mat you can lay down on. It is not comfortable lodging to be clear. And it is
I think
very.
there's lights on the entire time too.
No, you can.
Right.
There's some where you can turn lights off.
Oh, okay.
It depends on the location. There's a lot of stuff that depends on the location. Some of them are slightly more hotel like than others, basically. Like some of them you can turn the lights off. Some of them will let you check your bag. A lot of them won't though. Most of them have showers nowadays, but some of them charge extra for that. But yeah, there's like you can pay by the hour. So if you really can get away with crashing for like 4 hours or something, you can pay you can stay for like $10. But like even like the full day is only going to be like 25 bucks usually. So, but the issue is though, like there's very limited. Besides the fact that the actual like sleep arrangements are not very good, you really can't book them that far in advance most of the time. Like I think there might be some you can, but for the most part, most of them you can book like a week in advance at most, and some you can't book in advance at all. So you really have to you're getting on a plane in a lot of cases without really knowing where you're going to stay, which to me is like, I don't know, that's a big mental block to me. I don't know, I don't think I can ever do it. I mean, I'm probably too bougie for like capsule hotels or hostels, so I definitely too bougie for a manga cafe. I keep trying to talk myself into one of the nicer capsule hotels for my next trip, but like when I keep looking at the pricing, I'm like, okay, if I could either spend 150 for 3 nights, like just like peak Christmas time, 150 or 160 for one of the really nice capsule hotels that like the first class one, I think it's called, or first cabin, where it's like more of like a tiny room than a capsule. Or I could spend 210 for like a solo business room in Akiba for those 3 nights at the KQEXN. I'm like, why didn't I just spend the extra 60 or 50 bucks to have an actual room, my own bathroom and everything? It doesn't really make any sense at that point. So I don't know. It's not saving me enough money. Like I'd have to really go to like one of the capsules that are like bare bones, just a fucking little capsule and like bad amenities probably to really save enough money where it's like worth it. And at that point, it's like, well, I don't want to do that. So,
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Comfort is a key part of enjoying a vacation, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it became the same thing with like the flights where like, I told Rich, because Rich Craig, he paid me today for like the Voice of Wrestling stuff, the enormous amount of money I get for like writing and podcasting that doesn't even cover the Zencaster monthly fee. Not that I'm not happy to get anything, of course, but like, it doesn't even cover that. But I was like, okay, Rich, this is even more appreciated than usual because I just, you don't want to know I told him the amount I spent on the flight. I don't know. Is it gosh to say it? I guess I could just say it because it's, people probably wondering why
you have final editing control. Go for it, bro.
Well, I was like, that was me debating with myself, I guess. It was for December 17th, January 6th, which is very, very close to the peak. And not the peak of holidays though, because if you went over that weekend, it was even more expensive. For round trip ANA nonstop JFK Haneda, it was $3,060. And I told him that price, and he was like, "What class is that?" I'm like, "Oh, it's fucking economy." Like
Yep.
That is between the fact that this is the peak time of year, and New York is super expensive, and of course there's a giant war going on that raised up the price of airfare and oil and everything. Yeah, that is economy, $3,006. Yep. So, I have upgrade possibilities that, I might be able to upgrade with business from Miles if I get lucky. They might let me bid for a premium economy upgrade. But yeah, but at the end of the day, I might not get any of that, and I might not want to pay extra for anything else. So, I could have gone slightly cheaper. I could have gone somewhere between 2,700 and 2,900 for either like nonstop on a shitty airline, an American, which I did of that once. I fucking hate American Airlines. I don't ever want to do that again. Nonstop on United, which I think is a little better than American. I haven't taken it in forever, but it's a way more inconvenient location for me because I have to go all the way to JFK or all the way to Newark, which takes fucking forever for me from where I am. Or I could have done Delta with a stop, which Delta again is better than the other American Airlines, but they don't have a nonstop service from New York to Tokyo, so I have to do a stop in Minneapolis, and it wouldn't say. And that was the one that would save the least money. I think it was still like 2,900. So yeah, none of this was like worthwhile to me to save that tiny amount of money. ANA, at least their economy is legitimately great. You know, them and JAL both great. JAL is a little better, but JAL wanted like 3,300 for those dates. I'm like, no, JAL's not. JAL's better than ANA. It's not $300 better than ANA. So, you know, that was why I. But yeah, that's how it ended up doing. I ended up paying I paid the Japanese airline premium because it just wasn't worth it to me to save $200 or whatever to fucking fly American or fly out of Newark or whatever. So, but yeah, the airfare is fucking expensive at that time of year, especially. You know, other times of year it's not. And I could have left if I had left after Christmas, like I did last year. It would have been cheaper. I think I could have gotten it for like 2,500 on like ANA or JAL. But like, I really wanted to go to the Marvelous Korakuen on the 20th, the two New Japan Road to Tokyo Dome Korakuens I'd never gone to before, and the Stardom New Year's Eve Korakuen. Not New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve Korakuen. So I wanted to be there that week before Christmas. So, you know, it's expensive. I sucked it up. That's what I work for, I guess. So I can blow way too much money on these Japan trips. But yeah, I don't know where we got on that. Oh, because we were talking about the budget and me doing the panel. Yeah, the panel. The panel's done. I spent so much time writing and editing these notes, which is very silly because I'm barely going to look at them when I'm doing the actual panel. Like, really, because I know from experience from doing the panel, like I barely end up looking at the notes for this panel in particular. But like, I guess part of the reason why I know the material so well is because I do, I write and edit the notes so much, so that kind of ends up being like part of the prep. Like, it's not a useless part of the prep. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, have you ever done an Anime Con panel? I can't remember.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Are you
quite a while ago? But it would have been like, I want to say 7-8 years ago would have been the last time I've done a panel.
What was the panel
on? It was basically anime recommendations.
Ah.
Yeah.
Now,
just here's some somewhat obscure anime you may or may not have seen. Here's why you should watch it.
Did you like do the same thing with like a lot of notes but then not actually read them during the panel? Like that's how I end up prepping.
Again, it's been 7-8 years, so I don't quite remember the process. I believe clips were involved. I remember agonizing over the list a bit.
Yeah. No. Anything with clips, I always agonize too, for like music video panels, especially.
Yeah. But otherwise, yeah, it was. I suspect it was primarily extemporaneous with maybe some notes.
Yeah, but so I have two panels at Colossal Con. I also have my wacky music video panel. So if you're there Saturday at midnight, I think, or maybe it's Friday at midnight. I don't know. It's one of the two. Then maybe you can come watch some really funny and often disturbing music videos with me. But that one's in a normal size panel room, thankfully, not these giant rooms. So we'll see. Have you never gone to a Colossal Con? I know they have some in the Midwest.
No, I've never heard of Colossal Con.
So like
it's gone in one ear out the other,
Yeah, I think Colossal Con Prime is in Ohio. That's like the original one, so they call it Prime, and it's like spread all over. Like there's one in Virginia, there's one in the Poconos, which is the one I'm going to, Colossal Con East. There's one in Texas. I think there's one in Wisconsin. But they basically they have a deal with like the Kalahari, which is like I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's like a bunch of indoor water parks that are all over now in America. And so you basically get like an anime con, but also get to go to the water park.
Oh,
cool. That sounds pretty fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So like if you buy a room at the con itself that comes with the water park with access, which is cool. The room blocks are incredibly competitive as a result. I was lucky I was able to get one. But yeah, there's also like a night swim you have to pay extra for, but it goes I think like 10:30 to 2 a.m. and like you can use the water slides at night, and then there's like a DJ in there apparently. So it sounds pretty cool. I'm
Yeah,
gonna do that
sounds pretty cool.
Gonna do that at least one night, but the schedule looks really good. So I don't know if I'm gonna do it that. I might not do it at all because the late night schedule is really there's a lot of cool looking stuff on it. Honestly, the schedule looks significantly better than the Otakon schedule did, which is funny because it's a way smaller con than Otakon. But
it's very funny. It's very weeby of you to consider. I'm not going to go hang out outside with the giant water slide and the big wave pool and the floating river and all that other cool stuff. No, I want to go inside and just watch panels all day.
Now, to be fair, the water park also is indoors, but
okay.
Points still taken for that too. Now, the daytime, like I definitely am going to use it during the daytime for sure. But like, the like daytime especially, there's just like less panels and stuff, and it's already included. But like daytime, you have to pay extra for that, basically. So, like that's part of it. But yeah, it's I'm excited for that. That's like 4 weeks from tomorrow, for the 4 weeks from Wednesday to recording this, but that we're going down. So yeah, it's cool. And it's a 4-day con, which there's so few of those. I was a little surprised when I saw it was a 4-day con actually, but yeah, that'll be cool. I'm not going back to Otakon. In fact, today was the day of the Otakon block opening, and the Otakon hotel block. I mean, for next year, and it was the first day in forever where I wasn't like scrambling trying to get a room in the fucking Otakon Hotel Hunger Games that they do now. But which is very relaxing. Like I don't have to worry about that anymore. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't know if you listened to my episode last week, but I fucking like hated Otakon this year.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. Do you watch a lot of anime? I find that with how much wrestling I watch, I have a very hard time making
I
time
don't
for much anime.
Yeah, I don't watch that much anime anymore, like a little bit, but like, there's definitely whole seasons where I don't watch anything. And there's some seasons where I watch like 1 or 2 shows, but I don't, it's been a couple seasons I watched anything. But I mean, I go through these periods where I don't really watch any anime, and I still usually like the cons. And I don't know, like the con this year, it was like the schedule was really bad to me, like, and the ones I did finally go to were mostly really bad. So I don't know, just not a good. The con's been going downhill for a while, in my opinion. Other than the game room, the game room is amazing. The game room's gotten better than ever, if anything. But I cannot justify going all the way down there and spending the incredibly high amount of money they charge for their hotels, to just go to a game room. I mean, it's not worth it. I could go to MagFest instead if I want to go to an excellent game room. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like not Otakon. Maybe I'll give them like a year off and try again the following year and see if they get any better. I mean, I talked about on the episode last week. The last straw of it for me was they fired their excellent AMV theater coordinator, and like not like it sounded like a fucking bullshit fucking power play basically, and it just seems like the people who run the con now they kind of do whatever they want. Like they just kind of like okay, one of the people there loves K-pop. One of the people who does the guest thing, so he brings over these K-pop bands, which doesn't sound like a bad idea in theory. But I don't think like real K-pop bands that people know are not going to Otakon. From what I understand, I'm not a K-pop person, so I don't know. But like, so they bring.
My impression is most anime fans aren't K-pop people either.
Yeah.
So
I know people who go to that concert because like one of my friends there goes to everything basically. Like would never not miss a concert. But ever since this K-pop thing started, every year I'm like, did anyone actually show up? He's like, no, it was like more than half empty. Because no one gives a shit about K-pop anime fans, especially not the K-pop bands they're getting.
Yeah, that sounds like a mistake.
Somebody on the staff loves K-pop, so now one of the 2 concert slots every year has to go to K-pop. Someone on the staff loves dolls, so they put these doll panels in these giant rooms, and every year like a dozen people show up. Apparently, like that's another example I know of because one of my friends, like I'd say more of a friend of a friend, but he actually is like a big doll person, like the Japanese anime dolls or whatever. And he puts on some of those panels, but they put him. He's like, I don't know why they put me in the biggest room because like 15 people show up, and like that's the kind of and they make that programming decision year after year. Like this is like the 3rd straight year of that. So And they don't pick up my panels anymore, which obviously is part of why I don't like the programming department. But like, it's just kind of they don't make good decisions. A lot of the panelists they bring in are really bad, and or they end their panels really early, which is kind of crazy to me because like I never had that problem when I was There was a Shinkansen panel I went to. They started on time. It was okay. I wouldn't say it was a great panel. I think it was going like, whatever. It's a lot of like, I know all the stuff about the Shinkansen already. It wasn't telling me anything interesting or doing anything interesting material. 25 minutes into the panel time, the guy is like, well, we're pretty much done now. So now we're going to do trivia. And then they start the trivia questions. The trivia is basically like, were you paying attention during our panel? Like it was asking questions. It's not actual trivia like for Shinkansen nerds. It was like, what's the highest class of train on the fucking Tokaido called? Which anyone would know that if they know anything about the Shinkansen. But they also covered that in the panel. So it's basically just, did you pay attention during our panel? And they admitted that. They were like, oh, it's just basically just, did you pay attention during the panel? Like, then what is the point of this? Then what is the point of doing this trivia? So I left at that point, and my friend who stayed was like, yeah, they did like 10 minutes of basic trivia, then like 10 minutes of Q&A, which nobody had a question, and then they just ended. I'm like, okay. So they basically did a 25-minute panel. And I'm like, if you give panelists an hour and they can't even come close to filling the hour with actual material, that's pretty fucking bad. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with that, because like I always have the opposite problem with my panels. Like I can never get all the stuff I want into the hour. And, I'm sure that can be annoying sometimes too in its own way, but I can't imagine people walk away feeling like, why did I even bother like wasting my time on this, going to this panel? Like you would if you fucking go to a panel that's over in like 25 minutes or 30 minutes or even 40 minutes. So I don't know. Like the panel quality has gotten really bad. So many people read their slides verbatim now, which I don't understand how that got started. It's like
I think that's been a problem forever, as long as there's been PowerPoint.
Really? See, I don't remember it being this much of a problem in the 2010s.
Oh, it could be. It's gotten a lot worse. I haven't been to a con in ages. So.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's gotten way worse. Now everybody puts like paragraphs of fucking tiny text up on their slides, and they read the slides verbatim. Like, besides the fact that if you're in the real room, you can't read the fucking slide anyway. It boggles my mind. Like, you should be able to do like a logical, think of the logic here, okay? If you're just putting text on screen and reading it verbatim, all you're doing is inviting your audience to read the text faster than you're reading it and get bored waiting for you to finish. Like, that's why any presentations 101, any public speaking 101 would tell you not to do that for that reason. So
I wonder if the problem has gotten worse because of tools like ChatGPT.
Maybe.
They're reading off of the slides like that because they don't have a lot of confidence in their expertise.
Oh, I see.
In the topic.
Yeah.
So they just read the slides that ChatGPT generated for them.
Even if you actually are fucking trying to cheat the con out of a badge reimbursement, which I do think is the case a lot of the time, you still shouldn't do that. You should just like have ChatGPT generate you fucking notes and put a fucking slide up there that's just a image or just a bunch of topics, and then fucking tell that give the notes verbally. Don't put the notes on the fucking screen. Like, that's fucking stupid. So I don't know, but everybody does it now. It drives me fucking crazy. I don't know why people do it. And I shouldn't say everybody. It's not everybody, but a lot of people do it.
Maybe people just aren't aware also that PowerPoint does give you the tools to put paragraphs and paragraphs of text on the screen where you can see it on your laptop, but what you're projecting won't show to the audience.
That is true, too.
I don't know if people just don't know that that's an option.
I never use it, though, because I don't really like the way it looks on it. I don't know. Like, it's
it looks kind of ugly.
Yeah, so I just put all my notes on like, I just use a second screen. I put all my notes on my iPad. But yeah, I don't know. It was very bad panels, and just, I remember sitting there on Sunday and being like, most of the time I've spent at this con has been in this hotel room with Quinlan watching wrestling and recording or like drinking. So I'm like, I don't need the con to do any of that. So it's like really stupid to keep spending the money on the con, but But yeah, I guess that's what's been up for me. I spent my money.
So if
Hopefully
you missed last week's episode, there was your recap of how much John hates Otakon now. This is like when you were watching Dragon Ball Z and they were trying to fill in the episodes and stretch out the content, so they filled like 3/4 of it of a recap of the last episode.
But yeah, I guess that was a little redundant. But the point is, Colossal Con will be better, and my panel will actually be there, so you should come see it. The other thing I want to let me rant about one more thing before we get into actual wrestling. God, it's 32 minutes already.
All right, Lewis Black, go for it.
Why the fuck do people not understand how arcades are supposed to work anymore, specifically rhythm games? This happened to me at Otakon, and this keeps happening to me. They opened this new arcade called Gotcha. It's like a little mini arcade chain in Manhattan. So it's probably one of the most centralized locations for an arcade in eons. It's like right in the middle of K-Town, like 32nd and 5th. So it's a great location for me personally because I can, I'm going to go into my office way more now because it's like a 2 blocks from my office. So I can go to work, act like I'm being a model employee, going in like once a week and go play Chuntium, after work. But yeah, it's it's right there on that block. It's very close to Penn Station too. So it's a very, very high foot volume block, or foot traffic, I should say. So it's getting a lot of newbies, which is fine. We're all newbies at some point. That's fine. They're playing their basic songs and making me wait for them, but whatever. And there's 3 machines there, so it still rotates pretty fast. But for some fucking reason, you get to the arcade, you see other people giving up their machine after each game for the next person waiting. Why the fuck would you think that you're special and you don't have to do that? I don't understand it. Because it happened to be twice in a row now. The first time I didn't say anything because I don't really like starting public confrontations. And I didn't. There was the person right next to them was on their last song anyway. I'm like, I'll just wait for that one, whatever. But the second time on Sunday, I was coming back from my dad's. There's a big gap between the train and the bus. I'm like, oh, well, this is perfect. Now I have this arcade to go to. I can play a couple games before I get the bus. I play one game. I rotate off like you're supposed to do for the next person to play. And I wait for the next one to come available. And this girl finishes her 3 songs. She's not moving. She's talking to her friend. I'm standing there waiting. I'm like, okay, I really want to play this game one more time before the bus comes. Can we move this along? I didn't say that out loud. I'm just like thinking. And then I hear her ask her friend, where's the card? I want to play another one. And I'm like, excuse me, I'm waiting. No answer. Like, excuse me, I'm waiting. Nothing. She's either ignoring me or actually can't hear me because it's loud in there. Finally, I tap her on the fucking shoulder. I'm like, I'm waiting for this machine. I'm sure I sounded annoyed at this point. And she's like, well, I want to play another one. You want to play another one? I want to sit here and play for the rest of my fucking life. That if we all want to keep fucking playing, that's the entire fucking point. That's why you rotate off so somebody else can play. So I just fucking tell them, like, that's not how arcades are supposed to work. You're supposed to, give up the machine for the next person in line and get back in line and wait your turn. And she's like, I'm sure I'm being very bitchy at this point, but like, how is that an answer to I'm waiting to play this? I want to play another one. Even if you don't understand, you somehow didn't pay attention enough to see other people, are rotating off. The concept of a line is really that foreign to you? You didn't go to fucking kindergarten where we learned about sharing? And so she gives me the dirtiest fucking look. She fucking stands there forever as if she's deciding whether or not she's actually going to do this. Finally, after like 2 minutes of this, she fucking relents and moves off the machine. And like storms out of the whole arcade, which is funny because somebody else was on their second song. So if we waited 2 more songs, she could have played another one probably. But whatever. All that entire fucking song and dance almost made me miss my fucking bus too. Because I'd like run for the bus at that point. I would have had plenty of time if Little Miss Entitled had decided that she was going to try to play another game. And then fucking argue with me about it. But yeah, I'm just like, if you go to a fucking arcade and you want to play a fucking random game, by all means, all newcomers welcome. But just understand, you finish your 3 fucking songs. The thing says, see you next play. And there's somebody behind you waiting. It's time to get off the fucking machine. Not a complicated concept. So. Yeah. I don't know.
That's rude. That's rude. I agree.
What?
That does.
Besides not even just not knowing. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to add this. Besides not even just not knowing. I mean, I used to play DDR during like the DDR boom. Well, we used to get newbies playing DDR all the time. Somehow they always fucking knew. I don't think this ever happened once with DDR. They always fucking knew they have to give up the fucking machine for the next person in line. So why this is suddenly happening now with newbies to Chuntium and Sound Voltex too, at Otakon. Like, are Zoomers just fucking stupid? Are Zoomers just fucking dumbasses who don't understand you're supposed to rotate off a machine? Because again, I never had this problem with DDR back in the day with newbies. So anyway, that's right, Zoomers, your whole generation, you're fucking dumb, apparently.
I was going to say, that seems a bit harsh for a whole generation. It's very boomer of you to throw a whole generation under a bus because one teenager was annoying.
It's like 3 in a week. In a week and a half. It's like 3 of them.
Wait, so this happened to you 3 times with 3 different people?
Yes, 3 times with 3 different people.
Gotcha.
The one twice at Gotcha and once at Otakon, where they didn't know they were supposed to rotate off.
This reminds me about something that I kind of miss about arcade culture. That is gone now that it seems like every arcade depends on card swipes like Round 1 does, instead of actual coins.
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, putting your coin down right next to whoever's playing at the moment and saying, I got next.
Yeah. Well, that's how I used to do it in DDR too. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably why everybody.
That may be an element here, like a physical reminder to someone that, hey, somebody's in line behind you. Because I have been guilty of playing at an arcade and not noticing that somebody's behind me while I have music blaring and my attention is like, zzz. But you don't need to be an asshole about it when someone taps you on the shoulder and say, excuse me.
Yeah, the original sin here isn't that she didn't notice that I was waiting for the machine. It was that when I told her I was next, she fucking had an attitude about it and was telling me, well, I wanted to play again. Well, who gives a shit if you wanted to play again? If it was the days where there's nobody else at the arcade and I can just stand there and play 8 games in a row, yes, those are the best. But those are rare days. And I don't fucking just stand there playing 8 games in a row and there's fucking people behind me, because that would be an asshole thing to do. And eventually I'll probably get my ass kicked. Which I'm just like, it's a fucking... And she's honestly lucky that I was the one who tapped her on the shoulder and not someone who's going to be a way bigger jerk off about it. So, I'm not saying a guy would have kicked her ass. Maybe a girl would have. I don't know. Rhythm game players go fucking hard. I don't know what to tell you. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just very like just don't do that. So if you want to get into the wild world of rhythm gaming, just learn to share. Sharing is caring, as the Care Bears would say. Was it the Care Bears? I don't know. Somebody said sharing is caring.
Do you ever try any of those phone rhythm games like Love Live or the new HoloLive rhythm game?
I saw someone playing the HoloLive rhythm game when I was sitting waiting for my train home from Otakon and from DC, and I remember thinking like it looked a lot like Chunthion. I remember thinking, maybe I should try that. But I played Love Live. I used to play the Love Live one. The Love Live one I played quite a bit actually. Yeah.
I think they're very similar games.
Yeah. So I was thinking about maybe I'll start playing the HoloLive one. But yeah, I mean, because the interesting thing too is like Vocaloid is like the one music genre, like one weeb genre that it doesn't really exist in Chunthium or Sound Voltex. Like there's one Konami, which is the 2 I play. There's like this one more obscure Konami rhythm game that hasn't even made its way to America, and I don't think it's very popular in Japan either, so I don't think it's going to last that long. But they do have some Vocaloid songs.
Or America's going to get it even sooner because it's not popular in Japan.
That's true. The HoloLive songs. They have some HoloLive songs on that game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that one's only in Japan, and it's not very popular.
I wonder if there's like a licensing agreement that limits that, because I have seen HoloLive rhythm games at the Round 1 arcade when we were there in Chicago. There was one where you touch the screen and you're supposed to like follow the same movements, I think, that the idol is doing. So they had Nene up there kind of demonstrating how it's done, and it's on a gigantic touch screen.
What, do you know the title?
No, I don't. I think Sound Voltex also had a couple older HoloLive songs, or at least the one in Chicago did.
Yeah, there's a few, but it's just not like, okay. There's a lot of big categories of songs that are in both Sound Voltex and Chunthium. Like they have a ton of Toho, they have a ton of Vocaloid, and they have a ton of anime theme songs, especially Chunthium. Chunthium has more of that than the other one. And they both have like a bunch of random, like, I don't know what I would call these, like almost song adjacent stuff. I would say like stuff you would hear at Mogra. How about that's a good way to put it. But it's just more it's not really tied to anything. But they don't have a ton of of the the Hololive songs. It's not really a thing. So a few of them, like you said, but not that many. But let me see. I want to see if I can find this Hololive arcade game. Idol Showdown? Oh no, that's a fighting game. Okay. Is there a real? Okay.
Sorry, what are you looking for?
The arcade game you're talking about?
Oh, the one I saw at round one?
Tetote Connect, I think might be it.
That might be it, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm looking at a picture of it. It looks just like you described it, with like a big screen, and you like kind of reach out to the screen. Yeah, that looks cool. I mean, maybe I'll have to try that. Yeah. I don't know if it's in the round. I don't know if it's at the round one.
I gotta say, I think you were just so zoned in on tuning them that you didn't notice that machine was like right behind you. That's exactly where it was placed.
That was sound Voltex actually at that one. But yeah, it was because you can't play Tune Them at round one in America. I mean, you can, but it's a very bad idea too.
Oh, Sound Voltex. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Because Tune Them, for some fucking reason, Sega is too cheap to license their songs for American release. I don't know why. So you can only play the unofficial Tune Themes in America, which are like the ones that gotcha and stuff that are like hacked. You can't really play the official release in the actual round ones. Is like there's no point in playing it unless you want to play like the Happy Birthday song. Also, the generic on like the song list is like 1/15 of the actual song list or something. It's so ridiculous. So, where Sound Voltex in round ones officially has every single song basically. Like there might be a couple missing here or there, but it's basically the same as the Japanese version. So, anyway, nobody cares about the game, so I don't know why we're going on this much detail. But the point is, fuck these Zoomers who need to learn how to take their fucking turn. That's really the point here. But
all right, bring back coins so you can place them on the machine and say, "I got next."
I don't know. There's someone. Is it really that hard to look around? You know what I do when I look behind me. If there's someone standing there, I go. I make a little point, like, "Are you going to play this?" And either say yes or no. I don't know. It's not that fucking hard.
It's not that hard, but also I think it's helpful to also think of material reasons, how you can more subtly change people's behavior.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. None of the veterans have any problems. Always these fucking newbies who seem to never be able to understand it. So, I don't know.
That's what we're all about here at Russell Omakase, gatekeeping.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're going to be a nice newbie, it's fine. But if you're going to be an asshole newbie, then go take your fucking level 3 songs that you're playing on 1X and fucking take a hike. There you go. I don't need to watch you fucking play the same song 3 times in a row for some fucking reason. Get the fuck out of here. But I wasn't, not like I was watching her play anyway. There was this other girl who was really, really good. I was watching her play. She was killing it at that machine. But I'm able to do 14s now finally in Tune Theme. I'm finally getting to like an actual advanced level.
Nice.
Sound Voltex too, actually. I think I just passed a 14 for the first time. But yeah, I mean, there's still way more to go because I think it keeps going up. It just keeps going up and up from there. But I don't know how some of these. I watch some of these people do like these fucking the hardest songs in Sound Voltex and Tune Theme. I'm just like, are you like a robot? Like I don't understand how they do it, but I don't know. Let's go to some actual wrestling. Stardom. That is the first promotion we're going to talk about, which was the 5-star Grand Prix in Korakuen Hall, Monday, August 3rd, 1,249 people. This was night 9. So it was down about 100 fans from the July 28th Korakuen, which did Starlight Kid and Saya on top. Obviously only 6 days apart here. But yeah, there's not really a show from last year's to compare it to because they only ran 1 block Korakuen last year instead of the 2. I mean, I guess you could say that 1 Korakuen last year did only 1,024, that 1 block Korakuen. So this still, despite doing 2 of them, this still beat it by 250, almost 250 fans. So not a bad result or anything. It's a Monday, it's a tough day to draw on. But yeah, making some excuses here for Stardom. But it wasn't, this number, whenever I give these numbers, I'm like, it wasn't that good of a number. It's like they would have killed for this number like 3 years ago. So, The opener was a non-tournament match. Now, if you've been skipping these non-tournament matches, first of all, how dare you? Since they've mostly involved Natsupoi and she's retiring soon. Second of all,
Also, there's not that many of them. There's usually 1 or 2 per show.
And there's not even, some shows don't have any. But yeah, one or two at most. But yeah, so first of all, how dare you? Second of all, you got to go back and watch this one because this was better than a lot of the tournament matches. Natsupoi beat Ane Kaniya in 10:53 with the fairy ring. So Ane went right at Poi from the opening bell with drop kicks. She just no-sold them, of course. They were just going a mile a minute, trading forearms to the chest. They both went for flash pins. When it finally slowed down for a second, it was just so Poi could fucking cave in poor Ane's chest with even harder forearms against the ropes. I like the way that Ane's selling really, when that Poi just like beat her ass, even as she was able to, get an arm drag and a drop kick to the floor. Like she was still saying like, I'm destroyed here, but I'm like, getting the last of my energy here just to get some offense. She went to the top rope to the dive to Poi and was again really selling that she was in pain. I mean, judging by some of those forearms the chest Poi was throwing, she probably really was in pain. But anyway, Poi almost killed her with a snap German just for the 5-minute call. This match, I'm just like, this is pretty fucking crazy for a, non-tournament opener here. And then we got, Ane was showing great fire. She basically was like taunting, or Poi was taunting Ane to hit her harder, no selling her forearms. And then Poi would take like 4 or 5 in a row and then just rock Ane with one of them. And Ane, again, showing great fire, and then got killed with the last one because Poi is a demon. Then we had more murder Poi antics. She just kept beating her ass with various strikes and did 2 straight hard drop kicks to the head against the ropes. But yeah, Ane, she got a chance to look good down the stretch. She no-sold a German suplex at one point. She survived Poi's twisting splash off the top. And then nearly even pinned her with this wacky cradle from an electric chair position before Poi kicked out at 2.9. But then Poi hits a fucking shoot headbutt. Hell yeah. And then finally the fairy ring for the pin. 4 stars for this match. Natsupoi has 2 4-star matches on this tour despite not being in the 5-star. Just fucking funny.
Yeah. I also made sure to track star ratings this time. So I went 3 3/4 on this. Terrific opener. An opener that would overshadow most of the shows that I watched this week. It is delightful to watch Natsupoi make sure to leave it all on the mat, so to speak, with her retirement coming up. And here she is channeling the spirit of Tamism. If I had to define what Tamism is, it is headbutting your junior rookie faction mate in the opening match of a mid-tournament show that isn't even in the tournament. And you're doing that to reward them for their perseverance in kicking out of your first 3 finishers. Really fun match to open the show.
Speaking of making the most of a retirement run, her and Shiori are going to fucking go to Sendai Girls and face Bob Mama Banana this month. I cannot fucking wait for that.
Yeah,
match.
that sounds like a terrific match.
Yeah, I mean that there's a world where that ends up being my match of the year. I mean, we'll see. I mean 2 of my favorite teams, 3 of my favorite wrestlers ever. I mean, I like Yurika Oka, but not to the degree of Poi, Shiori, or Miyamoto. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, just should be an incredible match. Match 2, Shiori and Motoi Hamabe beat Waka Tsukiyama and Emma Maishima. Shiori pinned Emma with the pottering in 6:46. This was more of a whatever, kind of match. The little smile on Shiori's face while Waka was doing her repeated butt shots to the head was very funny. And then she repeatedly smacked her on the butt up against the ropes because of course she does. I don't know. She seems to like Waka's butt a lot. Emma.
Well, Waka's been a bad girl hitting people with her butt like that.
I know. Emma got some nice offense in Shiori toward the end of this. Got a decent Rana. Then this sort of Rainmaker spin to a sling blade for 2. That looked kind of cool. She missed a second running sling blade, though. And then Shiori just calmly pinned her at the pottering with this weird grin on her face. She was having a good time out there, I guess. I don't know. She was really smiling in this match, more than usual. But yeah, this was, 3 1/4. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I went 3 1/4 as well. I thought that this was a a good appetizer. I like how the tag matches during the Grand Prix are kind of breaking up the rest of the card so that it gives you a break after several intense matches. Now, here, obviously, they're more setting the table. In fact, we're not going to get a tag match for the rest of the card here. But that was often the function, and they kind of played exactly the kind of match that they would have in later on that week in Sapporo. I still enjoy watching Waka, by the way. I don't mind that she's not in the 5-star. She probably doesn't belong there. Using her as like primarily a comedy element in tag matches and the 5-star is a perfect use for her. But I still get a hoot out of that tiny little Osakan. I think every time I come on your show, I make sure to say something nice about Waka Tsukiyama, because God knows nobody else will do it.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm like, if you don't do it, nobody will. So, I mean, I don't find her nearly as bad as some people do. I can't say she's like a favorite or anything, but I think she could be funny. Her accent is very funny. I mean, a lot of it.
Yeah.
It helps a lot. It helps a lot.
You know how in Azumanga Daioh in the English dub, they famously gave Osaka a Texas accent to kind of imitate what an Osakan accent sounds like? But you listen to an Osakan accent, it's like they don't really sound the same, but somehow, anything like that, right? Because a Texan accent, Southern accent is just, there's a lot more drawl, right? Waka, I don't know, she has Texas energy. She was born in New York, but she has Texas energy. I don't know how to put it.
Was that your New York accent?
No.
Okay.
That was my Osakan accent.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe it's good at that. It definitely was a good New York accent, so I'm glad it wasn't. I can't really do a stereotypical New York accent either, to be honest.
Say, hey, I'm walking here.
I'm walking here. Actually, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad, actually.
I think that's one everybody can do.
Yeah. Hina beat Rion in the Blue Stars A block at 9:49 at the Mad Splash. At this point, Hina was 2-3, and poor Rion still 0-5. Hina did a very good job just casually bullying the twerp here, as you probably expect. But then she also sold well for the foot stomps of death in the corner. It was like that exact level you wanted of like, hey, this sucks, without going over the top with it like some people do. So Rion almost pinned her with a bunch of roll-ups, but Hina finally blocked one and jackhammered her, only for Rion to roll right through it with a cradle that very nearly pinned her. I will say, a lot of times I think people are critiquing Stardom too harshly, or they're like looking for stuff to get mad at or whatever. The critique that they're doing that spot too much in the 5-star is pretty legitimate. I just took your finisher, but I'm going to roll through and try to pin you anyway. They are obsessed with that spot right now. Like, I feel like it happens like 3 times a show.
Yeah, and it feels like there's a right way to do it too, but that's not quite what's happening. Where it should look like a dead cat bounce, right? I think you've talked about this before on the podcast. Where
sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. It sure did on Marvelous, as we're going to talk about.
Yep. I think for this one though, it didn't quite work, but I don't know. Go on ahead and finish up recapping.
So Hina, I think, also forgot to kick out for a second because the ref's pause was so long on that roll up out of the jackhammer. But yeah, Hina, though, kind of killed her with a roaring forearm. They had a magic screw using the ropes. Hina kicked out, and then Hina finished with a Mad Splash not long after. Other than that little complaint, I thought this was a hell of a little match. I went 3.5 on it. It was a good match here. Hina, well, she's having a good tournament too. Hina's having a hell of a tournament. So,
yep. Hina's having a hell of a tournament. Rian has also been really good. I thought this was her best match of the tournament so far. I went 3 3/4. This had a really hot ending stretch here because Rian was fighting for her tournament life. If she lost here, she was mathematically eliminated. And Hina also gave her a lot, I think partly as a result. This was the last match that was going to matter for Rian this tournament, and they made it about as good as they possibly could. We don't talk about it much, but as good as Hina is as a dominant wrestler leading the match, she's also a terrific seller. I feel like we are just not that long from her having a lengthy run with one of the singles belts. That's not the future or the high speed.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I think it is coming probably. Red Stars B, Lady C, beat Azusa Inaba in 8:38 with the Requiem. Or I think it's the Choke Slam Requiem. Okay.
Yep, Choke Slam Requiem.
Requiem, thank you. Is that like some nerd reference for her? Because I know she's a nerd.
Possibly, but it's also just a sick-ass name, so...
Yeah. But that's Lady C's first win of the tournament, finally. She's now 1-4, while Azusa is now, or after this point, was 1-3-1. Azusa stuck her hand in the air to ask for a lockup before the match, which was funny, because Lady's immediate reaction was like, you're fucking short. Which I thought was like the way she looked at her, was like, why are you so short? It was kind of funny.
It's a fun inversion, too, of what Lady C does in all of her matches.
Yeah. But when Lady puts her hands up, like, my hands can go all the way up here, that let Azusa punch her in the stomach and take over with a side headlock. So it turned out Azusa had a plan. A juvenile delinquent. She beat Lady C's giant ass for most of this match. That was just the size of this match was funny. Well, she's so fierce and Lady is so good at selling that it did not look ridiculous at all, despite the huge height difference. Mm-hmm. But as I've talked about before, though, where Lady has really improved is her offense for these comebacks. Like at one point, she took a bunch of offense in a row. She sidestepped the Anagoe. She grabbed her from behind straight into this like backdrop suplex facebuster that looked sick as hell. And last year, she wasn't doing anything near that cool for her hope spot. But yeah, Lady went right back to getting killed after that. Azusa hit her with this high kick and then somehow managed to backdrop suplex her, which Lady again took a great bump for. But Azusa, though, ran right into a normal choke slam for a near fall, dodged the big boot and backslid her. Very nearly got the pin with that. But Lady immediately hits the big boot for real as soon as she got back up. Then grabbed her around the throat and hit the choke slam Requiem, like where she basically dives down herself is the difference. It looks great, though. Great looking finish. 3 3/4 for me on this. I thought it was a really good match. I know I haven't listened to the show yet. Apparently, Kelly was really not from Jumping Bomb Audio was really not a fan of Lady C's tournament. So I'm not looking forward to hearing him bully our poor Lady because I thought she's been great.
Yeah, no, I thought she's been great too. Lady C was also facing elimination this match, and her match after this is Utami. So this was must win, especially because she was main eventing Sapporo. I thought this was a great showcase for Lady C in particular. The choke slam Requiem looks absolutely sick. She had hit it before in the 6-man tag title match a couple weeks ago, and was frustrated that it got broken up. So she made sure it looked extra sick this time. And I think it looks like one of those moves where nobody should be allowed to kick out of it at this point. So, yeah, Lady C has a death move. It's her own Drillakilla.
Then we had Natsuka Tora and Akira Kuragani in Red Stars A going to a double countout in 8:41. So Akira gets her first point. She's still winless, but she was down 0-3-1, while Tora is down 2-2-1. First of many draws we're going to talk about in this week's episode. So Akira jumps Tora for the bell, which the crowd loved, but Tora didn't sell for it at all, of course. After taking a beating, Akira was able to finally stagger Tora with this big running knee to the face, and then actually lifted her with a half-hatch suplex, which got a big reaction on the crowd. Of course, Akira's little run didn't last very long, though, before Tora fought back with a standing lariat just before the 5-minute call, followed by an even bigger running lariat for a 2 count. They went back to the outside. Tora killed Akira some more, and then she took her up to the stage right in front of the commentary table and slammed her hard on there. But just when Tora was about to get back in the ring, Akira grabbed her and jumped on her back, then did a second time when Tora shook her off, was about to get in again, and the match ends with a double count out. So yeah, Akira got a point, and then Tora killed her some more for it, so I hope that point was worth it to her. But pretty good. 3 1/4. Good big versus little underdog stuff, but double count out is always kind of a downer of an ending. But
I went 3.5 because I really liked the narrative of this match. Akira attacking quickly before Akira has been really aggressive this tournament, and we'd especially see it in her next 2 matches at Sapporo. But I also think there's, to some degree, she's doing that because she was kind of rewarded for it. She finally got a fucking point for the first time in a 5-star Grand Prix, and partly it was because she was absolutely relentless to Natsuko, and Natsuko got so annoyed at her that it ended up costing her the match, which I think is a great little story to tell, and a great way to give a rookie-ish wrestler a win over a much more experienced veteran. This was a banana peel win, sure, but it was still earned.
Blue Stars A, Julia Hart beat Aya Sakura in 8 minutes and 2 seconds with the Heartless. So Julia was now 3-1, and Aya was now 2-3. Some of these poor people actually chant for Julia at the start of the match. Her reaction of encouraging them was funny, though. I will give her that. Okay, so I gotta say, after what she did the last Korakuen, I was deathly afraid that Julia Hart was going to start looking into every fucking camera at ringside for the entire match again, like she did in her first match. Then she fucking didn't. I was amazed. She didn't do the fucking stare in every camera and stare into my soul at every moment of the match, like TV wrestler bullshit. Maybe she's a listener. Who knows? Maybe she heard me complain about her after her first match. I doubt it. But somebody fucking told her to stop doing that at least. And good work whoever that was, because she did not do it here. Obviously I'm not thrilled that Julia won this, especially how her last kick setting up the Heartless looked like her foot barely even made contact with Aya's arm. But whatever, compared to her first 2 matches, this match and the one with Raka, she might as well have been Manami Toyota. I mean, like 2 3/4 for this, it was okay, which, is definitely better than she was doing in her first 2 matches.
I went 2 stars.
Okay. Well,
I still think Julia Hart looks really bad. I guess everyone had psyched themselves into seeing the worst wrestler ever on a mat. And I will grant that Julia Hart is not the worst wrestler I saw this week. But I just don't think she looks.
Right, so who was the worst wrestler you saw this week?
Probably someone on Dragon Gate. I don't know.
Which we're not talking about, so we'll never know.
Which we're not talking about, so you'll never know who it was. Julia Hart just still moves awkwardly, and she falls awkwardly. And when she hurts someone, when she tries to hit someone, it looks very light. It looks like it wouldn't disturb a sleeping kitten. Like, she just does not belong. And it also then becomes aggravating when she's then getting wins over much more veteran wrestlers who do make sure that their stuff looks good, like Aya Sakura. Like, that's literally exposing the business right there, that this is fake.
Yeah.
Because she's so obviously play fighting, because she is not used to the level of competition that they have in Stardom. So, like, I'm giving Julia Hart 0 grace. She does not belong. She has improved. She is still not good. She is a long way from good.
Now, look, I have to say, because I say this whenever people are like, why is X being pushed? The Japanese fans do seem to like her for some fucking reason. I mean, she's a hot blonde woman.
I think they're just being polite. Yes, she's a hot blonde. So that probably helps.
I think it's a combination of polite and horny, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do seem to like her. So, I get it, I guess, to a degree. I don't know. Like, I guess she just hasn't been as bad.
I'm not even going to grant that she's hot, though. I think she looks kind of weird.
Wow. Arametha's going after her looks now, too. Jeez, buddy. I would not kick.
I think she looks like a rich guy's second-string mistress that he forgets to get her a Christmas present.
Julia Hart, if you happen to be listening, I think you're a very attractive woman. So do not take Arametha's words.
Julia Hart, if you're listening, meet me at the back of the Casey's. I'll beat your ass.
Wow, Jesus! Oh my God. I don't know. I mean, sometimes goth girls can fight. You don't know.
You know what I resent the most She didn't even bring her cool hat. She has a cool hat.
Yeah.
She didn't even bring it for the 5-star. That's just so
Maybe
disrespectful to the tournament.
She didn't want to bring a bigger piece of luggage, which I get. I haven't been in Japan, but
If Megasis could do it every time she was touring, then Julia Hart sure can.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Well, Megan Bain has a certain level of I don't know. She seems to care more about her Japanese.
She's also a much better wrestler.
Yes, well, that too. All right, we've buried poor Julia Hart too much already. I did not expect us to say...
No, we didn't do it enough.
I didn't expect you to say... Okay, you just said...
There's not more Julia Hart matches. I have more hate in my heart.
You just said that she's not even that attractive and that you want to fight her. How much more can we bury this poor woman? Like, Jesus. You have me standing up for an all-elite wrestler. Like, what world is this coming to now? Blue Stars B, Starlight Kid beat Yuna Mizumori in 10:55, the Tiger Suplex hold. Starlight Kid goes to 2-1-1 for 5 points, and Yuna drops to 2-3 for 4 points. Really good back and forth type match. I like that Yunamon just kept avoiding Starlight Kid through the first 5 minutes, was trying to do her leg stuff, because it would make no sense for Starlight Kid not to try at all. But given that Yuna obviously wants to run around a lot, it would really make no sense for her to, actually have her leg worked over. It seemed, I thought for a second that Yuna did like this fucking sliding lariat right before that 5-minute call, where Starlight Kid stayed down a long time and Daichi was really checking on her. I was like, shit, is he... Like, he was checking her mouth specifically. I was like, did she just break a tooth or something? But I don't know. She did get back up, obviously. Starlight Kid hit a nice Tiger Driver. She, really just dropped Yuna on it. That looked good. She briefly got the stretch muffler finally, but Yuna was able to make the rope after a brief struggle. They had a nice little forearm exchange on the top rope, with Kid staggering her with a bunch in a row before Yunamon answered with this big lariat up there. Not a spot you see every day, a top rope lariat. Then she lifted her onto her shoulders and did like an avalanche-style driver. I don't remember what she calls that move. It's like that one where you start from the fireman's carry and turn it into the driver. To be fair, I don't remember what the generic name of that move is either. So, but sick-looking spot, the avalanche version of it. Yunamon fucking murdered her with a running lariat after that, but that's okay. Once again, just barely kicked out for the 10-minute call. She was doing a great job selling that she was out on her feet. Then she caught Yuna with her fucking Tenzan tombstone driver thing. Yuna cut back on the pin attempt, though, because, again, everybody loves that spot in Stardom now. They took the move and cut back on the pin. Very nearly pinned her, but Starlight Kid spun through into a Tiger Suplex hold, and that got the 3 count. Awesome fucking match. I will say the finish had a little bit of that element where Kid... I mean, actually, you know what? Maybe this made more sense for Yunamon to cut back on the pin attempt on that the driver, because she had done 500 moves to Starlight Kid before that, and Starlight Kid just finally hit a move. So for once, that kind of did make sense that Yunamon was able to cut back on the pin attempt. It's you hit her with one move at that point. But but yeah, she did hit she ended up having 2 moves to actually pin her, but still a little bit of the I hit my one move out of nowhere stunner element to it, but not quite as bad, I guess, because at least 2 moves. But yeah, if Yunamon had kicked out and they'd done a little bit more, even at that point, this match could have gone even higher. But I was still an easy 4 stars on this. I still thought it was really good.
Oh, well. I went 3 stars on it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I was lower on it than you. I still thought it was good. Let
me see what cage match had that. Maybe I'm on the one on the island.
I found the story of the match a little muddled. So if there was a bit more of a struggle at the end to close out the match, I probably would have gone higher. But I generally found the most compelling part of this match is that Yunamon clearly has a lot of pride as a high-speed champion, and she really wanted to show out here for a match against probably the definitive high-speed champion in Stardom right now. Obviously former champion. She's moved on to bigger and better things.
Yeah.
But putting on a great high-speed match was clearly a high priority for Yunamon. I also think that's part of why she was doing things like reversing out of a finisher like that. That's a high-speed in Stardom classic right there. Just reversals on reversals. So
yeah.
This
even the cutback pin is kind of too.
Yep. 100%.
I feel like that started in the high speed division, then spread like a virus to the rest of the promotion. To answer my question, by the way, the inmates were closer to me. They were 7.49, so that implies they had a 3.75. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but I was higher than the inmates on a lot of these next few matches. So whatever. The inmates can go fuck themselves again. Who cares? Next match: Red Stars A. Azumi beat Isuka Aoki in 13:38 with Azumi Sushi. Azumi at this point goes to 3-1, and Aoki drops to 4-2. Azumi did her own like scream introduction back at Aoki, but it wasn't nearly as good as hers. You can't out-scream Isuka Aoki. It's not going to happen.
Well, I also think Azumi just doesn't have that big a voice, it turns out.
This match was that's a good point. You think she would have more one. I don't know. Sometimes she really starts. You know when she does that, like she just kind of screams nothing towards the end of her matches. A lot of times, I don't know how to describe it. Where she's like
she's
like
fired up. Yeah.
I'm like, she sounds pretty loud when she does that. So I don't know. Maybe she just needs to scream nothing again. But yeah, this match, it started out a little wacky, a little more comedy heavy than I expected, but I still was enjoying it. I really like the spot where Azumi tried to run up the top rope for the arm drag off of there, and Aoki blocked it, which I feel like is not a spot you see ever. Like, I feel like if someone goes for a top rope arm drag, they always fucking hit it. So it was cool to see a spot that actually blocked for once, that they always end up, because nobody ever does a top rope arm drag, I guess, unless they're actually going to hit top rope arm drag. Azumi ended up getting the better of her up there anyway, though, where she had an arm breaker instead of over the top rope. She had this pretty sick grounded Rana with a Rana, whatever, I don't know, with Aoki. Maybe it is Rana. Why am I second guessing myself? She hit a pretty sick Hurricanrana with Aoki leaning over the second rope, where she just spiked her head first. Again, a very unique spot. Then she hit a typically like really crazy looking top rope double stomp from halfway across the ring. Just killed her. That got a 2 count. They went to this pretty sick strike exchange from there, ended with Aoki just killing her with a short arm lariat. But Azumi blocked the running lariat with a simple knee strike, took her down to that arm stretch thing she does. Very Zack Sabre Jr.-esque, the way she was really pulling the arm back in this one. It looked legitimately painful. Every time, like, especially whenever, obviously, not breaking news to anybody who knows anything about Stardom, Azumi has very large thighs, and she, like, would bend the arm behind the thigh, and that especially would look like it was going to break poor Aoki's arm every time she did that.
Oh, that's with the camera. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that.
Aoki, though, was finally able to escape when Azumi kept trying to readjust her position. She hit a German suplex, followed by a buzzsaw kick for a 2 count, then an air raid crash for another 2 count, just as she got the 3 minutes remaining call. Azumi got her boots up when Aoki came off the top rope. Again, looked like she killed her on that. Then she got the Azumi Sushi, but Aoki kicked out that time. She had a high kick. Azumi did, I mean. She yelled "Baka Yellow" at her, which I thought was funny. I'm like, why are you calling her a dumb bastard or whatever? Like, catching her leg of good. That's why she did. She caught her leg basically. She basically then hit a German suplex. Aoki no-sold it, hit her own German. Azumi no-sold that, but ran right into a lariat that almost took her head off for a 2 count. Then Aoki just casually got up and lariated her right back down again, which that kicked ass. Aoki picked her up and went for the running air raid crash she's been beating everybody with, but Azumi escaped, got La Mystica into Azumi Sushi. Aoki tried to roll through that, straight into her own pinfall, but Azumi was seemingly ready for it and just used her own momentum against her to get the Azumi Sushi after all. Finally, the 3 count. This match fucking owned. Nothing wrong with the wacky start, which had some legitimately funny moments, and the entire closing stretch was basically what people watch Stardom for, in my opinion. I mean, just this high speed, high energy, tons of moves. Just awesome stuff. 4 1/4 stars. One of my favorite matches of the tournament. So,
yeah, I went 3 3/4. I thought it was a great match, and I think Itsuki Aoki has been a terrific addition to the 5-star. She is adding a great mix of. She both fits the style of Stardom really, really well, but also she has a really good sense of humor. I like the whole bit they did with the water bottle at the beginning, which was the comedy spots you were referencing. And she would carry that over into later matches because I guess it just got so over in Korakuen Hall. But she's also, she can be fast, but she can also be a good power wrestler. And it had made for a really interesting contrast here with Azumi, who is the Corvette of Joshi wrestlers. She is built for speed. And here, speed won, but as they like to say, styles make fights. This was a really fun clash of styles that made it for a really great fight.
Yeah, and I guess to give the cage match comparison, they were closer to you on that one. They were like 7.8, so somewhere between 3 3/4 and 4. The next match, Red Stars B, Saya Ida defeated Konami in 13 minutes and 3 seconds with the vertical drop brainbuster. Saya Ida goes to 4-1. Konami dropped to 3-1. This was a rematch, of course, of their excellent white belt match from Dream Queendom this past year, which we were both live at, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Not to brag too much. Oh, that was I didn't mention that. I don't think I bought my Dream Queendom tickets and I bought my Japan flight. How the fuck I forgot to say about it? See the asshole people taking up the fucking spot at the rhythm machine maybe rant for so long that I forgot to mention I bought my fucking Japan flight and my Dream Queendom tickets. Like,
no, John, you mentioned that you had bought the Japan flight tickets. You talked about the cost.
Oh, thank you. Okay, my bad. Yes, I did buy that this past week, and I also bought Dream Queendom. Dream Queendom this time I did not do front row like I did last year, mostly because, the flight was so goddamn expensive this year. And also on top of that, now there's this Natsupoi retirement show on January 3rd, where like if I'm going to drop crazy money on like front row to something, it's probably going to be that.
Mm-hmm.
So I went with, do you remember where you sat last year, by the way? Like what section?
No, I got box seats, so...
So it had to be either A or B, because I think S was sold out. So
I think it was A. I think it was A.
I was this time I did S front. So that's
Okay.
like, I think it's just either only row 1 or row 2 of the boxes, and the front it refers to the side. So it's the front, the side they all pose to. They charge a little extra money for it. But like the premium for the boxes is not that bad. It's like these tickets were 18,000 yen each, when the normal S boxes are 13,000 yen each. So it's 5,000 yen extra, which with the current exchange rate being what it is, it's like $30. So I'm like, okay, it's gonna pay the $30 and be on the side they all pose to. Why not? But yeah, I got that in the pre-sale, which the tickets are moving pretty well in the pre-sale. Pretty similar to last year, but this year, unlike last year, they're doing 2 per box, not 1 per box. So they're selling more tickets while these sections are selling out again. I think the S front and the A front box sections are already sold out in the pre-sale, along with the VIP front row front side, which is 150,000 yen, which is fucking crazy. Those tickets are gone already. So yeah, the prices are about pretty much exactly the same as last year, because the front row again is 100,000 yen, which is the same as it was when I got it. Would have been like $600, I think. The box seats are actually slightly less expensive, which I assume that's because they're now 2 per box instead of 1 per box.
Yeah, I was about to ask, do you know who your box mate is?
Quinlan.
Okay, Quinlan's coming with you. Cool.
Yeah. So, because if you buy 2 box tickets together, they give you the same box, unless you, unless you bought really last minute or something, and all they have left is like 1 box slots. But yeah, on these 2 per box shows, I mean. But yeah, I mean that's why I got my Dream Queendom tickets. I just thought of that because this was a Dream Queendom rematch. But excited to be there again, and believe it or not, it'll be my first time ever sitting in a sumo box on my 8th Japan trip, and I don't even know what number of shows at Sumo Hall. I've never done it, so be interesting to try it finally. But I mean, you thought it was fine, right? You're a big dude too.
I was big enough that the box was still slightly uncomfortable for me. But that's kind of what I needed at the moment, because God, I was tired. that in some ways helped keep me awake. If I was too comfortable, I might have started snoring in the middle of the arena.
Oh, that's right, you landed that day.
No, I landed a couple days before, so
okay.
I still didn't have quite enough time to catch up on sleep.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that is. But did you bring a pillow or anything? I've heard you're allowed to do that.
I did bring one of those inflatable pillows, yes. It was not effective, so I would rather have brought an actual pillow, or what I ended up using was like my jacket to create some cushioning. That was helpful.
Did you buy it Did you buy the inflatable pillow there, or did you just bring it?
No, I brought it.
Okay. Because yeah, like Chris was telling me, a friend of the show, Chris Whitehead, was telling me he bought a pillow at like a Tenzo or something that was really close by. He said that
Oh,
pillow worked
okay.
really. He said that pillow worked really well for him, but he's not as tall as you or I, if I remember correctly. So he's not even tall as me, and you're taller than me. So
Um, gosh, I might want something like that next time. I'll keep that in mind because I did kind of think if I had an actual pillow, that would have helped a bit.
yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, I hate it and I never do it again. So it's worth trying once. But because like the ringside seats, it's like I think third the S seats were like fucking I don't know like 30 or 40,000 yen, and like even the A were like 25,000. Like, do I really want to pay more money for like not as good of a seat? Not really. No, I think the S was 50,000 yen. I think, which is like the second row. And then like the A was like 30,000 yen or something. So I'm paying more. Like second row would have been okay, but it's still a lot. Quite 50,000 yen, still quite a bit. And then the A, once you get to Arena A, I think that's like either just third or third and fourth. I can't remember how many rows they set up exactly. I'm like at that point, I'd really rather be in the box because the boxes are elevated. So yeah, I don't know. That was kind of my. And I didn't want to do. I've done the second floor before. I didn't really want to do that. So.
I think that box seats are just such an iconic part of Ryogoku that it's worth doing at least once, just to be able to say you've done it before.
Yeah. So now I'm going to be able to say I've done it finally. But yeah, back to this match. Saida beat Konami in 13 minutes and 3 seconds. Konami was being a bully as usual before Ida finally fought back and just wiped her out with this big lariat right before the 5-minute call. Ida, of course, chopped the shit out of her as well before Konami briefly caught her in the sleeper, even managing to get her on her back, which looked kind of crazy given the height difference. Like, Konami's not that tall, but she's a lot tall. Everybody's a lot taller than Saida, pretty much. So, Ida, though, was able to spin her into a nice slide slam from there. Do you see that picture, by the way, of it was Ida, Saya Kamatani, Oscar, and somebody else. I don't remember who the fourth one is. They were all on this like running show. Like this, basically, it's like and the picture of Saida and Oscar next to each other was so fucking funny.
You could have stacked 3 Saidas on top of each other, and it still wouldn't have reached Oscar's height. It's very funny.
I mean, just her staying next to Saya Kamatani is already kind of funny, but let alone Oscar. Ida very nearly pinned her after she spun her off in that side slam from the sleeper. She very nearly pinned Konami with the bridging pin thing she does, and then immediately caught her running in with a spine buster that left both girls down. Konami escaped the muscle buster and got her sleeper hold back on. And I loved how Ida sold this. She was selling it like, maybe I'm going out, but I'm also really pissed off. Like that was the look on her face. Mm-hmm. She's kind of funny. She's like, I'm going out, but I'm mad about it. That was kind of the face she was making. I loved it. She was able to escape it, though, when Konami took her down to the mat. I do wish the running lariat she hit her with to the back of the head looked a little better for such a big spot in the match. It looked like she grazed her with it more than anything. But we did get another great closing stretch. Ida killed her with a much better running lariat, making up for the last one. That was right after Konami kicked out of a brainbuster at 1. So Ida hits another one, then tries to deadlift her straight up into a third. Unfortunately, she just kind of fell over. But she held on to her and immediately hit another one with a pin anyway, so at least that little botch didn't kill the finish or anything. But yeah, Konami's first loss of the tournament to this point in her 4th match. She finally doesn't get to do a blackface autograph. I can't quite go 4 stars, given little issues at the end, but I still thought it was really good. So I went 3 3/4.
Oh, I went 4 stars flat for this.
Okay.
Partly because it was so emotionally satisfying to see Ida get a win over Konami. This is one of the great things about round robin single tournaments like this is they're just carrying storylines from earlier feuds and running it back a bit. And maybe this time you finally get the satisfaction of seeing one of your favorites beat her hated rival that she couldn't beat earlier for the white belt. This was a great match for running it back and Ida just having that little bit extra that for whatever reason she didn't have in Ryogoku. She had it here, and it was enough to get her over the top. So 4 stars flat on this. Great match. Great match.
Then the main event, and I guess to keep the cage match theme going, that was 7.8 or 7.67. So they were like again, a teensy bit higher than me. They're kind of right in between the two of us.
So are we trying to see which of the two of us are more cage match brain poisoned?
I guess so.
Okay, all right.
I'm
so
higher,
we need
I'm
someone
higher,
to keep track of who's closer.
I'm way above them on this one, so I can tell you that. Momo Watanabe and Saya Kamatani went to a 15-minute draw. So Momo is now 3-1-1 at this point in Blue B, and Saya's 2-0-2. So both girls just charged each other and just started slugging it out as soon as the bell rang. I was frankly a little bit surprised neither of these very evil women that chose to jump each other before that. I kind of thought they were going to, but no, there was honor among thieves on this day, I guess. They ended up on the floor immediately, where they, of course, threw each other into chairs. Momo accidentally kicked the ring post, though, which gave Saya the chance to pull out her chain and just fucking hang her. I'm like, miss, this woman is in your unit. I know you're mad at her or whatever, but like, you're trying to hang her? Seems a little extreme. Momo, though, paid her back by using the bat on her legs from the apron. And these now the honor among thieves is that left the building, I guess. Momo trapped Saya in a tree of woe back in the ring. Saya damn near pulled her hair out from in there. So Momo answered by just casually charging in and soccer ball kicking her in the side of the head. That was fucking sick. Saya tried to fight back with forearms, but Momo just stood there and calmly took them all for putting her down with one single middle kick. Saya came back, though, with a very nice drop kick that knocked Momo to the floor. Then did a springboard body press while just screeching Momo's name. That was kind of funny. She also killed poor Natsuko Tora. It's like, what the fuck did Tora ever do to you, Saya? They do a kind of whatever form exchange back in the ring, which is maybe the first thing of this match I didn't absolutely love. For Momo just started rocking her with middle kicks again. That was much better. Saya fucking crushed her with the standing foot stomp moments later. I think maybe right to the leg or maybe to an even more private area. I don't know. It's hard for me to tell. I even tried to rewind it, but the camera angle we had was did not make it obvious. They go back and forth, rolling each other up before Momo just killed her with the bastard driver for a 2 count. She hit the half Nelson suplex. Saya no-sold it, did her own little kick combo, ended with an enziguri, and that left both girls down. After they both got back up, Momo just suddenly hit her with a spinning uranage of all things, then a diving double knees up the second rope for a 2 count. Saya did the big zombie kip up, though, and cut her off when she tried to go to the back of the top rope and rotted her off there. Then did this enormous running boot in the corner, basically Jake Lee's fucking face break shot, and a suplex combo for a 2 count. Ryogoku and Tora distracted the ref, so Momo can try to use the hate chair on Saya, but Saya was able to cut her off. Momo, though, hit her with the chair after all, broke it over her head for hitting her signature suplex, not the Momoplex. I can't remember the name of it. Like I said Momoplex last week, and that's not it. It's
no, do you mean, what is it? Peach Sunrise?
Peach Sunrise, thank you. Ryogoku...
I might be wrong. I don't...
No, I'm pretty sure that...
She might have changed it to Black Peach.
Yeah, whatever. Something peach. Ryogoku stopped Bar from counting the pin, though. And I couldn't tell whose side this pink-haired woman was on, because I think before that, Ryogoku and Tora distracted the ref so Momo could use the hate chair on Saya. And now Ryogoku's stopping Bar from counting the pin. I'm like, whose side are you on, fucking pink-haired lady? Momo punt kicked her.
I mean, she's just being fair, honestly.
I guess so. She's trying to help them both. Maybe she's trying to get the draw, actually. They will get them both a point, so... Momo punt kicked her, but Saya escaped the suplex again. And then Saya took Barb, so Ryogoku had hit Momo with the black box. I guess Ryogoku was just on her side now. Saya then rotted her, but Momo kicked out. Saya ran her over with another big boot as we were rapidly running out of time. Saya hit the Star Crusher as there was 30 seconds left, but Momo reversed the pin attempt into her own roll-up for 2. Which, again, they do that spot way too much now because it was like that's like the 3rd time I've mentioned it on the show, and who knows if we even got all of them. But time ran out, though, just as Saya hit the Kamigoe on her. I thought this match was sick as fuck. Easily my favorite match of the 5-star to this point. Saya, again, I know some people hate her. I know some people think she sucks in ring or whatever. I think she's not getting nearly enough credit for the in-ring year she's having. I mean, I think she's had some incredibly sick matches this year. When you put the Sayaka match... where she lost the belt to her, the great 8-woman tag at the what's it called show I was at, the conversion where they do all the Saya Tommy lore, or the 5-star matches she's having with Starlight Kid, and there's the fucking match of the year with Starlight Kid she's had, for me at least, my match of the year. So yeah, I mean she's kind of a fucking quiet most outstanding candidate to me at least.
It is so weird that you're now saying Saya Kamatani possibly underrated, and it's like, where has the discourse gone that's even a topic of discussion?
Yeah,
what the hell? She's still excellent.
People got really stupid about her. So
weird.
She doesn't sell. She's a meme wrestler. I'm like, I don't know.
Who are you talking about? Who says these things?
A lot of people on Twitter, buddy. A lot of people.
Okay, well, I'm not on Twitter, and this is reinforcing that I've made the right decision there.
So I could see people taking points off for the stuff for the finish, but I thought this was a great example of a rare example of cheating and light interference actually adding to a match. So, I was 4.5 on this. I thought it was fucking awesome. I'm way higher than the inmates. The inmates are like 7.83, so they're not even at 4 for it. But I thought this was fucking incredible match.
Yeah, I went 4.5 as well. I thought this was fucking incredible. I thought it was one of the best matches of the week, and this week had a lot of incredible matches. Okay, so I find I can't add much to your great description there of what happened. So I kind of want to ask a few meta questions for us to chew on. Number one, in the post-match, it looked like they made up. Do you think that's sincere?
Yes. I think they're not going to do this anymore. I think the breakups angle is over. I think they like the idea of doing this angle and like doing this long storyline with the two of them as friends. The two of them like having a falling out or whatever, and having the title match last year, and then having this little mini falling out. And they like the idea of like they think it's unpredictable. I think not to do an actual breakup. That's my prediction. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just a swerve. They're still going to break up. That was the feeling I got at the end of this. But yeah, I mean, because like I didn't really talk about that part. But after the match, they did the big makeup. Sai offered the handshake first, where Momo slapped her hand away and then hugged her. It was like, what a heartwarming story of two evil bitches rediscovering their friendship for each other in kayfabe, obviously.
Right. I think the reason why I don't entirely buy it is that I think Saya's issues with Momo go so much deeper than just Momo recently screwing up and causing her to lose matches like the tag match against Utami. Because for those of you who are not up on Stardom lore, that's several years old. Queen's Quest lore is becoming increasingly important, Queen's Quest being the unit that both of them were in once upon a time. And Saya Kamatani was the last remaining member of Queen's Quest, as one member after another was peeled off, but it all started with Momo betraying Queen's Quest to join Oedo Tai, which is what would become Hate, right? And that was like the first big betrayal that even in her own autobiography, Saya Kamatani talks about in with more venom than a lot of other actual rivals that she's done shoot headbutts to. Like, if anything, part of the problem with why this match wouldn't be more violent is that they aren't friends. It feels like the roots of why these two will fight more or less forever just run too deep for them to make up this quickly. Also, I think the matchup is just too darn good to leave the two of them as faction mates. It is so much easier to book them as for a big match like the Dome, which I think this is a Dome level match, if they're in separate factions. If they go on ahead and turn Saya Kamatani babyface, or even Momo babyface. Remember last year we were all psyched at the idea of babyface Momo might be coming back. It doesn't look like either is happening just yet. But I personally have not given up hope yet. But also, God, 15 minutes just isn't enough for these two, is it, John?
Yeah.
15 minutes just felt like they skimmed to the top of a much deeper well of possibility. these two could go 30, 40 minutes and keep it at this level. I really believe that. Their match last year for the belt was awesome too. So
Yeah.
I just think that the synergy between the two of them is too good. You've got to sell tickets on
by the
them
way,
again.
the match was. I don't think I liked the match quite as much as you, but the match also fucking put a giant crowd in the Oda Ward after everybody kept saying, "Oh, why are they doing this? The feud sucks. Oh, nobody likes the feud. They're not really doing a story at all." And I'm like, well, it sure sold lots of tickets, guys.
I mean, it's a feud for Stardom heads, but it's not that hard to figure out. what
I mean,
are they talking about with the feud
No,
sucking?
no.
Was this
So
a last year
people,
thing?
Yeah, last year thing. Like some people didn't like.
Okay.
They didn't actually. They're like, oh, nothing actually happened, and they didn't do anything. But it did. I'm like, okay.
I feel like too many. I'm assuming this is an American complaint.
Yeah.
And I feel like too many Americans, they want the booking to be as dramatic as possible. And there's a lot to be said for a long burn that is built on a lot of understated, not in your face feelings, right? And it also makes it more entertaining as an audience because you can't be entirely sure that what you're seeing is actually there, right? So
yeah. All right. So overall, this was easily the fucking best of the Stardom shows we're going to talk about. I mean, blew away the two Sapporo shows we're about to talk about. It's one of my favorite shows of the entire. I think it is my favorite show of the tour so far. So I mean, a main event that great, and a few other matches I really liked. It seemed like a lot of people were lower on it than me, but I thought this show was great. So
no, I'm on the same page as you with that. It was one of the best shows this week as well.
Yeah. I mean, even people who are like normally more into Stardom, not just like the haters, but didn't seem to be as high on this show as I was. But I love this show. So let me get the Blue Stars standings because we're not going to talk about the Blue Stars for the rest of this episode because the Sapporo shows are both Red Stars only. So Blue Stars A right now. Remember the top three advance. Suzuki still sitting here undefeated, 4-0 for 8 points. Uraka and Julia Hart are both 3-1 for 6 points, but Uraka has a direct tiebreaker over Julia. Hanako is 2-2 for 4 points. Aya Sakura, Miyu Amasaki, and Hina are all 2-3 for 4 points. And Rion is 0-5 for 0 points. I've made peace with the fact that fucking Julia Hart is getting through this block. I mean, hopefully she's going out in the first fucking round of the knockouts, but she's definitely... There's like Tony Khan is not going to let her get booked unless she got through the block. So, whatever. Especially with 3 per block. I mean, that's not even me hating on Tony Khan, by the way. I'm not... For people to take that the wrong way. If 3 per block out of a block of 8 got through and I was a promoter loaning out my talent, I would also demand my wrestler get through, probably. I mean, that doesn't really make any sense not to. 3 out of 8 is a lot of people. So, Blue Stars B, Momo Watanabe is leading this block, 3-1-1 for 7 points, but she only has 2 matches remaining. Hanan and Saya Kamatani are... Well, Hanan is 3-1. Saya is 2-0-2. They both have 6 points with 3 matches remaining. I should say, yeah. Starlight Kid is 2-1-1 for 5 points. Ame Story is 2-2 for 4 points. Unamon and Koguma are both 2-3 for 4 points, and Kiko is 0-5. All right, let's go to the. Or anything stand out to you? What do you think's going to happen with these blue blocks?
So I was going to say, do you want to make some guesses based on how we're sitting a little over halfway? Like who's advancing out of each block. So I think we both agree AEW has the pull to get Julia Hart out. So that's annoying.
Julia Hart, Suzu, and then
Suzu's obvious.
Maybe Hanako? She's only 2-2 and with 4 points, but she has 3 matches left.
Where is Aya Sakura in the standings?
She's 2-3, so she would have to win both her matches and get help. So that's why I don't see it. I don't see it for her.
Yeah.
I don't see it for her or Miyu. I think they're both pretty much not going to be it. I think it's going to be. I think it's Suzu, Julia, and either Uraka or Hanako, and I'm praying it's Hanako.
I could see it being Uraka though. It feels like she's been given much bigger wins this time around. Well,
yeah.
So yeah. I'm gonna pick Uraka. I do kind of hope it's Hanako, but honestly, Uraka and Hanako have been about the same for me in terms of performance this 5-star.
Yeah, Uraka's had a good tournament, especially by her standards.
She's been good.
Yeah. Blue B, Hanan for sure, Sawa Kamatani for sure.
Yep, agreed.
Although I believe there's a chance she doesn't get through if they're going to do something with her and Utami instead. But that's probably, but they're probably because Utami's not getting through, as we'll talk about.
Yep.
But I think it's more likely she gets through and like lords it over Utami, like, oh, see, you're still not on my level. So I'm going to say Hanan and Saya for sure as the locks. Then I you know what, Momo probably gets through too, actually.
Yeah, since she's the last year's champion as well.
So that would mean no Starlight Kid. So maybe that's an argument for Saya not getting through. Maybe it's Starlight Kid instead of Saya. But yeah, Ami Sourei probably has no chance, and then the other ones are pretty much out already.
So Kid and Saya.
Yeah, they did a draw.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? Sorry, I'm trying to remember who Saya Kamatani's last match is. Hang on.
Didn't you had that whole doc, didn't you?
I have that whole doc. Hang on. I feel like that would tell us a lot, because if that looks like a potential upset, then
her last match is against Hanan. Yep.
That feels.
Hanan's knocking her out.
That feels very possible, doesn't it?
Yeah. So then Hanan, because the last night Hanan faces Saya, which is going to be your main event probably.
Yeah.
And Ami faces Starlight Kid. So you can have Ami. You have Starlight Kid beat Ami to go to like either 7 or 8 or 9, or even 9 points at that point, and then Hanan and Saya becomes like winners in and losers out, and yeah, Hanan beats her. That could be it. And then Saya and Utami didn't make it. That could be interesting. That could be a thing.
That's crazy, but also it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Saya and Utami need to face each other for anything other than pride right now.
Yeah. So there you go. That could be what's happening.
Also, Hanako versus Ruaka is on the last night, so that might be for who gets through.
That might be for who gets through. Yep, in blue A.
Mm-hmm.
Suzu against Julia Hart, because it still says Brie Priestley.
Is the last, yeah.
That could also be one that decides who gets through. But more likely it decides who gets first, probably.
Yeah, maybe who gets first. God, if they have Julia Hart beat Suzu Suzuki, you can let Julia Hart through without having her beat your champ. Come on, have some dignity. Nice. Ito versus Konami on the last night, also really interesting. So, and this is all stuff that you'll probably be covering in the next pod, but
yeah. The red stuff we'll cover next pod because the red, there's still. Oh no, we can talk about it. Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
When we get to the red
in a bit. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting ahead of us. Let's talk about Sapporo.
Yeah, I was just giving the blue block stuff because we're not going to talk about blue block anymore. So these two shows again were both only red block. So the second of the 3 shows here, as we're already an hour and 45 minutes in. Wow, there's a lot of these.
We have like 7 promotions we're covering this week. We are not going to bed until like 3 a.m.
Stardom 5-star Grand Prix in Sapporo Day 1, Saturday, August 8th, from the Châtelet Gâteau Kingdom Sapporo. Very bad French, I know. 596 people. That place looks awesome. I remember I looked it up last year when they were there. It looks like this cool fucking onsen hotel that looks like a castle or something in Sapporo.
Oh, with a French name, so you know it's fancy.
Yeah, I want to go there. Waka Tsukiyama and Emma Maishima beat Saya Ida and Motoi Hamabe in the non-tournament opener. It was Waka pinning Motoi in 7-17 with the Aussie suplex. Quick little tag opener. Not much to it. 2.5 stars.
Yep, I went 2 3/4. I had a good enough time. Let's move on.
Red Stars A. Tomoka Inaba beat Akira Kuragane in 6:57 with the Tomoka Whirlwind Kick. That moved her to 3-3 for 6 points at this point, while Akira was 0-1 for 1 point. Both girls started out a little hesitant to lock up before Akira suddenly just rolled her up for a 2 count. Tomoka ended up getting Akira in a very tight head scissors, which forced her to get the rope to break. Tomoka, obviously it's a very simple move. She has one of the best head scissors in the business. She, locks those legs of hers over your neck and just squeezes. But she also gave her a super stiff soccer ball kick to the back. That got a 2 count. Akira was such a great underdog that she got people to pop for a simple body slam, but she made it look like such a struggle even just getting that. And then, Tomoka kicks her head off with a pin. Fun little opener, 3 1/4 stars.
Yeah, I also went 3 1/4. I like how aggressive Akira continues to be, even though she's been eliminated at this point. There is, even when there's not meaningful points on the line, though there is for Tomika, she's not eliminated yet, I believe. There is still drama in just watching someone fight for pride like we do here. And I'm just really into like what Akira is doing. It is not the most impressive round robin tournament debut. We'll talk more about impressive debuts of that caliber in like New Japan. But she comes across great here, if only because she just has the vibe of a fucking shark. And even if she's not going to get a lot of wins, still makes for compelling viewing.
The next match was Azumi and Natsuko Tora going to a draw in 9:42, a double DQ. Azumi's now 3-1-1 and Tora's now 2-2-2 at this point in Red Stars A. So Tora came out already holding Azumi in a headlock. The cameras unfortunately had trouble finding them as she proceeded to do the typical hate things to her on the outside. Thankfully not for very long though, because as I'm going to talk about when we get to New Japan, I've really had enough of fucking crowd brawling in my life at this point. But then once they got back in, though, she tossed her right back out. So they did do even more at that point, actually. The two of them ended up fighting over a chair in the ring. Bar ends up calling for a double DQ after he repeatedly got thrown around. Wasn't very good, even before the non-ending. Just kind of a weird match all around. I mean, I guess it wasn't horrible, but it was like 2.5. It was just very average at best. And yeah, I don't know. Just expected more out of these two, especially. I mean, they had a really good match last year, if I remember correctly. Just this was not really good. It was an average match.
You said 2.5 stars for this?
Yeah.
I went 3.5. I enjoyed it.
Oh, okay.
I enjoyed it a fair bit. I like that. I'm trying to read my notes here and interpret them. Because gosh, it's been a week. I have a note here that Azumi's aggressive instincts didn't really serve her well this time. That Natsuko was able to wiggle out of what could have been a loss for her because of that. I don't remember the circumstances though. So sorry, I don't have anything useful to say in defense of this match. We'll have to move on, I guess.
Then we had a tag team match, which was Natsupoi and Suriano beating Sakakura and Ane Kaniya. It was Suri pinning Ane in 8:16 with the German suplex hold. Watching this match, I was just like, how is Poi going to do things like slugging her junior wrestlers in the chest as hard as she possibly can after she retires? Is Shingo going to have to let her aggression out on him? Because it's like she looks like she has about as much fun doing that as any wrestler in Joshi, which is already filled with like bloodthirsty wrestlers. So that is really saying something. Mm-hmm. These Natsu and Suri tags have been they've just gone super hard on pretty much every 5-star show they've been on. Really no exception. Pretty much nonstop actions as these two Cosmic Angels teams beat the shit out of each other for our entertainment. Sari pinned Ane with a typically beautiful German suplex hold. 3.5 stars. Damn good match.
I went even higher, 3.75. I think Cosmic Angels are just great at casually over-delivering in a intra-faction tag match. They're terrific together here.
Well, remember that 6-woman tag match last year, the artist titles? It was like
yes.
Poi Suri and Tam against Sakurara and Unimon, I think.
Yep, the senior Cosmic Angels versus the junior Cosmic Angels. Yep.
Yeah, that match was awesome.
Yep. Similar dynamic here.
Yeah. Maki Ito and Azusa Naba went to a draw in 15 minutes. Time limit draw here in Red B. Maki goes to 2-1-2 for 6 points, and Azusa goes to 1-3-2. First of all, Ito and Azusa. This is the second draw of the night already, by the way, as you may notice. Not the last, though. First, Ito and Azusa did some basic chain wrestling. Then they decided to have a cute off. That was funny. They both were like posing, with their hands over their face or whatever. That was kind of funny. I don't know why I did the sound effects for that. They did some weirdly nonchalant tossing of each other into chairs. Ito just lounging on them after Azusa sent her into them was pretty funny, I thought. Not a lot super interesting that happened in this match. I do like Maki starting to paintbrush Azusa with slaps, only for Azusa to answer back with some pretty hard shots right after that. That was cool. Maki came back with a DDT and then a big running boot up against the ropes. That the running boot did look gnarly. And the end started to get reasonably exciting as the time started to run out. But, then the time ran out. And it's like, Jesus Christ, what is with all these draws lately? Did Hatman come back and not tell anybody? It was fine. Gentlewoman's 3 for me.
Yeah, I also went Gentlewoman's 3 on this. Some pretty funny bits with Azusa trying to out-cute Ito, which is Kusogaki behavior. Otherwise, I just thought the match kind of meandered and petered out. I would like to see them run it back with a definitive ending, please.
Then we had the next match after intermission. This is where this show picked up. And the pre-intermission stuff really wasn't anything special. I thought the last 3 matches were really good though, and kind of saved the show. So we had Rina Yamashita beating Konami in 10:26 with the implant. Rina goes to 3-1-2, and Konami goes to 3-2. So her second straight loss here. Hard hitting, just 2 ladies beating the shit out of each other, which I'm always down for. And if anything, I wish this had gone a little longer, honestly. Yamashita spiked her with the implant and pinned her after the 10-minute call, which was a big surprise to me. I did not think she was winning this. But yeah, 3 3/4, very good match. Just definitely one I enjoyed. And it felt like the show got back on track here.
Yeah, I also went 3 3/4 for this one. I think Rina has shown some range, let's put it that way, during this tournament. And not all of that range has been fully appreciated by Stardom fans, even the sane ones. But when she goes hard, she is toe-to-toe with any of them, really. So I appreciated this. It was also good to see someone finally think to just block the black face spray with their hands. So, quick thinking on her part.
Then we have the next match, which was a 15-minute time limit draw. Maika and Rina went to a 15-minute time limit draw in red A. Maika is now 3-1-1, and Rina is now 2-2-1. Okay, so get this. Maika attacked Rina from behind in the aisleway.
Genuinely shocking. I was taken aback when I saw that.
But yeah, much like the last match, the previous match, this one had an intensity that the entire pre-intermission stuff just did not have. So that was cool. Much more like what we come to expect from this tournament than what most of the pre-intermission stuff was like. Rina gave Maika this crazy arm wringer off the top rope, like over the ropes. That was a little bit after the 10-minute calls. I'm trying to go a little bit faster now. They could have easily broken her arm, to be honest. Like, that was something. They fought out to the floor. Maika hit a big boot on Rina, but Rina came back with a diving double knees off the apron of the floor, which she just crushed her on. Maika, though, immediately hit a backdrop suplex on her. They teased a double count out, which would be... I wrote down this would be some real terrorism after we already got 2 draws. Oh, don't worry. The draw was coming anyway. But yeah, they both made it back in at 19. But yeah, there was still only 2 minutes left at this point. But the whole sequence back in the ring was awesome. The highlight of the match. They traded more blows. They kept no-selling each other. Rina caught Maika trying for the roaring lariat and turned it straight into a judo throw. The crowd went crazy for that too. Then we had... they just ran at each other while both screaming before Rina nearly took her head off with a big boot. But Maika almost killed her with her own running lariat. And then a second spinning one. But yes, it's another damn draw as the time limit ran out not long after that. Very good match. I went 3 3/4. Thought it was a tiny bit better than the previous match. But not quite notebook quality me again. And just the annoyance of a third straight draw might have had a lot to do with it, honestly.
I went 3.5, so a slight step down from you. Partly because this was one of those where it felt like they were meandering towards what I thought would be a finish, but it turns out just a 15-minute draw. Somehow this match ended up feeling longer than it actually was.
Then we had the main event, which was Utami Yashishita beating Lady C in 11 minutes and 8 seconds with the torture rack bomb. Utami goes to 2-2-1, while Lady C falls to 1-5. This was a kind of a weird choice for a main, but I was like, is one of them from here? I don't think so. No,
it's former Queen's Quest teammates again. Queen's
right.
Quest.
That was the reason. That's what I was going to say. But I just thought it was funny. I looked up their hometowns. Like Utami's from Kagoshima, Lady C's from Chiba, which it must suck to be from Chiba. It's like it's like one of the New Jerseys of Japan, like that in Saitama. But at least Saitama can say they have things that are actually called Saitama, like Saitama Super Arena. Everything in Chiba is
Yokohama be the New Jersey of Japan?
No, Yokohama is a gigantic city.
It's a big city, but it's attached to a much bigger city, and it's famously the suburb of the much bigger city.
No. I think Yokohama can stand on its own. Like, because you have the Tokyo metro area is
You're
so
from
gigantic.
New Jersey, though.
Oh no! The Tokyo metro area is so gigantic that you can have multiple things like that. But no, Chiba's a much better New Jersey of Japan because there's no big cities. Just like New Jersey doesn't have any big cities. Like Newark's not that big. And on top of that, everything there is called something Tokyo. Just like everything everything in New Jersey is called something New York.
That's definitely true. All the sports teams also pretend to be from.
Yeah. So Chiba has like Tokyo Disney World, Tokyo Disneyland, actually, I think it is. It has Narita Airport, which is called a Tokyo Airport, despite the fact that it's way out there in Chiba. There's like a Tokyo German village or something. Like a lot of shit that's called Tokyo.
I made the mistake when I was booking the return flight of booking it in Narita and not realizing how fucking far away that was.
It's so much farther than Haneda. Well, you don't know how lucky we have it now that we can even go to Haneda. When I first started going to Japan in 2016, there were almost no American flights because they expanded the international terminal. Basically, it used to be a fake international airport, and that it would get flights from like Korea, South Korea, that's right there. But like it didn't really get that many flights from far away. Now all the New York area flights, except for one, go to Haneda instead of Narita. They used to all go to Narita. So I flew to Narita quite a bunch when I first started traveling there 10 years ago. But now I pretty much never have to unless I really do something weird. But yeah, I mean, because the ANA and JAL flights all go to Haneda, and there's the Newark. I think the American Airlines flights also all go to Haneda. I think United has one Narita still, but the other one's Haneda. So there's really no reason to go to Narita from New York unless you're doing like a weird stopover or something. Because I don't know where you were flying to and from, but.
So I flew into Haneda, but I flew out of Narita.
I know, but like where in New America? Because I know you have to do a stopover.
From Chicago.
Got it. Okay, so I guess Chicago still has some Narita. Yeah. So the main event, like I said, Utami beating Lady C. I was like, where did we get on that? Oh yeah, because Lady C's from the land of Chiba, the fake Tokyo. Utami, she took control right away, as you'd expect. But I liked Lady answering her big shoulder block right back with one of her own, like basically her being like, I'm not going to be a pushover here. I've changed since you last knew me.
Mm-hmm.
She even got the giant swing relatively early, but she couldn't really hold up Utami for very long on it. So it just kind of dropped her. So she just right in the middle and did it again, which I couldn't tell if that was supposed to happen or not, but even if it wasn't, it worked for the match. But because this time she's able to get 10 rotations. Utami's, she's heavy on this when it comes to Stardom wrestlers. She's not a small woman. So that was, I'm just looking up her body weight. She's 72 kilos, so it's pretty, like 160 pounds, pretty on the heavy side for a Joshi wrestler. But yeah, this was oh god, did I close it? No, I didn't. Sorry. But yeah, so she got the giant spring on her, got the 10 rotations. Everything in this match had a lot of snap to it. Mm-hmm. From the great big boot Lady did to Utami against the ropes. By the way, I was not calling Utami fat like Hatman was before somebody tells me I was doing that. Just telling you her actual weight is a little bit heavy. The woman does not look fat. So Rossi loves two things: calling women fat and being berated by women. That's his thing. Because being berated by women who don't work for his company, especially. Those are his two favorite things. So, because you see who Nagi Saika did it again too at the Mario Oda Award show.
No,
like every single. I had a tweet that actually kind of got retweeted by this big account. So I was worried it was going to get me way more hate, but nobody seemed to care. But it seems like my tweet was something like every independent Joshi wrestler within like a 50-mile radius of any Marigold show gets pulled in like it has a gravitational pull to come in the building and go, Mari Gold, more like Mari Garbage, am I right? Because they all do it. They all show up to bury this fucking company. Like, Jesus Christ.
And when Suri and Chi-Chi do it, well, you could say that's part of their gimmick, wherever they go. But when Unagi does it, that's not part of her gimmick. That comes across as she's just speaking from the heart.
Yeah. I think she said something like, oh, you let a big fish get away, didn't you, Rossi? Which I was like, damn. Well, and we assume he meant Utami, but, you know. There's other ones she could have meant somebody else, too. She could have meant Mirai. I mean, she could have meant...
but that was quite a while ago, so it feels like it's Utami. I feel like Utami also is much more established within the industry than Mirai is.
I'm sure she meant... I was just making a joke about how many people they've lost.
Sure.
Because they've lost some other ones, too. I'm not even, like, you know...
So they lost Julia to start. They've lost a bunch of rookies who trained but couldn't hang.
Bozella.
We'll talk all about it because we do still have Marigold on the schedule. So
yeah. But yeah, so Utami, everything in this match, like I said, had a lot of snap to it. Great big boot lady did to Utami against the ropes. Utami just rocked her at all sorts of strikes of her own. Just great snap. Lady just planted her at one point with a choke slam. That earned her a very close near fall. She had another big boot after kicking out at one for something. I didn't write it down fast enough. I didn't feel like rewinding, apparently. But Utami came back with 2 straight German suplexes that both dropped her out of her head. Even after Lady no sold the first one and hit this huge lariat for a 2 count. Utami then hit a big delayed German just after the 10-minute call, but Lady was able to kick out once again. But she really had nothing left at this point. She kind of grabbed onto Utami's ankle. So Utami lifted her up and killed her another lariat for hitting the spinning Argentine drop, the spinning torture rack bomb, the very decisive pin. I thought this was awesome. I thought it was easily match of the night. Lady got just enough hope spots to look competent, but it was still very obvious that Utami's on another level entirely, which is both how it should be and also a very tough match to make this good. Mm-hmm. I was 4 stars on this. I seem to be higher than everybody on it because cage match again was like 6.63. And like cage match was pretty close to me on the last 2. But I guess the cage match thinks I'm out to lunch on this one, I guess. But I thought it was awesome. So
yeah.
They're actually higher than me on this.
I'm closer to you than I am to cage match on this. I went 3 3/4. You touched everything I wanted to say. You touched on everything I wanted to say. This was Lady C showing how much she has developed since Utami has been gone. And this is also Utami asserting herself and being the boss that she is and winning quite convincingly. It was still highly entertaining, even if the result wasn't really in doubt. Again, these are both such great pros. Utami is so good at selling. I feel like that's just an element of her game we're really growing to appreciate collectively during this 5-star, partly because she's been losing a lot more than I expected. But also, it's just lovely that this also ended with Lady C. Once again, we end a Stardom show that's main evented Utami, and the person who was wrestling her like has a tearful, I'm so glad you're back, which is still good to see. I never get tired of it.
But yeah, show ended better than it started for sure. It's a pretty lackluster undercard, especially by 5-star standards this year. But the last few matches really good, so whatever. That wasn't a total disaster.
No, it was fine.
Saturday show. This show was like the exact opposite of the Friday show, or the Sunday show, I should say. Exact opposite of the Saturday show, where it started out better and then kind of petered off. But this is also from Sapporo. 760 people. I didn't talk about the attendance. So of the first night did 592, which was up from 455 last year for the first night. The second night did 716, which was up even more from the second night last year. Second night only did 407 last year, so this is up over 300 fans. So yeah, the 2 Sapporo shows were up 446 total. So pretty fucking good showing here from Stardom year over year. This show, and they call that Full House, by the way. So I don't think it was quite super no vacancy, but it was pretty close, I guess. Opener was Natsuko Tora beating Sayaka Kurara in 7:28 with a Swanton Bomb. Tora goes to 3-2-2, and Sayaka meanwhile goes to 2-5. They're both done. So that's it for them because it's 7 matches. So Sayaka ends this one on a huge losing streak, which is interesting booking. Have to see where it goes from here. Crowd actually started chanting for Tora after she whipped Kura into the chairs early, which was weird. Don't hear Tora get chanted for very often. Tora got Kura in a choke sleeper, which is, I guess, is a real "that's what I've been doing to people" moment for her, because she obviously always does that to everybody else. She did make the ropes, though. Tora missed the swanton off the top the first time she tried it. Kura immediately flipped forward into a pin attempt for a near fall. Very cool little spot there. But Tora just stuffs her on her first attempt with the Tokimeki spear. But Sayaka came back with a sort of spear in the corner instead, then bounced off the ropes for more momentum and got it right on again on the second try with a huge spear, but Tora kicked out. Tora, though, was able to come back with a huge lariat after blocking Kurara's attempt at the Tokimeki arrow. Then hit her with a swanton on the second try for the pin, which ended Kurara's disastrous losing streak at the end. So yeah, this had more energy than the entire first half of the Sapporo card last night, I think, especially the tournament matches, I should say. And yeah, this was 3.5, good match. I wish it gotten more time, if anything. While I'm ranting about people who are stupid with Stardom opinions, how the fuck do people still think Sayaka Kurara sucks? I don't understand it. Like, does no one ever update their takes? It's like, I never thought she sucked either to begin with, so I'm not one of those people, but she's so much better than she was even like a year ago now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, she is.
I don't really
She's
a really good wrestler. She's a really good wrestler.
She is getting better. I think that her matches have actually been a cut above most of the other wrestlers, partly because they've been so short and focused, like this one was. And yes, she's been losing a lot, and it feels a little weird coming directly off of a red belt run that she is losing like this already. But I actually really like that booking decision because it is kind of enforcing that these tournaments are grueling, and it is one thing to like win the belt in one match and maybe defend it once. It is another to have to go in night after night and beat some of the other best talent in the world in a very restrictive time limit.
Yeah.
But again, so that's at a high level, that's the booking decision that I appreciate. The match structure, I think, for her is even better. The thing that sticks with me about this match actually is just how brutal Natsuko's sentons look on Kurara, and I think that's just because like she's so much bigger than Kurara. Kurara is so thin, so it looks like she flattens her like a pancake when she hits her on something as standard as a senton. It is not a surprising result in the context of the match for Kurara to lose. It just felt like Natsuko was the more powerful wrestler here. I agree with you, though. It was a little weird that she was cheered for. I feel like it was an element of the audience was just down to cheer for whatever. So when Natsuko like kind of stood on the chairs and went, "Yeah, ain't I a shithead?" Everyone was like, "Yeah,"
yeah.
Which was not the reaction I think she was looking for. But you just roll with what you get.
But yeah, what I was going to say about so Sayaka, she has it. So her tournament's over. So I can give her final average starting this tournament is 3.68, which is kind of crazy when you keep in mind that she had a lot of really short matches.
Yep.
So
no main events, right?
Enough.
No, one main event at her home show, but otherwise usually much lower on the card.
Yeah. So I thought she had a great fucking tournament, you know, for someone given so little to work with sometimes time-wise, especially. So my third highest in the block as of now, behind only Rina and Azumi, which is not two wrestlers you need to be ashamed of being behind by average star rating. So but you can still end up ahead of them because they both still have. Well, they're actually no, their last match is against each other, which is going to raise their average if anything. But speaking of Azumi, that's the next match in Red A. She beat Akira Kuragane in 7:39 of the numero uno. So at this point, now as we talk, Azumi is 4-1-1 for 9 points, and Akira is 0-5-1 for 1 point. So Akira attacked Azumi for the bell, gave her this huge running dropkick against the ropes. The match started off hot again. Azumi, of course, casually shrugged her off and delivered a huge soccer ball kick to the back. Then did a second time after the crowd asked her to for delivering a running PK. You know, they're chanting "MOTYC, MOTYC." I love it when Azumi like starts almost like dancing to the chant, which is always funny. But yeah, she delivers a running PK and a standing double stomp, I guess just to be a dick. The crowd didn't ask for that, but she was just like, I'll do that too. Akira got a crossface on. Azumi reversed it into the arm stretch she does. Again, really looking like she's tearing this poor girl's shoulder out of the socket before Akira mercifully gets the rope break. Again, this is such a more fiery match than anything we got in the first half the prior night. So Akira managed to counter the Azumi Sushi with her own roll up. That got her like a 2.9 count. Suzume fucking kicks her upside the head hard, literally walks over her, hits a top rope double stomp, but Akira somehow kicks out. Akira nearly cradles her again, then fucking kills Azumi with a running knee to the face for getting a half-hatch suplex for another 2 count. She ducks a roundhouse kick from Azumi, very nearly schoolgirls her again, only for Azumi to take her back down to the mat and get her arm stretched, the numero uno, locks back in again, this time pulling back on it extra hard for the tap. 4 stars for 7.5 minute match. I don't give a fuck. Once again on John Island compared to the fucking 6.6 a cage match gave this, but the inmates are wrong and I'm right. This match was awesome.
No, you're right. I also gave it 4 stars.
There you go. See, we both don't have inmate brain. Inmate brain is like, this match only went 7.5 minutes, so it can't be higher than 6.6.
Did I give my score for the last match too?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I gave that 4 stars flat as well. This show started real hot, if you ask me. So yeah, this is another match where it benefited from just clarity of purpose. In this case, Akira learning, don't attack Azumi before the bell. You will suffer for that. It was a lot of fun just watching Akira have to struggle from some really smothering offense from Azumi. And obviously it didn't work out for her, but what hope spots she's had felt so good to watch. Again, I'm really high on what a future for Akira in big singles matches is going to look like.
Then Natsupoi and Suriano beat Lady C and Waka Tsukiyama. Natsupoi pinned Waka in 10:45 with the Ferial Gift. Shiori first starts counting on the apron while Poi was getting giant swung by Lady C, which was fucking funny. And then she fucking celebrates for Waka doing her stupid butt attacks to Poi too. Mm-hmm. What is wrong with her today? Mm-hmm. It was very... but yes, for a tag match with Waka in it, this was pretty fun. 3.25.
Excuse me, it was great. Partly because of that, Waka. What are you talking about? This was very much another long retirement road match. So that means that Natsupoi has to get Giant Swan as long as possible, which I think the ultimate count was what? Almost 24, 25?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. And they even did a butt count for how often Waka hit her with her butt. So how could I give this anything less than 3.5 stars? It had a butt count in it, John.
The butt count? It was like 40 something? Yeah. You didn't get the butt count number?
No, but I saw that they announced it.
Yeah, I think it was 40 something, I think. But I could be wrong. Then we had Maika beating Itsuki Aoki in 11 minutes and 40 seconds with the Rich Clutch Michinoku Driver 2. Easy for me to say. Aoki goes to 4-3. That's her ends her tournament actually, and Maika is 4-1-1 for 9 points. So that's Maika's. Oh no, sorry, Maika beat Aoki. So Maika went to 4-1-1, and Aoki's 4-3. Anyway, oh no, did I skip a match? I did skip a match. I scrolled right past it. Okay.
I wondered if I had Konami versus Azusa on too early.
Konami beat Azusa Inaba in Red B 8 minutes and 40 seconds with the Triangle Lancer. So Konami went to 4-2, and Azusa went to 1-4-2. So hate members being huge assholes to each other was one of my favorite genres of matches in the 5-star. And boy, were these two being huge assholes to each other. Azusa, her strategy of loudly announcing she's about to hit her own finisher, the Anagoe, like she's a Pokemon or something, makes it very hard to be surprised when someone simply moves, which is what Konami did here. And then Konami dropped her with a big German suplex. But yeah, Konami tapped her out not long after that. I don't have a ton of notes on this. I guess I wasn't that into it, but it was still a good match. 3.5.
Yeah, I was lower than that. I went 3 stars flat. I don't really have a lot to say about it beyond I get increasingly witchy vibes from Konami. I had struggled to figure out what does she remind me of. Oh, she's an evil witch who also spray paints people. Best part of the match, by the way, was the post match actually. Yeah, where Azusa like honorably spray paints herself.
Yeah, so like she's basically like she does seppuku.
Yeah,
she's
she
like,
does seppuku.
She's like, okay, I've you beat me here. Don't fucking think you're not going to do the face paint shit to me. Here's the face paint, bitch. Get it over with. That was great. Like she handed her.
It wasn't like resentful. It was like resigned.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true. Resigned. She handed her the can and just like sat down. Was like, go ahead. And Konami was laughing the whole time, and they did hug afterwards. That was cute. So yeah, Konami. Not the next match. Maika beat Aoki 11:40. This was a good hard hitting match, especially the lariats they kept throwing, trying to go faster down. But Maika, she seemed surprised when Aoki kicked out the first Michinoku driver, but she got the pin not long after with a second one. 3.5 stars. Not a good match. Not another one that didn't blow me away or anything, but it was good.
Yeah, 3.25. It was getting tough to find things to talk about with some of these matches.
Yeah, this whole show became night of the 3.5 for me. I think I gave 3.5 like almost every other match, but we're going to get to. Just a lot of good matches that I didn't have a lot of strong feelings about. The next match, we did not need another fucking draw. Red Stars B went to a 15-minute draw to the one before, went to the three of them on the night before, went to 3 draws and 2 at Korakuen. I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys.
This was probably the most egregious of all of them, though.
What do you mean by egregious?
I'll explain when we talk about the match.
But yeah, so they're both 9 points now. 4-1-1 for Ida, 3-1-3 for Yamashita. So the what's it called? The freelancers all finished up this weekend, and including the 2 from JTO. So, they start by exchanging some very hard chops and slaps to the chest. Also did some squats for some reason. That led to the 2 of them chopping each other on the floor as well.
What, John? You've never squatted to work away the pain of getting chopped really hard?
No. I guess
you should try it sometime.
Then they were standing on top of chairs up the aisle. To be honest, this starts to drag for me after a while, and I'm sure it was quite fun to be live for, but like the chopping outside kind of went on forever. They even started doing it behind the giant 5-star curtains. I'm like, well, we can't see you. Like, what are you doing? The whole closing stretch of the match.
It'd be so funny if they were like slapping their thighs the entire time while they were behind the banner just to give each other a break.
They were not behind the banner very long, but that was funny. The whole closing stretch of the match, once they got back in the ring and started beating each other's asses with lariats and such, was really good, though. It made up for some of the weakness that dragged. And the crowd was super hot for it, too. But yeah, it did become a little too obvious for me that this was going the distance. And I did not need yet another draw for last night, but I thought it was good enough to go 3.5 at least. That's what I did.
Okay. I went 3 flat, so... and the reason why I thought it was the most egregious tie was because just how much of it felt like filler just to chop each other. Like they didn't really have a plan for how to make the match interesting. It was primarily just, let's just hit each other in the rain, outside the rain, go back in the rain, maybe do things that aren't chops for a little bit, but go back to chopping for a bit. It was not terribly interesting. I love a match with an excessive number of chops, don't get me wrong. But this ain't it.
Then we had Rina defeating Tomoka Inaba in 5 minutes and 10 seconds with the Pink Devil. So Rina goes to 3-2-1, and Tomoka drops to 3-4 to end her tournament. Tomoka hit her with a pair of running axe kicks right at the opening bell, then almost murdered her with a spin kick while she was kneeling. Rina, though, used her whip to cut her off, with the ref distracted, of course. But they just kept throwing bombs at each other, keeping up a sick pace. I guess I should have seen the finish that was going to go really short coming, given the sick pace they were going. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Tomoka ate this enormous boot to the face from Rina, followed by the Pink Devil, and the match ends in just 5 minutes. It was interesting they did that second from the top. I mean, it was unpredictable, but I really these 2 were off to a great start, so I wanted them to go longer. So I went 3.5. Even a few more minutes at this pace would have been really, really good, but I just can't go, couldn't go any higher.
I did go higher. I went 3 3/4 for this one. Okay. I think because it was, again, another example of the kind of match I love to see in a tournament where it ends sooner than you think, but it makes sense that it ended so quickly.
I think I was just too bummed or something that it ended that fast. But
yeah, no, I get that. In my head, what that just means is they have plenty in the tank for the next time they're going to face each other. But
Yeah.
sometimes you have to keep people engaged and end things suddenly, but in a way that goes, oh yeah, actually, I guess that makes sense. So this was a picture perfect example of that.
Main event, Maki Ito beat Utami Yashishita and Red Stars B in 13 minutes and 5 seconds with the Ito Royal. That moved, or Ito Royale, I think it is actually. That moved Ito to 3-1-2 and dropped Utami to 2-3-1. So I think she's basically out. I mean, she's going to get to 7 points. Yeah, she's out. I mean, there's already 4 people above 7 points. This was I don't know, for a while I thought it was kind of boring. I was such an Ito apologist entering this 5-star, and I didn't really think she'd had that good of a tournament. But to be fair, I guess long round robin tournament is exactly playing to her strengths as a performer either. So, but
She's had great singles tournament performances though. So
yeah, but those are single eliminations. It's a little different.
Yeah, true. And you're right. It is a little different.
To be fair though, this match did pick up for me eventually. So she did this really cool stunner counter. Where like she basically did or a counter stunner, I guess it was like she did a stunner in midair when Utami had her like in a wheelbarrow, I think, and Utami took a great flying bump for it, like a huge flying bump, which helped. Unfortunately, she followed it up with a super weak looking double stomp, which wasn't good. But Utami fucking killed her with a forearm to the side of the head, and when Maki flipped her off all defiantly, Utami just slapped her hard across the face after that. Maki tried some flash pins. Utami kept blocking them. And she blocked one of them with like this huge deadlift suplex, which looked awesome. And the match was really, really, I was getting into it finally now. She then went for the crucifix bomb, but Maki slipped out and got her backslide thing for the somewhat shocking pin, which eliminated Utami, which I think people were very shocked by. This got good enough at the end for me to go 3.5 again. So night of the 3.5 for me on the show, but just not, still a bit of an underwhelming main when it's only 3.5. So.
Yeah, it's weird to say 3.5 underwhelming and sometimes, and then 3.5 that was pretty good. This was 3.5 underwhelming. It is such a fever dream that this match happened at all. By the way, it feels so weird to watch, and I never got over it.
Okay, so 2 things. First of all, last fall this would have been Mari Gold's Utami Yashishita versus Tokyo Joshi's Maki Ito, which is kind of funny.
Yep.
I guess she left Tokyo Joshi.
Well, she had left, already. Yeah. But yeah, I know what you mean.
The other thing is, if you remember when Maki Ito first left Tokyo Joshi, people thought she was going to Mari Gold, so the match could have happened there. And then Hatman shot it down after the Ryogoku show in October because I guess too many people were speculating about it. Where he was just suddenly like, "We're not signing Maki Ito, by the way," like unprompted. Like wasn't asked that by the press or anything. He just said that unprompted because I guess he was tired of people speculating it. And the way he said it like so bitterly made me think he actually tried to sign her and Stardom just outbid him. But that's just my speculation, obviously.
Could be. I get the sense that it's more like he's an Ito hater. That he's one of those who's like, oh, she's not a serious wrestler.
Yeah, that could be true too.
That's the vibe I get.
That'd be pretty rich from the man who employs Megaton.
Megaton, I know. Yeah, what are you saying that Ito haters are consistent? That any Stardom haters are consistent? Heck, that any hating is consistent.
That's true.
Hating is something you just feel with your soul.
That is very true.
But yeah, otherwise, this is a match where I didn't have a lot to say because it felt like they struggled to find any synergy at all. And even at the end, I thought it was a little underwhelming how Maki Ito won. Like, it wasn't really a convincing win. It felt like Utami showed up with a cold, and Ito got lucky. It didn't feel like she was the better fighter in the ring. So I was also slightly annoyed at that. I was hoping to be like a more robust Ito defender for her performance this tournament, but I'm with you in that it has been underwhelming.
And there's your show. All right, let me give the Red Stars standings here. In A, Maika and Azumi are both 4-1-1 for 9 points. Maika has a direct win tiebreaker over Azumi, so she's in first right now, and Azumi's in second. Itsuka Aoki and Natsuko Tora both have 8 points. I don't remember. Do you remember which one is the first tiebreaker? Is it direct win or is it just number of wins overall?
I don't remember either what the
Well,
tiebreakers are.
Aoki would have either tiebreaker because she has a direct win over Tora, and she also has 4 wins, and Tora only has 3. Because Aoki's 4-3 for 8 points, Tora's 3-2-2. They're both done. They both can't get any more points. Rina is 3-2-1 for 7 points, so she still can get more points. She has 6 points, or she has 6. She's wrestled 6 matches. I mean, so she has 7 points, 6 matches. And then we have all 3 of these wrestlers are out. Tomoka Inaba is 3-4 for 6 points. Sayaka Kura is 2-5 for 4 points, and Akira Kuragane, even though she has 1 match left, is 0-5-1 for 1 point. I think the red A looks pretty obvious to me because the last night, Azumi is facing Rina.
Mm-hmm.
I think that match will be like Azumi will already be in, and Rina will upset her to keep her from finishing first and also get through.
Okay, I buy it.
Because yeah, Micah has Akira, which actually no, well, I don't know then because Micah has Akira, so if Micah wins that, she'll already have 11 points and she'll have the direct tiebreaker over Azumi. So maybe that's wrong then. Maybe Rena's actually eliminating Azumi, which would suck, but because then Azumi had nothing to play for. I don't know.
I don't have the standings in front of me. Sorry, where's Micah?
Oh wait, no, Azumi can't actually be eliminated. Oh no, actually she can if Rina. Okay. No, she can't because no one else can get above because Aoki and Tora are both done. So Micah and Azumi are through because Aoki and Tora both have 8 points and they're done. They can't earn any more points. The only person who can still get through is Rina. I believe Tora's done too because Aoki has a tiebreaker on her and they're both done. They're both at 8 points. So the only thing left to decide in red A is will Micah or Azumi get through? They're both at 9 points. Or will Micah or Azumi get first? I mean, on the bye.
Okay.
And they're both at 9 points. But the weird thing is Micah has the tiebreaker over Azumi anyway. Where you'd think if Rina's going to upset Azumi and get through, you'd have Micah beat. Unless you're going to have Micah lose to Akira Kuragane, which I don't think you're going to. Once Micah beats Akira, that'll be like, Azumi wouldn't have a chance to win the block anyway. So yeah, it's just kind of weird the way they did this. But anyway, but yeah, Tora's gone because Tora can't get past Aoki and she loses both tiebreakers to her. Aoki and Rina are the only 2 people that can finish in the top 3 besides Zumi and Micah who are already through. So do you follow me now?
Kind of. I'm also trying to find a visual aid here for what the current standings are because it is very difficult to follow when it's just described to you, Okay,
it's Micah, Azumi, 9 points. Aoki, Tora, 8 points, but they're done. They don't have any more matches left.
Gotcha.
Rina, 7 points. And
Okay.
then 6-4-1, the other ones are all done. So yeah, Rina can get through if Rina beats Azumi, which I think is what's going to happen because she'll get her win back from last year in the semifinals. And then Micah or Azumi are both through already. If Rina loses to Azumi, then it's Aoki would go through because she has 8 points, just like Tora, but she has the tiebreaker on Tora, and they're both done. They both already wrestled all 7 matches.
Got it.
Red B, Saya Ida and Rina Yamashita are both 9 points, but Saya Ida's in first because she has 4 wins. And I think she also did she beat her in their match? Oh no, that went to a draw on this show. Duh. But yeah, Saya would have the tiebreaker because she has 4 wins and Rina has 3. But they both have 9 points. And on top of that, Rina Yamashita is done. She can't get any more points. So yeah, it's going to be... So I believe... Yeah, so Saya Ida should be through then. Because Konami and Maki Ito both have 8 points. They both have 1 match left. They can both get to 10. And if that happened... they're facing each other. No, so
they're facing each other on the last night too.
Yeah. So... Is Yamashita through too then? I think unless you get a really wacky scenario where Konami and Ito both they draw, end up at 9 points, and then you have a 3-way tie that would need one of those.
Well,
they've done it before.
Here's a wild card. May Sierra has 3 games in hand.
Oh, she has to wrestle 3 matches still. That's right.
Yes. So
okay. So if she wins all 3 of those, she would be at 9.
And her last match is against Utami.
Huh.
So I think it's possible she slips in.
Yeah, this is a weird block.
It is, yeah.
So I don't think anyone's through yet because you have all sorts of weird tiebreaker scenarios. Like I think Ida and Yamashita are guaranteed, I think, to at least get to a weird tiebreaker scenario because unless it's like a 2-way tie and then I guess Ida would just win it. So I think Ida's guaranteed to get to at least a tiebreaker scenario. Maybe Yamashita too, because Konami and Ito face each other. But yeah, I think Ida is at least guaranteed, and maybe Yamashita too, to get to a weird tiebreaker scenario. So, but yeah, there's the red B standing. So yeah, Konami 4-2, 8 points. Maki Ito 3-1-2, 8 points. Utami 2-3-1 for 5 points. She's out. She can only get to 7. Azusi Naba 1-4-2. She's already done with 4 points. Mei Sierra 1-2-1 for 3 points. I don't know why the fuck she's only wrestled 4 matches. It's so weird. But yeah, she's gonna have a chance to get to 9 points. And Lady C 1-5 for 2 points. She's obviously done. 3 shows coming up this next week. Oh, do you have any predictions? I guess I have no idea what's happening. Rugby, it's too weird.
Well, red is a little weird, but yeah, I'm gonna say that who's going through is gonna be Konami and May and Ida.
Okay. So there's 3 shows in the next week before we come back on here. They're the last 3 block shows. So the first 2 are mostly B, except they have that one weird Mei Sierra match, so she has to make up all her matches that I don't know what the fuck she was doing. Kobe Senbo Hall, August 14th. So that's this coming Thursday, or this coming Friday, excuse me. So it's mostly blue again. So in blue B, it's Hanan versus Momo Watanabe, Unimon versus Saya Kamatani, Ame Sore versus who was the other qualifier?
Kikyo.
Kikyo, thank you. Ame Sore, because you put down qualifier slot blue.
Because we didn't know at the time, yeah.
Yeah. Ame Sore versus Kikyo Furusawa, and Starlight Kid versus Koguma. Blue A, Aya Sakura versus Suzuki. Hell yeah for that. Hina versus Raka. Miyu Amasaki versus B Priestley, and Hanako versus Rion. I'm sorry, Miyu Amasaki versus God. I wish it was Miyu Amasaki for B Priestley. It's Miyu Amasaki versus Julia Hart, and Hanako versus Rion. And then the one red B match is Lady C versus Mei Sierra. That could be really good. Remember they had like a high speed match last year that was good, didn't they? Am I remembering this wrong? Maybe it wasn't Lady C.
Oh, I don't remember, but that feels plausible. I think the thing is, I'm looking at the match card on the Stardom website. I think it's in match order.
I don't think it is. I think it's block order.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have a high speed. I think Lady C was doing like a bunch of these high speed 5-ways and shit, where I thought they were building to her getting a title challenge, but she never did actually. So
I don't know. Hanan versus Momo sounds like a very plausible main event to me.
Well, it's just isn't it just like one red B and then a whole bunch of the
yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. It is in order of Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's some cool stuff on this card. I mean, Aya Sakura versus Suzu, that sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Unimon versus Saya could be really good. Hanan versus Momo could be really good. So definitely some cool stuff on this show. And Lady C versus Mei Sierra, the way Lady C's been, could be really good. The next night, Saturday in KBS Hall in Kyoto, again, mostly blue, besides the one red B match. Blue B, Hanan versus Unimon. Ami Sore versus Saya Kamatani. I'm down for that. Starlight Kid versus Kikyo. Koguma versus Momo Watanabe. Blue A, Aya Sakura versus Rion. Hina versus Miyu Amasaki. That could be really good. Suzuki versus Raka. And Hanako versus Julia Hart. The one red B match is a big one. Saya Ida versus Mei Sierra. That should be awesome. So yeah, not quite as good a card as Kobe, but still a good card. And then the Sunday show in Hamamatsu is all the blocks. It's the last show of the tour. So we talked about some of these matches already a little bit, but this card is loaded, especially for a show in Hamamatsu. Hanan versus Saya Kamatani. Ami Sore versus Starlight Kid. Those 2 matches already sound great. Suzuki versus Julia Hart. That does not sound great. And Hanako versus Raka doesn't really sound great either in Blue A. The first 2 are Blue B. These 2 are Blue A. Red B, Mei Sierra versus Tami Yashishita. That should be great. Maki Ito versus Konami. That could be good.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have the big one in Red A. Not Maika versus Akira, but that should be really good too. But Azumi versus Rina, the rematch of one of my favorite matches of the year last year from the 5-star semis. So, yeah, big card in Hamamatsu. So that's your 3 shows coming up next week on the old 5-star. So we'll talk about them next week, obviously. All right, let's go to New Japan. We'll have to be a little bit quicker. Now, this first show especially, I'll be pretty quick because I wrote a big, long written review of this Korakuen. So I'm not going to do the movie recaps. You can get all the movie recaps you want in written form. So just go to voicewrestling.com and you can read my big, detailed reviews of this entire show. So definitely, I'll link it in the show notes too. Why not? So check out my written review. I do work pretty hard on it. I'm probably going to do at least 1 or 2 more written reviews next week too, because one of the people usually does them. Neil David is not available or something. So I agreed to fill in basically.
This episode sponsored by Eureka Ergonomic. Here's something nobody talks about when designing a home office. Why is it so easy to find a beautiful sofa, but so hard to find a desk chair that doesn't look like it came from a corporate office? Most office chairs look like they belong in a sad cubicle, not in a thoughtfully designed home. They're bulky, overly technical, and can completely throw off the look of the room. That's why I like Eureka Ergonomic. Their leather office chairs reimagine what executive seating can look like, with a modern furniture-inspired design, clean silhouettes, premium leather finishes, and a refined aesthetic that actually elevates the room. So instead of feeling like a random office chair you dragged into your home, it feels like a piece that belongs with the rest of your furniture. Eureka Ergonomic. Finally, an office chair that works hard and looks like it belongs. Visit eurekaergonomic.com now to find a chair that finally fits your space and your workday. That's Eureka, EUREKA, ergonomic, ERGONOMIC.com.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, all backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
But yeah, this was from Korakuen Hall, Thursday, August 6th at Korakuen, as I just said. A big crowd of 1,494. Very slightly down from last year's A Block Korakuen, which was 1,509 for the Tsuji Finley main, but you're talking 15 people, so it's not really worth analyzing or anything. This show caused a lot of discourse, I will say. You know what I'm talking about, huh?
I know. Well, it depends. I mostly followed how the Super J-Cast Discord talked about it, which was fascinating.
Well, I was talking. You didn't hear about Joe Lanza's audio?
Oh, okay. I think I indirectly did because Joel and Damon, I think, obliquely referenced it as part of their daily audio for the G1.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing he didn't like. I guess Joe Lanza didn't like Tsuji versus Bolton.
No. So we really don't know what Joe Lanza thought of Tsuji Bolton because he started the review by going completely insane, which I say with love, Joe. If he happens to listen to this, but I don't think he's a regular listener or anything. I could be wrong. But he went insane about the Jake Lee Great Okan 1 minute and 47-second match.
Really?
And he was so mad about that, and also, I guess, Sonata Judo Ice, that he basically said, the last 2 matches, Shingo Takeshita and, I can't do a Joe Lanza voice, Shingo Takeshita and Tsuji and Bolton were both awesome matches. He did say something like he didn't quite think Tsuji Bolton was the match of the tournament, like some people are saying, but he did say it was really an incredible match or something. He said that, but he's like, he refused to give any more details to talk about them because he was so mad at them for the other 2 matches. He was like, fuck New Japan, I'm not talking about them because of that.
Because of Jake
So-
Lee versus Great Okan? Wow. Okay,
Uh-huh.
So it has been interesting, I guess is the word I would use, watching Great Okan discussions specifically develop over this G1, because it feels like he is working on a directive now that he is doing a storyline of the really, really cheating heel, and it feels like people are projecting a additional layer of narrative that may or may not be present in the wrestling itself. Basically, that he's mad Kadani is no longer in charge of New Japan, and he is deciding to just be lazy and not work any good matches.
Well, because Yota Tsuji kind of called him out for it.
And Yota Tsuji called him out on it recently too, so it feels like they're leaning into it, if anything.
That did not look like a work to me, though. I don't think that's a work shoot, because the way he would look so. If that's a work, he deserves the fucking Academy Award.
No, I think it's sincere. I think his critique is sincere too.
Yeah.
I think what gets me is how much people are getting worked up for just some really average heel heat segments we've seen hundreds of thousands of times.
I don't know.
How is this offensive to anyone?
I don't know. I think he's been pretty awful. It's not even just that, like, it's not even just like the heel heat. It's that it's very boring heel heat, and it's not a lot of nights. It's not getting a reaction at all. And, I don't know, like, I'd rather watch a million House of Torture Evil matches before I watch some of these fucking Great Okan matches again. I do think he's been pretty awful. I mean, it feels like a guy popping himself more than anything. Like when he's there, like, tripping people and going, ha, 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 and it never gets a reaction. The crowd never boos it. The crowd never fucking does anything. They're just like, yep, you did that. All right. Like, they never seem to give a shit. So I just think it's very, I don't know. I'm not into it. I'm very against. I think he's been dog shit, like people are saying, to be honest. So
okay, are you in are you with the people who are like, we would rather have Chase Owens or
no, not Chase Owens. Chase Owens, no. Who's the other one you're gonna say?
Tongaloa.
No.
Yeah.
But you just named like two of the worst wrestlers of this era, so that's
that I think is why I'm getting annoyed at the level of discourse that I'm seeing around GOK. Like, I don't think it's crazy to look at this and go, this is awful. But when you start going, I'd rather have Chase Owens in the G1 instead of him. That's where I go, okay, you're just getting a little too worked up here. Chill.
Super Jake has Discord had like a whole poll. Yes. They voted Chase Owens as they want the only wrestler they want less than Great Okan. So, but yeah, I don't know.
And then people were passionately arguing that not even that's correct. So I don't know. I feel like people have kind of like discoursed themselves into some light insanity, but it's all over a wrestler who I think is like average right now. So
I think he's horrible right now. So
sure.
And I used to like him too. Was the crazy thing. I mean, I used to like him, but he's so bad right now.
I used to really like him, especially as a babyface. His run in the G1 a couple years ago when he got that big win against Naito, that felt great. I thought we were looking at like not a future ace, but like one of the guys who could like have regular high level matches for the top belt.
Well, he even in that run, because he would have a reputation of only trying when he won. Because you mentioned a match where he beat Naito, the biggest win of his career. Yes, he was great in that match.
Yeah.
If you watch his matches that year, when he would win, he would try really hard and have great matches. When he would lose, he would fucking sleepwalk through them half the time. More than half the time. Almost all the time. And this year, if you look at his record, he's 2-5.
Yeah,
so
he's sleepwalking through the whole. And on top of that, one of the wins came from a DQ. So he's only won one match.
It looks like somebody told him, like, you're going to have a horrible run this G1 this year, pal. And he's like, well, guess what? I'm going to fucking trip people and laugh and do the worst fucking, most boring crowd brawling you've ever seen. And yeah, I think he's been awful. I do think he's like had one of the worst G1 runs in recent memory. So, and he's in the good block. He's in there mostly. He's in there mostly with people who are trying. Poor Sonata, whose fucking shoulder is falling off his fucking socket, is fucking trying in this fucking match, in this fucking tournament, really hard. And the Great Okan is like fucking not doing anything. So, I don't know. He's in there a ton of people who are making everybody else look good, who are having good performances.
Yeah.
And he's just a nothing. Jake Lee is outworking this guy by a fucking mile, which is sad. So, anyway, but on the other hand, I am going to review the whole show. I'm not just going to review that match. So.
It's also impossible to say anything about that match. It's more an angle than a match, really.
I don't really understand why that was the one that upset him so much. I mean, God bless him. He hates the stuff more than a lot of people, I will say. And it didn't help that the first match also had bullshit, I guess. But like, I don't know. And I didn't like the first match either. So
let's talk about it. So first match, Sonata versus Yuto Ice.
Sonata beat Yuto Ice in 8 minutes and 10 seconds via knockout. So the two of them, they kept complimenting each other basically in the lead up to this. Like Yuto said, I think either one of the first or maybe just the first match he's ever saw was a Seiya Sonata All Japan match. And Sonata said that Yuto's fire inspired him. And like, I think he even said like Yuto, when he gave that speech at New Year's Dash, that incredible speech that, I was lucky enough to be there for, where he was like, Tanahashi, we know Tanahashi retired and I'm not a pretty boy like him, but I promise I don't give up in pro wrestling. I'll still bring the pro wrestling love. It was a great speech and the crowd really connected with it. There were people crying, to be honest, in that building. Not that many, but there were some. And, Sonata said he found that speech inspiring and he thought, it was one of the reasons why he decided not to give up on pro wrestling himself when he could have retired after that injury. But yeah, he comes out here in the same blue outfit with the white stars he used to wear Seiya Sonata when I saw him wrestle, which I practically had a fucking orgasm for. That was fun.
It was so cute to see him get excited about it. I loved it.
They did some basic but solid wrestling to start. So now I did a nice little drop kick. The problem was this match, there's a lot of sequences where I could read off the whole thing, which I said I'm not going to do because, we're short on time and I also did all that already in the review. They sound cooler on paper than they were in the practice, though. The match was a little bit slow. Just was kind of one of the weaker efforts for both guys even before the finish. And the finish was just goofy. So the ref gets bumped when Sonata tried his O'Connor roll. Kanemaru runs out from the back, spits whiskey in Yuto Ice's face. He then pulls out Sonata's guitar. And he's basically like, if you don't win this match, you're eliminated. You got to use the guitar, buddy. You're still in the house of torture. I will give Sonata credit. When Kanemaru first had this guitar, I thought one of two things was going to happen. I thought either Sonata's going to take the guitar and do should I do it? Should I not do it? For a fucking minute and a half straight or something. And be this big, long, drawn-out melodrama thing. Or, even worse maybe, I thought Sonata was going to be like, I'm not doing that. And then turn and act like he was going to hit Kanemaru and then do a fucking swerve us, bro. And fucking hit the guitar over the head of Yuto Ice instead. To their credit, they didn't do either of those things. Sonata looked a little torn for 20 seconds and then turned and hit Kanemaru. So it was way better executed than it could have been. The goofy part was that he pretended to be hurt for reasons I cannot understand because the ref was down, didn't see any of this. And the ref gets back up and they start counting a double 10 count. And Sonata does a kip up, which was funny. But the only reason why they did that is so Yuto Ice could continue losing all of his matches by knockout, which is goofy.
Yeah.
It was a goofy thing.
Has anyone commented on that in the backstage comments? I feel like there's something going on here, and I just am not following it.
Oh, he's a knockout brother, and he's losing all his matches by knockout, I guess.
I never put that together, so what am I even doing here?
And he and on top of that, I guess it's to show how, what's it called?
It feels like the storyline with him is he has a glass jaw, right? That he'll hit you and he'll have amazing, a lot of amazing offense, that's really awesome to watch, but it doesn't take much to topple him over.
Can I give a breaking news update that's relevant to both of us?
Uh-oh.
In the Super J Cast G1 Climax 36 Pick'ems. This literally just got put out as we're recording this. Troy just put it out.
Oh, yeah, I just saw.
I am tied for first with Nathan Metcalf for 64 points. Do you want to know, folks, what place your local bar's boy, Arametha, is in?
You don't have to say it publicly. It's very embarrassing.
He is tied for 30th out of 34 people. He is near the bottom of the list with 40 points.
I'm only 3 points off the bottom, too. I feel like it won't take much to just have me...
What does the loser have to do in this again?
So, they actually, it sounds like they solidified what losing would do, so you have to both change your name and, watch an awful thing that the winner picks for you.
So if I win and you lose, what should I pick for you?
That's a great question.
Because that's in play. That is in play.
That is in play now. I guess you could make me watch some kind of a awful WWE match that you remember that I would just have no awareness about. You could make it so that I would tell people the only WWE match I've seen to completion is The Fiend versus whatever that cage match was.
That's literally what I'm thinking, The Fiend versus Seth Rollins.
And it's that's the only match I've ever seen.
That's too funny, though. So I really... it would need to be something really painful. And that match is way too funny. Let me think of something that's just painfully, brutally bad. Triple H, Randy Orton.
Why are you trying to hurt me?
That's
You
like
couldn't
one of the
give
worst,
me.
most boring main events. That would be a great one. Triple H, Randy Orton, that'd be a great one. Although when I watched it back, I remember thinking it wasn't as bad as I was expecting. But so maybe that's also letting you off the hook. Trying to think, what is a really brutally boring WWE match? I don't know. I got plenty of time to think about this. Suggestions welcome.
You were a little too excited about making me
I got rid of
suffer.
this-
I don't know how I
I
feel
got-
about this. I don't know what this means for our friendship.
We'll see. But yeah. So anyway, this match I went 2.25 on it. It was a below average match. You know, the finish was kind of weird and stupid. I mean, at least like Red and the Rito, what we're going to talk about. They just did the interference at the end. And that was it. But you know.
Yeah, I did 2.5 for this one. I am kind of enjoying the will he won't he Sonata here, with him gradually incorporating more and more cheating into his matches. It feels like what we saw happen at Dominion, where he started the match clean and wrestling like he used to, and then ended it trying to cheat his way out, is just happening in a much longer time span over his G1 run. And what it has mostly proved is there is a part of my heart that probably will always just want to see just Five Guys Sonata again. And no matter how many times he hits people over the head with the guitar, I will hope that next time he'll come out there and do the right thing. So I'm just a sucker for this guy, I have to admit it. So I think that gave the match a little extra layer of drama. Having my heart broken watching Sonata hit Yuto Ice like that. Oh, I couldn't stand it in a good way.
Then we had Jake Lee beating the Great Okan in 1 minute and 47 seconds by DQ. Okay. Someday I want to ask the people who got so mad about this. When the fucking thing came up, because I like Jake Lee, okay? I'm just going to say, I think Jake Lee is charmingly funny. I enjoy the man. I don't care. You can yell at me all you want. You can yell at me till you're blue in the face about how much he sucks. He's not a great wrestler or anything. I'm like Marge Simpson. I just think he's neat. I don't like the Great Okan, though. And I knew this match was going to be dog shit. When the thing came up and said 7 minutes for the whole segment, my reaction was like, all right, they kept it short. Let's go. How do people even have time to get that angry about this? That's what I don't get. They did not waste your time. They did a goofy little thing with a fucking cup. Jake Lee had a cup on to block the fucking low blow. He fucking did his little dance. He hit a low blow on Okan. They did the fake fucking stupid Eddie Guerrero spot, and then the match ended in under 2 minutes. How are people getting this upset about it? I just don't I fundamentally do not understand. I'm not even picking on Joe Lanza because there are people really mad. There are people on the Voice Wrestling Discord who are like, "Oh, it would have been less offensive to me if they did a 12-minute boring bad match." Really? You'd rather watch a 12-minute just boring bad match than watch a minute and 47 seconds of them dancing a little jig and doing a fake DQ and going home? I'd rather watch that. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't really get it. They just fucking did a stupid little comedy spot. They did an Eddie Guerrero finish and it was over. Like, how did this cause such rage in people? I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't either. But I already said I don't even understand people hating Great Okan that much right now. So I feel so out of the loop on this in particular. I can't get that worked up. I think the thing that annoyed me the most about this match really was Jake Lee revealing the cup. Because it's like, I don't know, I assume these athletes are out there wearing a cup at all times. And that it still hurts when you get hit in the balls with a cup. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought this was 2 stars. I mean, it was bad.
I didn't even bother rating it in a...
It was, well, I have to give it a rating for my averages, so. But it was bad, but like, Great Okan for sure. Both these matches have worst matches in this tournament. I mean, the fucking Jake Lee Yuto Ice match where they couldn't get the tape off the handcuffs is the worst match of the entire tournament. And Great Okan is going to have a worse match. Great Okan had a worse match that we're going to talk about on this show with the guy who hasn't had a bad match with anybody else. So, I don't know. Like, this was, again, anytime you do a minute and 47 seconds in a match I think is going to be bad anyway, my reaction is appreciation. So, I don't really get it. The next match, Ryohei Oiwa beat Hiroki Goto in 8:51 with the big lock. This was really good. There was one flaw with it, basically, which the complaint was, obviously it's another headlock match. I love the headlock stuff with Oiwa. I mean, I just really think he does a great job with that. And just the fact that he has these crowds going crazy for a fucking side headlock is insane in 2026. Like, that is just an achievement by him that he had the crowd, he's gotten this move over.
It works, I think, because his arms are so fucking big, you know?
That's it. Yeah. The problem with this match, and the only thing that keeps me going notebook on it, is I thought Goto, when Oi would have him this headlock, Goto would throw these elbows, try to get out of it, and they look so weak. Like, it looked like he was barely touching him. And one time it didn't work, which isn't as bad, but one time it worked, where he actually elbowed his way out with these fucking patty cake elbows. And I was like, why is he throwing these weak ass elbows? And I don't know, it just didn't look good. So because of that, I went 3 3/4, but it was still a really good match. You know, and just I thought for a 9-minute match, they packed a lot into it with like there's a cool little like one of my favorite spots, because Oya has so many headlock counters, when he just countered this backdrop suplex attempt by Goto with the side headlock. It's just a very simple spot, but a very cool little counter. So yeah, just really, really good match. A match I enjoyed a lot. So
it wasn't during this match, but Oscar on English commentary on a different night was ragging on Oiwa winning so many matches with his headlock and talking about, oh, how could you have your finisher be a headlock? There's so many different ways out of it. And I'm thinking, buddy, you're going to eat your words at some point pretty soon, because he's been getting it over so well that, eventually Gato's going to go to Oscar and say, hey, guess how you're losing today? This was, for most of it, a fairly standard match, so I only went 3 1/4. It really looked for most of it like it was just going to be Goto being the veteran and eventually taking control of the match until he cruises to victory. That Ryohei was able to reverse it back and gain control at the very end like that completely threw me for a loop, and just made the whole thing worth it all over again. So 3 1/4.
The next match was Shingo Takagi beating Konosuke Takeshita in 1944 at Last of the Dragon. Yeah, I mean, again, just to go fast here, especially even more fast than usual, because the written review, you can read my long review about these matches. I just thought this match was really disappointing. It was a good match. It was like 3.5 stars, but like, you know, with these two, I expected way more. I think I went either 4.5, I think, last year on their match. And it's funny because last year, I thought Takeshita had a pretty bad tournament by his standards compared to the 2024 one. I mean, he was not bad or anything, but he was very underwhelming for me last year. This year, I think he's back to having a great tournament. But then the one match he did really deliver in last year against Shingo is the one he didn't really deliver in here for me. I just thought, like, I don't know, they were just like, there was too many cliches, and I don't know, like, I'm reading through my notes here. Like, there's just, like, some of the lariats looked a little strangely mediocre. I mean, the crowd went crazy for the end, which is cool, but like, I don't know, it just felt like it was missing something to me. Like, you know, it was like 3.5 star match. It just didn't click at any kind of high level.
I went 4 1/4, so I really, really enjoyed it. I thought, I'm not going to say,
I want to see what cage match had at. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, see which of us again are more cage match brained on this
one. I guarantee you would see on this.
It's probably me. Yeah, this was much more the standard big New Japan match, but I didn't mind it, partly because I thought Shingo has mixed up his offense enough that it has helped keep even longer matches like this fresh for me in a way that just wasn't true, say, last year. Shingo, I think, had gotten into a groove where his matches had become very predictable. Thinking back on, like, for instance, Dominion last year. And it felt like he's been mixing it up a bit. And on top of all that, Takeshita has been generally terrific this entire G1. I've really loved getting my big aggressive boy back. It's 2023. 2024 Sonata. 2024 Takeshita all over again. So I don't know. I did think it was funny that the discourse coming out of this that I saw was primarily, this is the match you loved if you were old and dumb and didn't like change. And I thought the discourse was going to be some of the gnarly bumps they were taking on the apron with like that spot midway through where I think it was Takeshita like did the some kind of a driver on the apron, and I was thinking back to Naito versus Ibushi and how that would be weeks and weeks of discourse about that one move. And now nobody cares about that anymore. So maybe stop taking bumps on the apron, mostly because nobody gives a shit.
But yeah. So
I don't know. Am I completely off base here?
No.
It sounds
no.
like your notes are almost describing a different match than what I remember, but I did not take detailed notes.
So it was 8.27 on Cage Match, by the way. So like between 4 and 4.25. So they're closer to you than me. But a little lower than I expected for the inmates, though. But the main event, Yota Tsuji loses to Boltin Oleg in 24-35, the last Kamikaze. I mean, this match was incredible.
Hell yeah!
I mean, this was the match of the tournament.
Yep.
To this point, one of the best matches of the year. I forget where I put exactly my match of the year. So I think I put it 4th.
Definitely match of the week for me.
4th, yeah, definitely match of the week. 4 3/4, very close to a 5. I think the only reason why I didn't go a 5 were like there were some very tiny nitpicks here or there. I'm trying to find them in my long ass notes now, but like there's a couple things here that I didn't think looked great or something. But because that's what I do, I nitpick things. But yeah, other than that, like just Boltin. These are like the 2 best wrestlers in the tournament from the ring standpoint. Just going out there, and sometimes you have two wrestlers compete at a high level, and the expectations are very high, and they can't actually meet them. Not the case here. They fucking met them, and if anything, exceeded them. I mean, just the spot of the year to me, maybe it's Boltin just roaring in Tsuji's face to stop the fucking Gene spot, which
so
could have been. It could have been corny. It could have been stupid with a lot of people, but Boltin looks so legitimately intimidating. And Tsuji had the good sense to not, because there's a world where they do the spot and Tsuji fucking stares at him and is like, oh, what's going on? Like it just really sells it for way too long. Tsuji basically went right back into doing something else. Mm-hmm. So like he sold his shock for a second to be roared at, and then he went right back to doing another move. So that was the actual way to do this and not have it be stupid. But yeah, because like I think he immediately tried to stagger him with like knee attacks and the headbutts, and it's like good, just go right back to fighting. Don't fucking stand there and gape at him for 10 years like this is a Miraresu. So, but yeah, just an incredible match, incredible finish with Boltin hitting the last Kamikaze. Just one of these matches where they both were just doing such great stuff. I'm scrolling through my notes here.
One of those matches that also ends on the biggest move, right? Sometimes you get someone doing a really cool move from a top rope, and it ends up just leading to the finish instead of actually being the finish. Here, no. He was not getting up from that.
Good point. But yeah, it was a very, very good match. A match I was very into.
Yeah.
So 4 3/4.
You talked about how hot the second half was, but I found the first half just as engrossing. Yeah. And I think I don't know how much.
Have you ever seen really quickly? Because you mentioned first half. Do you ever see Tsuji do a giant swing before?
No. Well, actually, I think he did it as a young lion. Did he?
Yeah. I think he might have done it as a young lion. That was my point. Like, I don't think he's done it since young lion days.
So, and I think that was part of the story of the match was he thought he had Boltin on the ropes, and he got really cocky and ended up giving him too much time to recover. So that was beautiful pro wrestling storytelling. I loved it.
Tsuji also reversed the Kamikaze with a triangle at one point. That was like one of my favorite counters of the match.
It looked so natural too. It made so much sense.
Yeah, just awesome match.
Yeah. So a lot of discourse was also around that this was like the new New Japan, new style of New Japan matches. I'm not quite sure I entirely follow that line of thinking. But I gotta say, Yota Tsuji has been absolutely out of this world this G1.
I mean, he's shot up my most outstanding wrestler ranking. So
I think he's clearly like my favorite wrestler right now. Period. Even compared to a lot of Joshi wrestlers, he is just putting on matches on such another level. Just doing things I feel like, oh, I've never quite seen something done like this before. It is something that feels genuinely new and exciting with him on top. And it's also crazy how dominant he feels when he's lost 3 matches. Like, Okada would never lose 3 matches in a G1, more or less. Somehow Tsuji feels like even with a bunch of losses, he still has indomitable champion aura. He's just that good.
All right, folks. So little technical difficulties there for a sec, but we're back. Tsuji Bolton. Awesome fucking match. Nothing else to say, really. So despite the fact that a 2-minute match happened, I still thought the show was really good because it had a fucking match of the year. How could that not be a really good show if you have a match of the year? And I liked the other 2. It's not like I didn't like the other 2 matches towards the end of the show. They just were a little especially Shingo Takeshi that I found a little underwhelming, but still a very good show. Easily the best G1 show we're going to talk about here. Because the rest of these 3 are not very good. All right. We can get through these fast because we're already over 3 hours. Night number 13, the B block from Yokohama Budokan, 2,741 attendance. Is up quite a bit from last year's show, which was 2,448. That had an Umino versus Takeshi the main. All due respect to Oscar and Callum Newman. I'm assuming a lot of those tickets were probably sold when it was still Gabe versus Shota. The B block. So the guy not wrestling the show was Gabe, because that was always supposed to be the main event of this. So a 1-match show here became a 0-match show because there was really like they booked this card knowing like Gabe and Shota was going to carry it, and then obviously Shota had to pull out. So this was not a very good card on paper, and I did not think it was a really bad show in practice too. It opened up with Zack Sabre Jr. beating Drilla Maloney in 1829. So this was the best thing on the show, which is bad when I then say it's 3.5 stars. It was a perfectly good match, good opener. There was this one spot where, like, right at the end, actually, where Zach just kind of, his last counter of the Drilla Killer, where it looked like Drilla just kind of let him down. I was kind of annoyed that led directly to the roll-up pin because I didn't think that looked like a good counter at all. It just was weird. It was like, first I wasn't into it. Then I started really liking it. Then I feel like they totally forgot about the arm work they've been doing, and it had nothing to do with the final stretch of the finish. So yeah, I was like 3.5. It was good, but I thought it was going towards notebook match status, and it just kind of died on the vine for me at the end. So
yeah, I have no notes on this entire show. It washed over me like warm water. I put down 3 stars for everything just because which isn't even the average, right? It should be 2.5 if you just want to say that was an average match, but I don't know. I remember thinking these are fine matches, but struggling to like pick out anything unique. So I'm going to go get another glass of wine, and I'll be right back while you discuss the rest of this show.
Does everybody but me drink on this show? Everybody but me gets drunk.
I think it has gotten late enough that yes, at the moment, I need some energy.
Well, it's you and John Bivens. You're both like drinking on the show. Yuya Uemura beat Hinare in 1506 with the Lion Shiner. Perfectly acceptable wrestling through the early minutes, but nothing that thrilling either. And as I've noted for a lot with Yuya matches on this tour, the crowd was pretty quiet. Like, he is not connecting with fans on this tour. I mean, feel pretty justified saying that at this point. It picked up a bit towards the end, but like only enough to get to like Gentleman's 3 territory. Yuya's been super flat for me in this tournament. It doesn't help that he's in such a mediocre block, but yeah, it's just, it didn't work for me.
Yep, I went 3 stars on that. And yeah, Yuya has been weirdly flat, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that, because I feel like he was one of my highlights since he's started routinely being in the G1. This year it's a little odd, and he's still also positioned to be able to advance. So,
yeah. Sorry, yawning on the air there. Everybody loves when I do that. Ren Narita beat Aaron Wolf in 14:01 with the cross knee bar. Dick Togo snuck out behind Wolf, taking the place of the young lion Matsumoto behind Wolf in the aisleway. And the way he actually fist bumped Wolf at first before attacking him was pretty funny. I gotta hand it to him. But this match, oh my god, I fucking hated this match. This is right up there with Yudo Ice versus Jake Lee, his worst match of the tournament. And again, boring and bad and long is much worse than quick and funny. Because it went 14 fucking minutes. We were back to boring Ren Narita after he finally was good for the early part of this tournament. He's back to just being completely boring and doing nothing in between these spots, and the interference spots are back to happening multiple times per match. And as much as I liked Aaron Wolf, by the way, his leg selling here was horrendous. He was completely forgetting to sell it for long stretches. He was not even doing the token grab my leg after executing a move perfectly bullshit that some of them do. He was doing nothing. And it was the fucking finish, was the knee bar. So yeah, I gave this 1/2 a star. Tied for worst match of the tournament. Boring as shit. Narita sucked. 5,000 interference spots again. And Aaron Wolf didn't sell the leg. Other than that, and the entire match was the leg. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the fucking play? Bad. The play was bad.
Damn. I also remember thinking, yeah, they're kind of, they're running back the house epic style, right? Because there's lots of different ways that the house has a house match, right? Sometimes they'll just interfere a little bit at the end, and that makes the difference. But sometimes they do matches like this where they're just interfering all the goddamn time. Sometimes that works, and it's exciting. This just felt really routine. And I don't know. I don't remember the leg selling bothering me, but
the leg selling didn't exist, so how did it bother?
Yeah, I guess not. But I don't know. I mostly just went, yeah, okay. I guess that's the kind of match they're going to have here. It's tough to say anything one way or the other about it on my end. 3 stars.
Callum Newman beat Oscar in the main event in 1818. I thought this sucked too. I mean, this match started with more fucking outside the ring brawling, which I was so fucking sick of by this point in the tournament. And it just felt like,
but Callum Newman has been a sicko with how he is diving into the chairs because he's going 7 or 8 rows back when he takes the Irish Rip.
If that was like one spot and they went back to the ring, that was fine. But this match, they wrestle in the ring. They go back in, and the match is struggling for him. Sometimes you have a large face against a much smaller heel, and it just doesn't work, and it didn't work here. And then they go back out and do more motherfucking crowd brawling. How much fucking crowd brawling do you think I fucking need in one tournament?
And
I'm yelling too loud.
At that point, too.
Yeah. This fucking sucked.
They have to do a 20-plus minute match because it's the main event.
Well, 18-18, but yes. Oscar buried Newman under the chair pile, just carried Red Shoes back to the ring to start counting. That was a little funny, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. He kept yelling at him in German in a desperate attempt to get the crowd to make any fucking noise at all for this, which they did not. And it's just so boring. And they were doing the slow ass, we're both selling how exhausted we are shit in a match that hasn't been remotely exciting anyway. And the crowd was fucking dead. After all this fucking shit, the match ends with Callum in the headlock. He throws Red Shoes in the ropes. He low blows Oscar, and he does a super weak looking roll up for the pin. That ending, which sucked, on top of a match I largely didn't like, was where I was like, fuck this match. 1.5 stars, and that might be generous. So fuck this match, fuck this show. Fuck the
I have no active memories of most of this show, and especially this match. It left 0 impression on me. 3 stars.
Always a sign of a good wrestling show. Leaving no impression on you.
Probably not an accurate rating for it, but whatever. It's what I have written down. So let's move on.
Yeah. Okay. The third and fourth shows here we're going to talk about was from this past Sunday, August 9th. It was night 14 of the G1. G Messi Gunma, 1,650 in attendance. This is the first show, really, I think the first A-Block show, maybe the whole tour, that was down quite a bit from the previous year. Last year was 2,053, which was headlined by David Finlay versus Yuya. Now, that was also Tanahashi going through his hometown area. So maybe I assume that's why that did such a good number. But yeah, during his retirement run. But, the opening A-Block match here was Ryohei Oiwa beating Jake Lee in 12:47 with the TM clutch. So Jake came out. Basically, Jake and Oiwa have a history from Noah. People have no idea what's going on here. Jake wanted Oiwa to join the good-looking guys back in Noah, being like, "You're a good-looking guy," and which that's he's a muscular man. He's a little.
Jake's a little slimmer then.
That's true. God bless Oiwa. He's a little bit of a butterface. I mean, He's no Jake Lee in the face department. That's what I'll say. But Oiwa turned him down for the good-looking guys. So they basically decided to go back to that history here. Jake Lee came out to his old Noah theme.
Mm-hmm.
He was in his old attire. He didn't have the clown makeup.
I've forgotten how much I like Jake Lee's old Noah theme. It's appropriately sinister and yet catchy.
Now, the big problem with this match is 4 words, excuse me. Magical, healing, clown makeup. That is the big problem with this match. Because Oiwa had been working on Jake's knee, just like Jake had been working on Oiwa's arm, so they kind of went back and forth doing that. And, Stardom took a Path of Thunder in October this year. Huh. Utsunomiya. Just got the email. Anyway, sorry. I know people probably hate when I do that when I'm reacting to an email I got. But yes, so Jake had his leg worked on for a long time. He was selling it well. Unlike Aaron Wolf for the previous night, he was selling it really well for a while. But he goes under the ring. He smears some red face paint on his fucking face, on his mouth. And he fucking goes crazy, beating up Oiwa, and suddenly he can run around on his leg just fine. I was like, the fucking clown makeup healed his fucking leg?
So
yeah.
For what it's worth, that's not how I interpreted that spot. I think it says something about Jake Lee's gimmick, and I can't quite put it into words, but it's around how he spent the last year in his vacation from hell, right, in excruciating pain, and he comes back, he's still not 100%, and he, I think, feels some insecurity around all that, and the clown gimmick is kind of like a meta commentary on all that. I know that was very inarticulate, but it's about the best I can do at the moment. 3.5 hours into the podcast. But in other words, I don't think it healed him. I think it just tapped into a little chaos energy that he needed, for lack of a better term, or like a chaos vibe that gets him through the pain of grinding through yet another match, or in this case, a little knee pain. Not that it healed, right? It's just pain is also a mental thing. So he overcomes it briefly, and I think this is the most important thing, still fucking loses. So...
Okay, well, Arametha made a passionate defense of this choice.
I didn't mean to be passionate either. It's just I don't know. I thought this is weird, but I kind of understand what he was going for, I guess.
So Jake went for the face break shot because apparently his knee is fine now because he ran full force, but Oiwa got out of the way. Jake just put him right back down with kicks anyway, using that now completely healed knee. But Oiwa went back after the leg with a pair of inverted dragon screws, put on the ankle lock. Jake makes the ropes to break, and then on top of that, they did a spot I hate where the ref didn't make him let go of the fucking hold. He let Oiwa drag Jake back in the ring and get the knee bar for the fucking submission. So I'm like, okay, so the ref let the babyface cheat, basically. That's good. Weird fucking match. I was really enjoying it before the fucking magical clown healing face paint, but like that pissed me off so bad I was like 2.5 stars by the end. So, and the finish sucked too. So yeah.
3 stars flat for me.
The second match was Konosuke Takeshita beating Sonata in 14:02 at the Raging Fire. I mean, I have nothing to say about this match. It was fine.
Sure was a nothing match.
Gentleman's 3. Gentleman's 3 stuff all the way. The last few minutes saved it from true mediocrity. Unfortunately, like maybe I could have been gotten a 3.25 if Takeshita's like version of the deadfall didn't look horrible. Like it barely had any impact at all. And that was the setup move for him to rate the Raging Fire. But yeah. I mean, Sonata just wrestled cleanly again after he cheated last time. So that was interesting. But yeah, 3 stars. It was fine.
Yeah, I wonder if there was, because I don't watch the backstage commentary, I wonder if Takeshita had done a similar thing that he did with Jake Lee and basically begged Sonata, hey, just fight me straight up. And I guess Sonata obliged. Really nothing match. Moving on.
Doesn't really make a lot of sense that he would go back to obliging.
Right?
But I don't know. Yota Tsuji beat Great Okan in 13-14 at the Fire Blaster. Okay, this fucking match. First of all, Oscar, I love how much he buries the Great Okan.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
yes, they're feuding, but you can tell this motherfucker
Genuinely
you can tell this guy
hates
genuinely
GOK.
hates him.
Yeah, no, it's so good.
genuinely wants. I saw somebody on Twitter be like, I mean, I said on Twitter like if you could bottle up Oscar's hatred for the Great Okan and to make it a renewable energy source, we could get rid of all other energy in the world and just power the whole planet until like the sun explodes.
Yeah, pretty much.
And somebody else said everybody in the New Japan roster, including the New Japan roster, talks about Oscar like this, and it was like a picture of Charles Barkley and like "I'll fucking kill you" or "I'm gonna fucking kill you," like as a meme. And it's like, yeah, everybody seems like they want to kill this guy now. But yeah, so Okan attacks Tsuji from behind his entrance with the turnbuckle pad, hit his arm with some chairs. Congrats to him. This was again another much worse match than the match everybody went crazy about because it was bad and boring and 13 minutes long, not a minute and 47 seconds. Tsuji tried his best, God bless him, to bring some excitement into this match with a moonsault off the second post to the floor. He did his own version of taking a seat in this corner that Okan does, which I thought that was funny. We went back to the floor after the 5-minute call, though. Thank God for that, because I hadn't had enough of outside the ring brawling yet. Oscar, there's a great line. I don't think I actually heard Oscar say it. When I heard Walker Stewart go, quote, "Did you just call him a fat baby?" Well, like I had to rewind to hear Oscar actually say that, and the way Walker said that was so funny. But yes, the only good thing about the match at this point was the commentary because I was so bored. Okan started going for Tsuji's arm. Tsuji did sell it fairly well, really well actually. It ended up being like the only good thing about the match, which is funny because this guy who is like a fucking Great Okan shooter on Cage Match actually gave this match a poor rating and said Tsuji's arm selling let it down. I was like, you motherfucker. That was the only good thing about the match was Tsuji's arm selling. But yeah, 10 minutes felt like 10 hours. Great Okan used Marty Asami as a shield to block the spear and then low blowed him. But Tsuji reversed the claw slam into a DDT. That was maybe the best little spot of the match, but the crowd still didn't give a shit, and I can't really blame them. Great Okan blocked whichever... He basically... Tsuji was going for some blaster, the Gene or the Fire, and Okan blocked it with a punch to the arm. It was supposed to look cool. Instead, he barely touched him, so it looked weak as fuck. Tsuji then hit a short-range Gene Blast anyway, though. Two straight full Gene Blasts anywhere with the pin. It wasn't the Fire Blaster. That's right. Chris Charlton wrote the wrong finish here.
Yeah, no, he just kept hitting him with the Gene Blast until he stayed down, which was cool.
He was like, this fat piece of shit doesn't deserve my fucking super finisher. I'm pinning him with a move that nobody ever pins him with. And you know what, Tsuji? Good for you. Good for you, buddy. I agree. Because Great Okan fucking sucks now. Just like this match fucking sucked. 1.25. This fucking rating, this match single-handedly dragged Tsuji's average star rating for me in this tournament, because I keep track of it on my stupid spreadsheet. It single-handedly dragged his star rating from like 4.5 for me or something really absurd, down all the way down to 4.13. But meanwhile, Great Okan's average star rating is a 1.97, which is one of the lowest I can remember anyone having in this tournament as long as I've been doing these fucking spreadsheets. So yes, he is really having one of the worst G1s of all time, in my opinion, at least. So, in a good block, not even a bad block, in a good block. So yeah, he can fuck himself.
Yeah, I was closer to thinking
Great Okan, you bald fat bitch.
It is so hard to just listen to how passionately you hate this guy and go, yeah, I don't know, I thought it was okay. I thought the arm selling part of the match I thought was the best part. And yes, a lot of that is Tsuji selling, but I did like the punch that you hated. I thought, oh, that's a nice touch, because he will use that spot normally just to do a punch, trying to push the arm a little bit more. I thought that made sense. But otherwise, too much time with crowd brawling. It's paced really slowly. Okan clearly is not interested in taking a lot of bumps. So
that's putting it mildly.
Yeah.
I've seen Togi Makabe take more bumps in a match than this.
So ultimately, what I liked the most was just Tsuji hitting the Gene Blast spam on Great Okan until he stayed down. So that's a good way to end the match.
Then we had Hiroki Goto beating Bolton Oleg in 15-20 at the GTR. I mean, this was just my most disappointing match of the tournament. I thought this was going to be really good. I ended up going 2.5 stars. I thought it was incredibly average. Maybe I was just in a bad mood after that last match, but, you know, it was paced pretty slow. It was kind of boring. The crowd was dead. Exactly what the show did not need. And, you know, I swear to God, I was sitting there paying full attention. I just took no notes because I just didn't think there was anything exciting or interesting going on at all. It just was so slow to me.
Damn.
And I guess it finally picked up a little bit for the 15-minute call, and the crowd finally did get into it, but then Goto just did the GTR and won. So I was like, okay. Yeah, 2.5. I just thought it was an average match.
I went 4 flat. I really liked it.
Okay.
It was great.
Where are the inmates again? We gotta see.
Yeah, you got to see on that. So why I thought this match was great was because it is Goto doing a standard match on Bolton, and then realizing about halfway through that's not going to work anymore, and so he tries to choke him out, and that turned out to be a lot more successful. And yes, he wins with the GTR.
The inmates are closer to you, but not. Yeah,
closer to me. Okay, yeah, but I'm higher.
They're 6.85, so that implies between 3.25 and 3.5.
Okay.
So,
but yeah, I thought the story of the match was great. I feel like this is kind of becoming. I feel like cardio is becoming Bolton's Achilles heel, which makes a lot of sense for a big guy. So things like Tsuji attacking the breadbasket or Goto trying to choke him out as the new way to handle him make a ton of sense. And it's fun to see as the tournament happens over time, other wrestlers adapt like that.
Yeah. No, I get it. I just didn't like this match.
Yeah, you hate GOK so much. It's even affecting matches he's not in.
Exactly.
Oh. I don't mean to be above it all. It's just I don't get the hate.
Well, I guess you're the one who likes him still. I don't know.
I don't even like this version of GOK. I just think it's like average. I don't know.
Okay. That makes you like his biggest known fan in the universe.
That might be it. Yeah, where it's like, yeah, I guess this is okay. Yeah, you want to just do heel heat the whole time? Okay, sure. There's better ways to spend your time, but okay.
The main event, thankfully, I did like a lot, which was Yuto Ice beating Shingo Takagi in 2025 with a knee strike.
Nice.
Yeah, it started out, the crowd made more noise for an early Yuto Shingo forearm exchange than they made in the entire previous 2 matches combined. But just when I was like, okay, maybe this match will be great, they were like, maybe they were like, John might be enjoying this too much at home. Time for more outside the ring brawling. I was like, okay. But, you know, but they got back in the ring, they got it back on track. You know, again, trying to get through stuff here faster. After the 15-minute call, Shingo got they both had these nice little exchange of short arm lariats. Short arm lariats from Shingo, middle kicks from Yuto. That was the exchange. It was a nice little exchange. And then that led into the Shingo hitting the Made in Japan for a 2 count. He tried to do he was doing the Danielson style elbows to the side of Yuto's neck for a second. Then he tried a sliding lariat, but Yuto ducked it and hit this big buzzsaw kick. That was a cool sequence. And Yuto just kept taking bomb after bomb from Shingo here. And he's doing a great job selling that he's going out on his feet, which obviously has been his theme through the entire tournament. So you're like, okay, he's going to get knocked out again. But, you know, Shingo looks like he wanted to pin him. He went for the Burning Dragon and the Pumping Bomber back-to-back, but Yuto kicked out. And that earned this huge Aisu chant from the crowd. Shingo went for Last of the Dragon. Yuto elbowed his way out of it. They exchanged more strikes, including these pretty cool chops to the neck from Shingo. But Yuto fired back out through Shingo, switched to the elbows to the neck with the fucking slap to his face. That was great. They both traded big headbutts, but Yuto simply hit this big knee to the face that apparently knocked Shingo out, and he collapsed and Yuto pinned him. I love that finish because New Japan does 10 trillion fucking strike exchanges. When's the last time someone ever got knocked out on the fucking strike exchange?
It makes
that should happen.
Sorry.
It should happen way more often.
It should. It makes so much sense, by the way, that it's Yuto Ice who wins that way, too. Because that man's entire strategy is just hit people really hard over and over again, preferably in the head. He works the head like it's a limb in a limb match.
Yeah.
It's so good.
So yeah, thank God for this match. I went 4 stars on it. Easily the best thing on the show. This blew away the rest of this fucking show. That's for fucking sure. The only thing worth watching from this show.
Yeah. 4.25. I liked it even more.
the inmates were a little lower than me, but not that much. They were like 7.52. It's like 3 3/4. So whatever. But yeah, I thought this was great. But yeah, one match show. That's for fucking sure. The rest of the show.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. Do not bother with the rest of the show. Next show, the final G1 show we're going to talk about was from earlier today, Tuesday, August 11th, from the Nisho Highway Arena, Mie. Their first time running Mie in the G1, I think, ever. If not, it's been a long fucking time. So no comparable here, really. You can compare it to Nagoya, maybe, because they're kind of close, and this replaced the Nagoya show, in which case it would be very slightly up, 2003-10 versus 2001-62 in Nagoya last year. But that's also Nagoya running a shitty building now, because that's where they stopped running there, because their main building closed down. And also, like, this is a fucking G1 show on me. I'm sure it drew off the novelty of it. The B Block show, again, obviously, Oscar was today's missing wrestler, supposed to face Umino. Opened up with Zach and Hanare. I'm interested to see what you thought of this, because everybody liked this more than I did, I feel like. Like, I thought this was, an okay match. I just did not get into it. Hanare just refusing to sell his fucking arm in this match and just larrying the shit out of Zach the entire time. Yeah, the inmates liked it way more than me, too. They went 7.6, so, like, implies 3 3/4. I just did not like this. I was like 2 3/4. I thought it was okay. I just like one fucking lariat where you're like fighting through the pain to throw the lariat when the guy's been working on your arm the whole time, and it's going to be the finish too, is one thing. He did like fucking 3 or 4, maybe even 5 of them. I was like, that's absurd. Your arm can't hurt that much if you're throwing at this man's face repeatedly. I'm sorry. So yeah, 2 3/4. It was okay.
I think Hanar is one of those wrestlers where I'm fine with him continuing to throw lariats like that, even when the arm's getting worked, partly because it's such a huge part of his offense, right? And he's such a tough motherfucker. I don't know, the story worked for me. I also liked the additional layer that Walker added on English commentary by pointing out that Hanari hasn't submitted in 4 years. So Zach making it a point to try to submit him, and Hanari getting the partial victory of instead just passing out.
It was stoppage.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it was stoppage. I think he passed out, and that's why they... Okay. Why am I even, making a distinction here? That's not helpful.
Yeah, that's a stoppage.
Yeah, that's a stoppage. I just defined what a stoppage is. Good Christ, I'm tired.
Well, I don't think any of the other topics would take as long as these two did, I think.
Yeah. But, I went 3.5, so closer to the inmates, but still lower.
The next match was Aaron Wolf beating Callum... Oh, no, I skipped one. It was Drilla Maloney beating Red Naruto. Oh, my God, this fucking match. 11:54 with a fucking Drilla killer. So Kanemaru attacked Drilla and allowed some light booing, and I do mean very light booing. That led to more crowd fucking brawling. I can't even be sarcastic about it anymore. Please fucking stop. Stop brawling in the fucking crowd for half your fucking match on half of these fucking shows. I cannot take it anymore. Just too much fucking crowd brawling.
Okay,
and it's a format I've mostly liked.
Is it that they're doing it more than usual, or is it that it is such a common part of G1 matches, and we watched way too much wrestling this week? So
I think it feels like they're doing it even more than usual to me. I could be wrong, but it feels like they're doing it even more than usual. It feels like it's... I don't remember it being this...
My guess is the latter, that this is the same amount as normal, but it is still noticeable that this is filler.
But we're once again back to repeated interference spots throughout the match for Ren Narita, thank God. The crowd did make a little bit of noise for Drilla's comeback, though, at least. That was a sarcastic thank God, by the way. I feel like I didn't say that sarcastically enough. This guy was doing good for a while, and he's like, all right, time to suck again. Like, why? Why are you sucking again? Like, what is the thing here? After Drilla speared Narita, Togo pulled Marty Asami out, and he hilariously bumped himself on the railing. That was funny. That was the best thing of the match.
I didn't notice that. That's so good.
The three of them beat up Drilla. That did get pretty substantial heat, finally. The crowd did go boo. Drilla sent Togo into Kanemaru to make him spit out the whiskey he was trying to spit, though. But then he fucking walked... Okay, this spot. This fucking spot was as bad as anything I've ever seen in American wrestling, which is saying something. Drilla was fighting these men off. And instead of staying on Ren Narita, instead of doing even the Drilla killer on Ren or anything, he walked over to the ropes to fucking yell at Marty Asami to get back in the ring. You haven't even hit a finish or anything on Narita yet. Why the fuck do you care if Marty Asami's in the ring to count a pin or whatever yet? And he fucking does this for so long that it lets Narita low blow him from behind. This may have been the first ever distraction spot I've ever seen where the man distracted himself. There was no reason for him to do that. He walked over the ropes and yelled for Marty to get back in the ring for no goddamn reason. And even if you have to do it in that moment, yell once and then go back to your opponent. He was like, Marty! I'm like, buddy, you have a fucking wrestling opponent here. Why are you yelling at the referee who's out on the floor? It makes no fucking sense. So then Togo missed the power to the eyes. He got Narita instead, and Drilla hit the Drilla Killer for the pin. This fucking sucked. We are back to bad house Narita. Boring as fuck in between 7,000 run-ins and stupid fucking interference spots. I guess Drilla's comeback was a certain level of exciting, but it wasn't even very long. And that fucking self-distraction spot brought this entire thing back down another notch to me. So, yes, we've had so many contenders for worst match of the tournament lately, and this was another one. 1 star.
Damn. I am literally going back to try and find that spot you're talking about where he yells for the ref, because I do not remember it happening that way. Okay, well, this is making for great audio. I'm not going to litigate any of this. I put down 2.5 stars. I did not feel strongly about it one way or the other, but I did enjoy the brief bit of justice of Ren Narita getting some powder to the face and then a Drilla Killer. So, yeah. We're deep into the tournament now, so it is it's feeling tough to find things to appreciate. But at least the next match was really good. So,
Aaron Wolf beat Callum Newman in 16:57 with the head and arm triangle. I don't know. I mean, this started so slow.
Yeah,
the crowd was so dead. The crowd was so dead. There was nothing to speak of in the first 5 minutes. You know, it was just Callum sort of beating him up in an uninteresting way. The pace eventually picked up. I don't know if it maybe even after 10-minute call. I don't remember. But, you know, the crowd was impressed by Callum actually being able to lift Wolf into a front suplex. And then he dropped him across his knee from that position for a 2 count. Then hit a really good running knee attack to a seated Wolf for another near fall. Wolf came back with a landslide. Callum cut him off again not long after that. Then we got the sensational closing stretch that, unfortunately for me, was already spoiled for me on Twitter.
That's a shame.
Wolf escaped the make way. He had a fucking Canadian destroyer.
Yes!
They executed perfectly.
Yes.
Then he hit an Olympic slam, and he locked in the triangle and Callum for the submission. That's one of the best finishes of the year. I saw lame asses complaining about this on Twitter. Like, he's a judo gold medalist. Why does he have to do a Canadian destroyer?
Because he's a wrestler now! That's the whole point! Oh my god! Yes. You thick-skulled idiots!
First of all, it's sick as hell that a man this big did a Canadian destroyer, and it looked perfect too. Second of all, yes, as Arametha just yelled, way to miss the entire fucking point of why he did the Canadian destroyer, because he's a pro wrestler now. It's not even missing the point that they're trying to tell you on the screen. He keeps fucking saying it backstage too.
It's the point of all of his G1 matches now. Yeah. They literally made the subtext text in his match against Gabe Kidd. Oh my god.
Never underestimate the stupidity of people to miss things, I guess. People just wanted him to do nothing but judo for the rest of his life. It's not like he's not going to do judo still. He still beat him with the fucking triangle, didn't he? But, like, the man wants to do some pro wrestling moves, too. You know what he did judo in for years? Judo! God forbid the man wants to do some pro wrestling moves. Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, I was like 3.5 on it. I thought it was good. I just wouldn't even gone that high without the crazy finish. Like, I probably would have been 3 on it without that, so, you know.
I went 3 3/4 because I don't know. I thought it built well. I pretty much found the whole thing engrossing outside of the outside brawling, but we've discussed that to death.
Main event was Yu Uemura beating Gabe Kidd in 22-10 with an inside cradle. They just stared each other down at the bell. Fujita and Go Shiozaki should sue for gimmick infringement, I guess, because it did feel like it went on a while. Gabe then stalled forever. He left the ring and tried repeatedly to try and bait Yuya to go after him. Yuya wouldn't do it, so nothing was happening. Finally, Gabe got back in. It took the entire first 5 minutes of the match with barely any wrestling having happened. Gabe gave Yuya a suplex onto a row of chairs. Oh, they went back to the outside. Thank God. I mean, again, I was worried they wouldn't do that. Gabe gave Yuya a suplex onto a row of chairs, which would probably be cool if I hadn't seen this shit for the last month. Then we did finally get some wrestling back in the ring. Yuya controlled Gabe's arm. The crowd was pretty dead again. Gabe, after hitting some extremely hard strikes, finally brought this match some excitement, but Yuya mostly shrugged him off and hit a double underhook suplex for a 2 count. Yuya then hit the high fly flow for a 2 count. At that moment, Gabe kicked out. Yuya transitioned beautifully to a cross arm breaker attempt. Gabe was able to lock his hands to block it at first and then escape, but then Yuya got him in a wrist lock. I love that he put Gabe in this wrist lock and Gabe couldn't get out of it. That was, first of all, great heel stoogie from Gabe Kidd that he literally could not escape a wrist lock. He's such a bad wrestler, only a good brawler. But yeah, great stuff. That was all right for the 20-minute call. Gabe just kept slugging away on Yuya with elbows and punches. Yuya came back with a Pele kick, which I still think is totally out of place for his moveset. That's supposed to be such a throwback. And a dragon suplex hold for a 2 count. The closing stretch was fantastic and really saved the match. Yuya got hit with the power driver, but he kicked out. Unfortunately, I if they didn't fuck this up, I probably would have gone 4. But like they fucked up the finish, kind of. Like Yuya escaped the Death Rider. He also escaped the front suplex when Gabe tried to go for that instead. But he fucking fell down when he was supposed to land on his feet. And they both kind of just had to awkwardly scramble. And for this roll up, it didn't look good at all. And that was unfortunately the pin. So 3 3/4, I still thought it was really good, but just, fucking up the finish was not good, obviously.
Yeah. 3 3/4 as well. It was a match that felt like it was trending towards great and fell just short. I was actually almost like, how do I put this? I think the gap between what I rated this and what I thought I was going to rate this at the idea of Yuya versus Gabe is so much bigger than it feels noticeable that I looked at that and that was 3 3/4. I went, yeah, that was weirdly disappointing too. I thought they were just going to get a better match out of each other than this.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Not a great show. I mean, the last 2 matches were good, but the first 2 kind of sucked. I mean, the first one, the opener didn't suck. That's too strong. The opener was average.
Opener was good.
The second match really sucked. 2 matches were good. So yeah, not the best week of the G1 Climax, that's for sure. I mean, one incredible match and some other stuff that was pretty good, but just, some really bad stuff too. All right, so the A block standings, I'm not going to go into detail on this because most people are going to, by the time this comes out tomorrow on the 12th, that's when the A block finals are. So most people have seen that already, or at least seen what happened. But yeah, it's Takeshita on top with 12 points. Bolton, Oleg, Tsuji, and Oiwa are all tied for second with 10 points. And then everybody else is eliminated. So Yuto, Ice, and Shingo have 8 points. I guess it could get in through some wacky tiebreaker they're not going to do. Jake Lee, Sonata, and Goto all have 6 points, and Okan has 4 points. Good for him. I hope he fucking finishes last. The A block finals have Shingo, Sonata, which is meaningless. Goto, Yuto, Ice, which is also basically meaningless. Then Tsuji, Jake Lee, which is a big match. If Tsuji wins that, he can get back into tie for first, and he does have the tiebreaker on Takeshita. Does not have the tiebreaker on Bolton, though. Bolton has on him. Then Bolton, Oleg, and Great Okan, which again, Bolton needs that win to probably move on. And then Takeshita, Oiwa, which both of them have 10 points. Or no, Takeshita has 12 and Oiwa has 10. I think what's going to happen, and I guess everybody will know already by the time they listen probably, but I think Oiwa's going to beat Takeshita and spoil him. And then Tsuji's going to beat Jake, and Okan's going to spoil Bolton. So it'll be a 3-way tie. Tsuji, Takeshita, Oiwa, and Tsuji and Oiwa will be the 2 who go through because Oiwa and Tsuji would have both beaten Takeshita. So I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. But you will see. But it's basically Tsuji, Takeshita, Oiwa, Bolton, the 4 they can get through still. So B block, this one I can talk about a little more because the finals for this is not until Thursday at Korakuen Hall. So the B block standings heading into that night. So the one guy has so basically you have 5 people at 10 points. Gabe Kidd, Kyle Newman, Ren Narita, and Yuya Uemura. They're all 5 and 3. They all have 1 match left. Drilla was the one who was supposed to face Shota Umino on the last night, so he's the one sitting out. So he's 5 and 4. So he probably needs a lot of help to move on. Also needing a lot of help, probably Hanare, Oscar, Zach, and Aaron Wolf. They're all 4 and 4 at 8 points. I don't think any of them are technically eliminated. Maybe some of them are based on tiebreakers or whatever, but they're all very unlikely to make it. I'm trying to see if we have the order of the show yet. Yeah, we do on the Japanese site. Okay. So we have the tournament opener is Aaron Wolf versus Zach, which makes sense because they're both 8 points. That could be a really good match. I'm excited to see that match. Then we have Gabe Kidd, Renda Rita. The winner of that would be in great shape to get through. I assume Gabe is going to win. Yuya versus Oscar. I mean, putting that second from the top. Maybe Yuya beats Oscar and then Hinari spoils Callum in the main event.
So that
would be Yuya and Gabe.
I could see it. Sorry,
because it feels like a very young generation tournament. You're sending Gabe, Yuya, Suji, Oiwa through. It feels like something they're going to do this year. I could be wrong.
I mean, this is the time to do it. I feel like a lot of the excitement for the tournament has mostly come from the youngest wrestlers. So
yeah,
I could buy that. I will say Ren and Gabe.
Who won Gabe Yuya?
Who
won Gabe Yuya? It was Yuya. We just saw that. Okay.
Right.
So Yuya was finished first in that scenario. He'd have the tiebreaker.
Right.
And I think he would face Takeshita. Or no, he would face not Takeshita. It would be Suji and Oiwa moving on. He would face Oiwa because I think Suji has the tiebreaker of Oiwa. Suji beat him.
Okay.
Right? Suji did beat him, I think, right?
Sorry, say that again?
Suji beat Oiwa. I'm almost positive.
Yes. God, why am I not sure now?
So that would make the semifinals Suji, Gabe, and Yuya and Oiwa, which seems very possible. And then you could do a Suji Gabe final. You could do a Yuya Suji final. Which both of those feel very likely to be actually. So there you go. Anything else to add before we move on?
I am trying to keep the bracket in my head, and that's just impossible. So my brain is broken. Let's move on to things. Let's move on to other.
So there are 2 other G1 shows too. This, of course, before next week's show. The semifinals on August 15th at Sumo Hall, which is already sold out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 5-minute because of the 5-minute Tenzan Kojima retirement match, and then the finals on Sunday, August 16th, are not sold out. So I think they're doing pretty well though. I've seen. All right, let's go to Tokyo Joshi for the Princess Cup quarterfinals. This was from Ryogoku KFC Hall, 365 fans, super vacancy, full house, another sellout for them. It's their second sellout of the year, I think, there, because the show I went to in June was also sold out. So not a big venue, obviously, but still cool. I'll read the results for the opening 3, but I didn't watch them. I don't know if you did.
I didn't.
Okay. Miyu Watanabe and Renko Natsu beat Wakana Uehara and Momo Sato. Miyu pinned Momo with the giant, or she pinned her with a giant swing, or submitted her, I guess, with a giant swing. 11-16. Wow.
That doesn't sound right.
That's what it says. Pinned her with the giant swing. Okay. I guess she did a giant swing and then pinned her. Okay. Yuki Kamifuku, Raku, Shino Shizuki, and Uta Takami beat Miyu Yamashita, Sakura Hattori, Haru Kazushiro, and Shika Nanase. Kamiyu beat Nanase with the Famouser in 10-13. And then Mizuki, Pam Harajuku, and Mahiro Kiryu beat Yuki Arai, Mifu Ashida, and Shion Kanzaki when Pam pinned Shion with the Palm de Justice in 8:35. Our first quarterfinal was Himawari beating Aosu Endo with the Sunflower Tempest in 10:35. This was one of those matches. There's a lot of matches in promotions like STARDOM and Tokyo Joshi where I have a lot of wrestlers that I would call I'm stands of, if you want to use that term, or just very, 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 very fond of. You're going to get these matches where you just have 2 of your absolute favorites against each other in a high stakes match. You're like, What do I do? What do I do here? I love both these girls. I have no idea who I'm supposed to root for here. Ultimately, I just kind of was like, I just didn't root for either one. I was just going to be like, I'll be happy no matter who wins. And pretty much what happened. I was like, you know what? Good for Himawari. She needs this win more than anybody, to be honest. She needs a run like this to really establish her at a higher level and not just like a comedy wrestler who uses her braids as weapons. And she deserves it because she's fucking great. And she's been great for a long time now. And I'm glad they're finally pushing her. Like, Alisu even had a line after the match where she was like, I didn't see the girl who just hits people with their braids or something like that. I saw a great powerhouse of a wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a great little line. But yeah, Alisu was all over her hair to start. So when Himawari started whipping her, it felt well earned for once because she really was going after it. Himawari briefly got caught in the camel clutch, but was able to make it to the ropes to break. And I liked how they're working this too. With like Endo was the aggressor, which is not a role she's in super often, but she was good at it here. And Himawari was the underdog, which felt natural for the relative status, like in kayfabe for sure. There's a very cool spot where Himawari basically rolled through a headlock all the way into a backdrop suplex, but Endo just kept clubbing her with forearms as we hit the 5-minute call, and then hit a super kick on her. But Himawari was able to suddenly grab her in the front guillotine jackhammer thing she does and hit it for the huge upset pin. I just did not see that coming. I think, is this match time correct? I thought this match was way shorter than that. Let me see what Cage Match says. Because it felt shorter than 10 minutes to me. Oh, they have it as 10:35 also. Unless he got it from there and got it wrong. Let me just check I'm going to check the Tokyo Joshi site too. Because I feel like this is Inception or something where I'm like, how the fuck was this match actually? I have it in my head. This match was 5 minutes and this match was actually 10. Like that's driving me crazy. Okay, 13th Tokyo Joshi Princess Cup.
While you're doing that, I'll give my comments on the match.
I have it right now. No, they have it 10:35 too. Okay, I guess it was Inception. But yeah, really good match. 3 3/4.
Yeah. I went 3.5. I thought it was a very, very good match. Yes, Arisu dominating it. I also noted this is a very different role for her, but she is the senpai in this match.
Yeah.
And Himawari is just so good working underneath with her power. Like you were saying, she is a very, very good power wrestler. So having
it's funny because she doesn't quite have the frame that would jump out at you as like power wrestler, but she makes it work.
I think it's noticeable that she's muscular, but it's easy to kind of
under all the clothing too.
Overlook it, yeah, because of all the frills, yeah. It's not like Miyu, where Miyu is basically wearing a strongman's costume, but what if a strongman was a princess? The jackhammer slam that she does, that looks so awesome. It makes complete sense as like an instant killer move. So while it was kind of a sudden win that felt against the flow of the match, I didn't mind it at all. And yeah, I'm excited for Himawari in the semifinals. It also feels like she's being set up here as a potential international princess champion challenger, right? Because she beat 2 former challengers for the title and a former champion. And I believe she's paired up against, we'll talk about it later.
The next match in the next quarterfinal was Toga beating Yuki Aino with the modified muffler hold in 10:32. I thought this was good. You know, Toga did some hard forms to Aino's chest to start, and then some equally hard running back elbows against the ropes, but Aino took over with 2 big shoulder blocks. Toga was able to take back overs, hit the 5-minute call, but Aino quickly came back with her hammerlock DDT, and she hit these cool, like, short shoulder blocks while holding onto her arm. But Toga came back with this huge forearm shot that rocked her just for the 10-minute call. And she got Aino in the stretch muffler, and Aino quickly tapped out. It was like a weird little tap, actually, where it wasn't quite obvious to me at first she was actually tapping, but whatever. Good match. Nice little stocky girl battle. 3.5 stars.
Yeah. Stretch muffler looks a little weird for Toga because I'm used to SLK doing it, and she's so much shorter than the rest of the roster that it looks kind of really effective. Here, it just looked a little odd because they're both like equally large women. Comments about that aside, I thought this was a pretty fun Power Girls battle, right? They're both like strong wrestlers who like to club and do big moves. And while I was sad that my favorite TJPW wrestler was defeated, Toga is.
Wait, Aino's your favorite? I didn't know
Yuki
that.
Aino? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would not say she's the best wrestler. She's my favorite. Those are 2 different things.
I'm trying to think, who do I think was your favorite? Maybe Miyu?
I do love Miyu, but no, not my favorite.
Okay. Do you know who my favorite is?
Your favorite? Suzume. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm very shy about it.
Yeah.
I don't offer that information ever. I don't have a giant like fan of her face in my room.
Yeah, pretty good. More excited about the result in the match, I'll put it that way. 3.5.
Then we had Rika Tatsumi beating Hyper Misao with the White Dragon Sleeper in 13:49. So Rika, it was funny when she backed Misao into the corner, and it was all like, "Look, guys, I've given her a clean break. I'm not a heel." And then all of a sudden reached up and started choking her with both hands. That was fucking funny. Then she started choking her boot as well.
No. It's a Greco-Roman throat hold. Come on, Rika's a face. We've been over this.
Misao went to work on Rika's arm for a bit. First on the mat and then by snapping it over the ropes. Rika was eventually able to get the Dragon Sleeper on after a long struggle, but Misao, of course, used the cold spray to her face to let it go. Then followed up with a pretty nice Bushiyaku knee attack, and Rika gets the Dragon Sleeper for the tap out. Pretty good match, just not quite as good as the first two, so I was like 3.25. I was very happy. Again, another John Fave here, Rika Tatsumi, moving on to the semi. The semifinals is like 3 John Faves, and which I guess spoils for anybody who won the main event. They didn't know. And then Togo I really like too. So it's like this is kind of my bracket in the semifinals now.
I loved this match actually. I went back before watching this and watched basically the entire second round, and loved Hyper Misao's previous match where she won over I think it was Miyu, right? Hang on. Wait, that's not... Oh, God. I'm being very...
Miyu, did she beat Miyu Yamashita, maybe?
No, not Miyu.
I don't remember who she beat now.
It's escaping my brain, too. It's Night... No, Rika beat Miyu. It was Mizuki that Hyper Misao beat. That was a match that Cage Match says it went 13 minutes. It felt longer than that, but in a good way, where it felt like they kind of did an epic that started silly, but as Hyper Misao got more and more serious, it became a convincing win. And there's a similar dynamic here, where Rika is getting Pami to just dig deeper and deeper. Including into some of her old moves when she was the heel Misao. And ultimately, it wasn't enough for her, but it made for a pretty entertaining match, so I kind of loved it. Hyper Misao, when she's serious, she can hang with the best of the TJPW roster. She's very, very good.
Yeah, I didn't like it as much as you did, but I thought it was pretty good. Main event, Suzume beat Shoko Nakajima with the Ring a Bell in 13:49. While I talk about a match I fucking loved. Shoko hit this pretty sick double arm DDT just after the 5-minute call. Maybe doubly sick because she kind of had her in like a double underhook necklock or something, and I wasn't expecting her to just suddenly snap down to the DDT, but it looked so good when she did it that way. Suzume hit this cool Rana from the floor, where she basically interrupted Shoko's dive in midair and just sent her out there on her own terms instead. I don't know if I've ever seen that. It was such a cool
There's
counter.
So much of this match where I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, these are such creative wrestlers.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays where like so much of wrestling looks exactly the same. Just one of the better things about Tokyo Joshi in general. It's fucking different from everything else.
That's for sure.
So yeah, she followed up with her own slingshot dive. And she's such a cool high flyer, Suzume. She's so good. She effortlessly avoided the 619 from Shoko, then immediately springboarded down from there and did something or other. Just very, very cool. Just everything she does looks so effortless. They started trading backslides back and forth. I'm going to remember to vote her for best high flyer at the end of the year for Observer Awards. I got to remember to do that. They started trading backslides back and forth. Shoko got the last one for a very close near fall. Had my heart in my chest here rooting for Suzume. I think I watched the show live, so I definitely wasn't spoiled. I think I watched it live. Shoko tried for her rolling Northern Light suplexes, but Suzume countered the second one. But then Shoko countered right back onto the mat in her stretch hold. And everything in this match was just so quick and so smooth. Shoko got her a stretch back on, but Suzume countered it brilliantly into her own head scissors arm lock. Shoko escaped. Shoko hit another double arm DDT just for the 15-minute call. Or no, I guess it was 10-minute call because it's 13:49. Suzume cut Shoko off the top rope with a drop kick, and then bulldogged her off it before hitting the ringer bell for the pin. Actually, now he might have this time wrong because I just noticed it's the exact same time as the last match. I could have sworn I did write down. Yes, this one's 16:58. So I caught you, Jamie, on Dramatic DDT. You did have one wrong. But I knew I did write 15-minute call for a reason. Yeah, Suzume cut Shoko off on the top rope with a drop kick and then bulldogs her off a bit for hitting the ringer bell for the pin. This match absolutely fucking ruled. 4.25 stars, easily match of the night. Shoko Nakajima's never been like one of my faves, but she always just has really good matches in spots like this. And Suzume literally is my fave in the promotion, so very happy she moved on to semifinals. I kind of thought she wouldn't because she's one half of the she's an international princess champion. So
yeah, I went even higher than you did. I went 4.5 for this one.
Okay. I can't blame you. It's
an incredible match, right? If you pause the match at any point and try and guess what's going to happen next, you're going to guess wrong. They feel like wrestlers who are so familiar with each other, and I can't think of a lot of other singles matches they would have had against each other. Maybe there's a bunch and I'm just forgetting them all, but it feels like this was also kind of a fairly rare pair for TJPW.
Wow, 8.81. Wow. So they're closer to you. I never would have guessed that.
Yeah.
The inmates have a rare good take by the inmates. Sorry,
yeah, there was especially a lot of intricate work in and around the ropes. You were saying you wanted to vote for Suzume as a high flyer wrestler, and I was thinking that's interesting because I don't really think of her as a high flyer because she doesn't get a lot of height, but she does use the ropes really well.
Well, yeah. I don't think high flyer means you have to take giant dives. If you just do a bunch of springboards, and you move really quickly, and you do.
So I don't mean to dispute the label. It's more like when you think of a high flyer, you think of a very particular type, right? And
yeah.
I'm just saying, I think it's interesting that Suzume's style, it could have gone that way because she is light enough and small enough. But instead, she's fairly grounded and instead just uses the ropes as another weapon in a way that's fun to watch. It feels like in some way like her domain, her domain in the wrestling match is just a little bit bigger than everybody else's because she's so good around the ropes. And it's true for Shoko as well. She is one of the very few wrestlers who can make a 619 look like a shoot move. That move is so ridiculous, and yet she does it so quick and smooth. God, this was just a terrific match. I adored it. My second favorite match of the week. If it wasn't for Suji and Bolton having a once-in-a-lifetime match, this would easily have taken the crown for the week.
So while you're talking, I looked up the answer to your question. They've met 3 times, but it's been a while. It's been more than 3 years.
Wow.
So February 24th, 2020 in something called Seijo Hall. I don't know if the building's ever run anymore. Shoko beat Suzume in just a regular match. I guess that would have been very early in Suzume's career, I guess, because she started 2019, right?
Yep. Same time as Mirai.
Match 2, Princess of the Decade tournament, second round. Shoko Nakajima beat her in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. That was January 30th, 2023. And then later that year, July 2023, Shoko beat her in the first round of the tournament in this very building. So they had her beat Shoko in the same building she eliminated her 3 years ago. That's pretty fucking cool, actually.
But they do run KFC Hall a lot, so might not have been intentional.
Yeah, but it's still cool.
It is.
So the semifinal show will be next week before we come back on this podcast. It will be Sunday, August 16th from the Osaka 176 box venue. It's a 12 o'clock start. It's 11 p.m. Eastern. I'll be able to watch that. The whole card's pretty cool, actually. So Chika, the 2 rookies are in there in singles matches. Chika Nanase versus Momo Sato, and Mizuki faces Shion Kanzaki. But then you get a match with Miyu Yamashita, Sakura Hattori, and Ren Konatsu against Alice Uendo, Wakana Uehara, and Haru Kazushiro. That sounds pretty cool for a 6-woman tag. You get the Up Girls teaming up, which is pretty rare. So it's Miyu Watanabe, Raku, Shino Suzuki, and God, I know this is auto translated wrong. What the fuck's the other one's name? It's Una Takami, not. It's like it says Shizu Takami. I'm like, what? It's Shizu? The fuck? But yes, Miyu Watanabe, Raku, and Shido Suzuki and Una Takami beating Shoko Nakajima, Hyper Misao, Palm Harajuku, and Mahio Kiryu. So there we get the Up girls teaming up. And then we get the three-way Yuki battle, which is like such a cool little match. Yuki Arai versus Yuki Kamifuku versus Yuki Aino. So that's just, I'm into it. The three-way the Yuki war has begun. And then the semifinals, Rika Tatsumi versus Toga, and Suzume versus Himawari. They go straight from one heartbreaking match for me to another one, but I can't root against Suzume Himawari. I'm sorry, I gotta root for Suzume here.
So, I think the other reason why Himawari is going to get an International Princess Challenge is because she's beating Suzume.
Yeah. So, Himawari wins and loses to Rika Tatsumi in the final. Is that what you're predicting?
Yep.
That's what I think, too. Because Rika's never won one of these things somehow.
Yeah, which feels weird, but...
Yeah.
Man, Rika versus Yuki Arai, too. That's a good match. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's talk a little Noah, and I do mean a little because I watched 2 matches from these 2 shows.
I'm not
going to give the whole
2
results.
shows from Noah. So.
Do you want to? I'll read the results. You can talk about every match. Why not?
Sure. All right.
Noah Legacy Rise 2026. The first night at Korakuen Hall, 1,589. I can't remember the last. Where the fuck did they put almost 1,600 people in Korakuen Hall? Did they start fucking telling the people to bring in lap babies?
I guess they opened up the rafters on the side and just
they're both balconies, but that's even then. You usually don't get that many in. They usually get you like 15 or something.
Here's the thing: it also sounded like it.
Yeah, no, it did. I mean, they were hot for this show. This is the hottest the crowd has been for Naito since in forever too. So you can tell all the Naito heads came out for this to see him challenge for the title.
I feel like it's the hottest I've seen a Noah show be this year. Just flat out.
That is fair.
I don't think it's just Naito either, because they were into just about everything.
Let me read off some matches I did not watch. Mohamed Yone, Atsushi Kotoge, and Hiroki and Hajime Ohara beat Dragonbane, Alejandro, Shuji Kondo, and Katsumi Inahara. It was Kotoge pinning Inahara in 7-18. Anything of note with this one?
Nope.
Okay. 4-way tag match. Bushi and Ryosei, Super Crazy and Black Mensa Ray, they were not involved in the fall. Instead, Kid Lycos #1 and Lycos #2 beat Yuto Koyanagi and Midori Takahashi. It was Lycos 1 pinning Takahashi in 6 minutes and 1 second with the Swanton Bomb. Anything of note in this match?
Sorry, I skipped straight to the 200 matches. So.
Oh, okay. So you didn't watch every match.
Not every match. Sorry.
Okay. We had there's a double count out in Ada and Daiki Oshima against Kai Fujiwara and Jun Masuoka. All right, 200 match. What were the rules in this fucking thing?
So the rules are that it is 200 seconds long. There is a pin, so you can win by pin, by KO, by count out, but the count out is only for 5 seconds. That does end up mattering. And yeah, it's a 3-count pin.
The pin is still.
It's still a 3-count. I know. Yes,
dumb.
It is extremely obvious they need to not do that by the end of this tournament. This was a weird tournament.
So the first round of this stupid tournament, Hayata beat Masakita Miya in 133 seconds by ring out.
Yep, so 5-second count, right? So what Hayata does is when Masa and Hayata go out to brawl and throw each other across the fences, when the count starts, Masa tries to get back in, but Hayata blocks him by doing actually this pretty cool spin around the bars on the corners of the ring and kicking him back out just as the count finishes. It was actually a pretty clever and cool look for Hayate to get the win over a much bigger wrestler. So I went 3 1/4 on it. I thought, oh, this is actually off to a pretty good start. Because, and this is something where I think the 200 division may actually be beneficial to Noah if they want to utilize it like this. It is nice to watch a Noah match where there is just no downtime, no stretching it out, no trying to make it long. You just have to get your shit in as quick as possible.
But okay, here's the problem I have with this now. If the 5-count ring out rule, if they go to a draw, nothing happens, right? For 200
Yeah,
seconds,
they're
it's
both
fire.
eliminated.
Okay. Why the fuck would either wrestler, but especially once these are title matches, the champion, why would they ever go out of the ring?
Buddy, I don't know.
If you stay in the ring, all you have to do is the last 200 seconds to retain your title. And the guy has to get. It would make more sense if you had to do a 2 count for the pin, because then in the ring would be just as risky as outside the ring. But now in the ring, you still need a 3 count to win. But outside the ring, it's a fucking 5 count. So no one should ever leave the ring in one of these matches. There's no reason. All you're doing is risking for no reason.
Yeah, there's clearly a meta reason here of how do we have a junior beat one of our biggest heavyweights. This was a fine answer to that problem, but I'm 100% with you. The other thing that bothers me about a 3 count, since we're talking about it now, if you're beating somebody in less than 3 minutes in a match, then why shouldn't you always beat them and pin them with a 3 count in less than 3 minutes? It would be so much easier on the booking and on the dignity of the wrestlers if it was like, it was only a 2 count, so it's not the same.
Yeah.
It would add so much better drama, too. Every time I've seen DDT or TJPW have matches end in 2 counts, they're always really exciting. It mixes things up in a good way.
Yeah, I love the 2 count rules. I mean, it's the best thing about GLEAT when I used to watch it. So, Tetsuya Endo in the other first round match here beat Amakusa in 155 seconds with a Hurricanrana. Got to blow through these fast, buddy, because I just noticed the time.
Oh, yeah.
Come here and yell.
I'm not going to spend more time on this. This was fine. They just did some moves, and Endo won. He's the heavyweight. What do you want?
Ozawa, Takashi Sugera, and Tadasuke beat Manabu Soya, Yuki Ino, and Yohei in Yohei's comeback match. Tadasuke pinned him in 10 minutes and 3 seconds. How'd old Yohei look?
Yohei looked pretty good, and it was very cute seeing him with Jonetsu. Because he didn't seem like 100% on board or like he understood what the shtick was, but he also felt like he was kind of game for what they do. In terms of like health, he looked normal. He looked like good old Yohei. I'm happy to see him back for what it's worth.
Then we had 2 straight draws in the stupid tournament. Kaneo versus Alpha Wolf and Kaito versus Yoshiki Inamura both went to 200-second draws. So what a stupid tournament.
Yeah, both of these matches are roughly the same. It's 2 guys applying moves to each other and done really quickly. It's entertaining enough, but it reinforces they need like 2 count pin rules. They maybe need to do something about tiebreakers too, because what are they going to do when a guy's defending the belt? Like, do they vacate the belt if they tie? What the heck?
I don't know. Good question. Then we have the first of the only 2 matches I watched, which was the GHC national title. Naomichi Marufuji defeated Kenta in 2045 at the perfect neck lock to make his 4th defense. So it started with some slow-paced mat wrestling. Then Kenta started laying into Marufuji with his signature middle kicks. He got the hard soccer ball kick to the back. And this was, it was fine, just very slow-paced. They totally botched the spinning DDT out of the corner, which instead turned into like a weird face rub of Marufuji over the top rope by Kenta. That looked pretty bad. That was a little before the 10-minute call. It picked up a bit heading into the 15-minute call with some more nice striking from Kenta. But then they just kind of died off again. I don't know, like they just didn't really do much of anything. I was shocked when I saw the rating for that, so I'd be interested to see yours. But yeah, Marufuji just kind of like got the guillotine on Kenta after he got out of the game over, and Kenta just very weakly tapped out, which I thought was a pretty horrible finish. It was like, I did not think it was ending there at all, and I don't know why Kenta tapped out so lightly. So yeah, I just thought there were a few moments here and there I thought was pretty good, but as a total package, I thought it was quite bad. A little sad to watch given the amazing stuff these 2 used to do together, but I don't remember their match from the previous year, but I think last year, but I feel like it had to have been better than this. I was like 2 stars on this. I mean, the cage match demons are at 6.72, which implies like 3.25, or like 3.25, 3.5. I don't know. I just thought it was bad.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, I am closer to the cage match demons here. I went 4 flat. Because for me, what this match felt like was an increasingly exhausted Marufuji just weathering the storm, and he looks so beaten down, and you think about just how old this guy is and how not that long ago, he was barely moving or barely able to put on even a competent match. Here, they made it work, because I don't know, it's watching him get beat up but continue to work through it, and ultimately I found the win like kind of satisfying enough. I didn't think the hold was odd, but I thought it was novel. I thought it was Marufuji like debuting a new submissioner, but I couldn't quite tell. The English commentary wasn't that helpful there.
Yeah, I don't know either. But the match I do want to talk about, when I heard that Tetsuya Naito had an incredible match, in the main event of the show, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Tetsuya Naito beat Shane Haste in 22-17 at the Destino. The champion fails his fourth defense, and Naito becomes the 51st champion. I was for it on the result, and it didn't even matter because I was so happy watching this match. Now, the Naito fans, like I said earlier, came out in more force than I've ever seen them in so long, just chanting for him, like pretty much as loudly as they were all the way back on January 1st at the Budokan. Because it felt like ever since then, they have not been that into him. There haven't been as many Naito fans there. They were out here for this. Haste did this plancha to the outside and, just kind of slingshot up and over in a standing position. Also looked like he barely touched him. That might have been the only spot of the entire match that didn't look great. Naito hits this great-looking spinning DDT using the elevated side of the front bleachers to kick off of it. They got back in the ring. We had a spot that was spoiled for me already on Twitter, but it was spectacular. Naito went for his top rope Rana, only for Haste to reverse it into an avalanche powerbomb, and Naito took a fucking sick bump right on his neck, just like he used to. There was this enormous Naito chant after the 15-minute call, but Haste hit, I guess, like a Shining Wizard, but it felt like he even jumped up way higher for it or something. But I don't know if that is a Shining Wizard. He gives a different name. That got a near fall. Naito countered another Haste powerbomb with a Rana. Hit the clear. This is where I thought people were like, yes, okay. Haste carried him. Obviously, Haste did a lot to make these Destinos and everything land smoothly. Mm-hmm. But Naito was just moving smoother than he has in fucking 5 years. There's nothing that Haste would have done to have anything to do with this fucking kick he's been hit. That rolling kick that he always does, that lately has looked incredibly sad. He hit his best version of it in probably 5 fucking years. So he hits the rolling kick. He hits an Enziguri, back to back. Both were perfect. He did that flip DDT thing out of the corner that used to look horrible even during his prime, and it looked decent. When Naito tries the running Destino, Haste countered with a Shoryuken. That was cool. I love the yell Shoryuken too. Then he does this high-speed backdrop suplex for a 2 count. But Naito came back with the Destino pin thing that he beat Kaito with. Haste countered it by standing straight up and powering Naito out of it into a suplex position. But Naito countered that with a Destino out of nowhere. That looked awesome. Looked fucking great. The crowd was losing their shit. Naito goes for the wind-up Destino. Haste countered that into the Bomb Valley Death. But he couldn't follow up because both guys were down. And again, usually the counter Destinos are the ones he has. The ones with the Destinos being countered, the ones that end up being blown. And here they hit it flawlessly. And the crowd starts an enormous Naito chant here. Haste hits this huge standing lariat after escaping another Destino attempt. That led to a 2 count as we got the 20-minute call. Naito fucking takes a sleeper suplex right on his head as we got another 2 count. And Haste went for another Bomb Valley Death. Naito counted into a perfect Poison Rana from there. Haste no-sold it, stood up, went for it again, but Naito countered that into another Destino. Then hit the running Destino, but Haste kicked out. And finally, Naito hit another real Destino, which Haste did take this amazing spinning bump for. He took the Ospreay bump from the G1 final. And that got the pin and the title for Tetsuya Naito. Incredible match. Again, I don't want to hear some of you saying that Haste carried him. Yes, Haste carried him. But I guarantee you, if I took a fucking poll of fucking wrestling Twitter people and fucking other podcasters and said, do you believe that Tetsuya Naito is even capable of being carried to a match that's currently sitting at 8.76 on Cage Match with 87 votes? Do you believe that's capable of happening anymore in 2026? Everyone would have said no, probably. Like, people talk about this man like he was fucking a leper or something. Like, yes, he's looked rough. But in the last match last month with Kaito that I went 3.5 on, I said, Naito looks a little better. He's not falling down anymore. He's not fucking blowing every spot anymore. So this was coming. He's lost a bunch of weight. He's moving a little bit better.
Yep.
Like, he's never gonna be 2017 Naito again, obviously. but he is now capable of being carried to an incredible match. And this was an incredible match. I went 4.5 stars on it. One of my favorite matches the entire week. And again, I am as big of a Tetsuya Naito fan as anybody, as everybody listening knows. I did not think this was going to happen again either. I probably would have voted no in that poll. So you know what? Naito proved me wrong too. And as I said on Twitter, the apologies to Tetsuya Naito need to be as loud as the disrespect, as far as I'm concerned. So get those apologies out and start writing them, everybody.
I went 4.25. Really, really enjoyed this match. The crowd also really elevated it too. People were losing their minds over this match, especially in the closing stretch.
Yeah, almost like Naito's one of the most over wrestlers of all time.
Yeah, right. What I actually really appreciated about Naito in this match is how he was moving when it wasn't the closing stretch and he needed to do the big moves. He is going to be slower, and that's just how it's going to be because he's so much older now and there's so much mileage on him. But what he reminded me of was a drunken brawler from a kung fu movie where he may look slow, but he's canny, and he's going to do some unexpected shit that's going to catch you off guard, which I think fits Naito so well. I think it makes him look a little more legitimate by taking the time to kind of slow down and make sure to do things correctly. Like, he can't move like he's 30 anymore, but he does also kind of still carry that aura and that sense of legitimacy that was a big part of why he was such a big wrestler, why he was such a great wrestler. I don't know. I think this is a really good start to a Naito GHC reign, and I have a good feeling about how his reign is going to go. If it's going to be a lot of having him match up against the Noah trilogy that they highlighted when I was last on in Shoe Pro, right? I feel like that's kind of the game plan here, is to use him to get the shine on Ozawa and Smack Daddy and I guess even Kaito. Though if Kaito's the one who wins, that would feel almost funny. Like, right? Yeah. That would be weird. Yeah. It feels like the goal should be Ozawa, but Ozawa is cooked. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't really understand what he's doing anymore. You want to talk about cooked people, like you said.
Yeah, no. I think Ozawa is.
And I thought the guy, I thought the guy was great when he first showed up on the scene.
Oh,
so
100%.
I was hiring on a lot of people, but I don't get what he's doing anymore. All right, got to get through this. Next Noah night, I did not see any of the show, so
I'll run through it. I'll run through it real quick. Actually, let me just
let me just say the.
Oh, go on.
Let me just say the attendance real quick, which was 1292, so down quite a bit from the day before, but yeah.
Yep. It was still really loud there. This crowd loves their Noah Juniors, who were the highlight of the show.
Fucking Kai Fujimura won the junior title. Oh,
he won the junior title.
Fuck off.
He actually looked better than I've ever seen him before. Obviously, Aita is a terrific wrestler, but
unless he's going to stop grinning like a fucking crazy asshole in every stupid
he's going to look like a weird asshole the entire time. There's no way around that. But I thought he had a great closing stretch in the match. It does have a lot of interference from Team 2000X. It leads to kind of a bumpy match structure, but a combination of he does some cool shit in the ring, and the audience is screaming their lungs out for Aita to win. It all came together to make for what I thought was a 4-star match. But if you are going to watch one match from that show, watch the tag title match, because that is, they try to do an epic of just Juniors Rock doing high fly flow shit, doing crazy dives off of the ring and onto a table that's miles away, all kinds of crazy stuff. It doesn't really make for like a narratively coherent match, but it makes for a fun Dudes Rock match. So that, I think, you should definitely go out of your way to watch. Also, by the way, Yohei joined Team 2000X.
What?
Yep, in his singles match against Tatty Daddy, he turned on Jonetsu.
Okay.
It's not good. It makes no goddamn sense. Here's the thing. I was also kind of heartbroken because I was excited to have Yohei back.
So they did the Doki thing, where where you want to see the guy come back from his horrible injury.
Yeah.
A lovely babyface
have
junior,
the
like
hero's welcome on night 1, and then night 2, when he tries to be the hero against the big bad heel unit, he's like, "No, actually, secretly, I had joined them already."
Yeah, I don't know if that's worse or better or worse.
It's really bad. Also, I guess the 200 final was fine. It was Hayate versus Endo. Hayate won. It was very, very quick. So,
all right. There's your Noah talk, everybody. Oh, actually, I'll quickly give the participants too, but the M1 they announced it. So Naito's skipping it. Naito basically said, I want to see you guys, what's the word? Like, you want to see you guys crown your number 1 guy, and then that guy can face me in October, the Ryogoku, and maybe we can hold up against New Japan's Ryogoku. So I guess that's the excuse for missing it, which, I mean, it's good decision, honestly.
Yep.
So
agreed.
The A block, Kaito Kiyomiya, Yoshiki Inamura, Shane Haste, Yuki Ino, Kazuyuki Fujita, Chen, some Southeast Asian guy. I don't know who that is.
WWE Reject.
Oh. Takashi Sugera and Alpha Wolf. So, it's not a bad looking block.
Yep.
I mean, there's some matches. Kaito Inamura could be good. Shane Haste, I didn't love the Shane Haste title reign as much as some people did, but man, he sure ended it with a great performance. So,
I mean, it got me watching Noah again. So, props for that.
Can you tell me what the fuck what's going on with Koga? Did they say anything about that? He's just coming over
No, I don't understand that either. So,
because they list him as the work in progress Koga.
For those of y'all listening, that's a Wada-san coming back, but he's coming back as Koga, and he's coming back as a progress wrestler, not as a Wada-san. So
yeah, he's listed as Koga from Progress. The work in progress is his nickname. But everybody in this match, everybody has a wacky nickname in this tournament for some reason. But yeah, Block B.
Well, the wacky nicknames I think are just what they normally give Noah wrestlers.
The B block is Kano, Kenta, Tetsuya Endo, Manabu Soya, Koga, Titus Alexander appearing from Marvelous. That's cool.
Yeah,
Masa Kitamiya and Ozawa. He appeared last year too?
Ozawa?
I don't remember. No, Titus Alexander? Because the kanji says his second year. Maybe a year before that.
I think so. I don't think it was last year.
Let me look real quick.
Like during the pandemic, I think he might have.
2024. Oh,
was?
Made all the way to semifinals, actually. Okay.
Jeez, I think I just straight up didn't watch that one.
Yeah, I don't think I did either. But yeah, Kano, Kenta, Endo, Soya, Koga, Titus Alexander, Masakitami, and Ozawa. I mean, if Ozawa could fucking get his shit together, this block would be a lot better. I don't know if he's going to. I kind of doubt it. But I'm fascinated to see Koga. It'd be nice if they ever did anything with Endo, but it seems like that's never happening. And we'll see what Titus looks like. Kano's good. Kenta's good, usually. Although Kenta was horrible in last year's tournament. Kind of just didn't hold up this tournament at all. Kitamiya sucks. And Soya sucks. So... I don't know.
I don't mind Soya and Masa. I think sucks is a little strong.
Yeah, Soya's fine. Masa sucks, especially as a heel.
I think this is the better block for what it's worth, especially if Ozawa can get his shit together.
If Ozawa got his shit together, it'd be in contention. If he doesn't, then I don't think it is. But, yeah, we're gonna watch it, despite the fact that I really didn't want to after how bad last year's was. So hopefully this year's is better. I don't know.
I mean, I feel better about that lineup than I do about the Dream Star. So.
Oh yeah, the fucking Dream Star. We're gonna get to that, but first we got to do the Marvelous show from Korakuen. We can go quick too. It's only 6 matches.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we're approaching.
I also have no notes, so I won't have any way to ramble.
The Marvelous August 8th Korakuen. I don't think they announced a crowd number, did they?
Checking cage match.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's not on. It's not any. I mean, it looked like a big crowd to me.
Yeah, it looked like a good crowd. Agreed.
The opener was Mika Iwata beating Ruka Amahane in 9:24 at the Silver Next. So Iwata dominated throughout the first 5 minutes, of course. But then Ruka, who's like one of the newest Marvelous rookies, I think she's a 13-year-old one.
Yep, she's a
middle schooler. She finally fought back with a drop kick, an inside cradle. several more drop kicks and a power slam. The power slam especially got a big pop, but Iwata, of course, ended up tapping her out. A perfectly fine veteran versus youngster match here, although I can't say that Ruka is making a huge impression on me so far, especially compared to some of the other brand new Joshi rookies we see out there. But, she looks okay.
Yeah, and again, middle
Iwata,
schooler, so...
Yeah. Iwata looks strong, heading into her big Sendai Girls World title match at the end of the month. So, Gentlewoman's 3.
Okay. I went 3 1/4. I just really love watching Miko Iwata work, honestly. I think she has some of the best offense in the game.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
She's so fucking good. I was watching this with a friend, actually, and when I saw this come up first, I asked him, hey, do you want to see a child get beat up? And I immediately felt bad about the joke because of how long Miko Iwata was beating her ass. It took Ruka a very long
Mika
time.
was like, I am beating this fucking child, and she's gonna like it. Like, okay, it's funny because there's a thing in Joshi, like, okay, the 8-year-olds they treat differently. They don't really beat them up, but apparently 13-year-olds are fucking fair game because
Sure.
they beat the shit out of these. They sure beat the shit out of these teenagers. I mean, you can even just see what the two sisters in Ice Ribbon, whose names are escaping me for some reason. God, this is horrible. I voted for one of them. I voted for one of them in the fucking... Masahiro and... I swear to God, I didn't look that up. Masahiro and her sister, Moehiro. But like the really young one, they treat with total kids' gloves. And the 14-year-old, they just fucking kick her ass.
Yeah.
So it's very funny.
I thought Ruka's comeback was very standard, but also it feels weird to just comment at all on the performance of a middle schooler, even if it isn't a professional wrestling match. So, whatever.
That is true.
Fine start. I was entertained.
Kohei Sato beat Yosuke Santa Maria in 7:54, the pile driver. So this is a little different from your typical Yosuke comedy match because a lot of it was about how much smaller she was than Sato. So, and the Sato headbutt was fucking gross at the end. I'm like, oh my God. 3 stars again. It was fine. I like Maria. I hope she survived that headbutt.
I did not realize Yosuke Santa Maria's pronouns were she, her.
I don't know if it is or not. I got used to calling her. Her, he, they. I don't know.
May not matter.
And the wrestling character is a she, so whatever.
Yeah, I barely watched this. I was distracted at the time. No rating. Let's move on.
Chikayo Nagashima, Yurika Oka, and Ai Hozan lost to the team of Itsuki Aoki, Sora Ayame, and Sweet Caroline. Sora pinning Hozan in 14:01. I didn't think there was anything special as a match most of the way. In fact, I really ended up having almost no notes on it. Yep. But boy, was the fucking finish special because Sora got the biggest fin of her career by far. Of course, at poor Ai Hozan's expense, she never gets anything. Crowd went absolutely insane for this too. So I went 2 3/4. I gave it like a 1/4 star for the finish. A very average match, but the finish was great. So
I went 2.5. No real comments.
Magenta back together here after they've been split up a bunch lately, especially on the shows I went to. I was sad I couldn't see them and hear their awesome theme song live. We'll see again at Korakuen. Maybe at the end of the year. We'll see. Magenta, Maria Enrico beat Echika Miyabi and Leia Knight. Mm-hmm. It was Miyabi pinning Rico in 11:45. So Leia Knight is a 22-year-old from Seattle. I'd never heard of her. Cage match does not have her stats, but she looked almost as tall as Echika, so she must be pretty fucking tall then, because Echika's like 5'10", I think. She only has 49 matches under her belt. I was surprised to see that because I thought she was pretty good here.
Yeah, she held her own.
Yeah. I had a long moment where they were coming out, and I was like, what fucking title does Rico have? That looks so cool. But then I put two together because it has a big rose on the front of it. It's like this white belt. I'm like, oh yeah, Rose. That's the name of 01's new.
Okay.
So I guess Rico is their inaugural champion. I didn't look it up. I'm pretty sure that's true. I don't know what else that belt would be. But I remember vaguely hearing that at some point. So
Rico's
I never watched it. I don't
and not the Yuki. What was her name? The one that they signed, like the first woman they signed, who was from Ice Ribbon.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of the name either.
Okay.
She did that Stardom title shot earlier this year.
She did, yeah, for the high speed. Yeah.
I can't think of her name either.
Odd.
Yuki's. There's so many Yukis too. Is that like the Japanese Ashley or something? I don't know. There's a lot of Yukis out there. But yeah, I had
or like the Japanese John.
Yeah. Well, whatever. This is a female name. I reached for a female name. I know my name's common too. Magenta have been trying to recruit Echika for a while now, apparently. They presented her with the shirt again before the match, which just kind of whipped Rigo with it. So I guess that was a no for now. And I guess someone's been watching their Stardom tapes because Echika gets moonsault off the top by Rico, but just flips her over on top of the pen. I thought the finish was kind of stupid, but whatever. I mean, at least she's way bigger, so at least it makes sense she has kind of the leverage to do it. But yeah, another perfectly fine match. It started dragging for me a bit towards the end, to be honest. I was like 3 stars on it. I don't know.
Yeah, the match itself, I don't have a lot of comments on. It was fine. The post-match was hilarious.
Yes, after the match, Miyabi's like, I just beat the two of you. All right, I'll join you. I was like, what?
No, that's the subtext here is she had already decided to join them. She just wanted to win the match, right? Because she had to shave her eyebrows to do it and put on fake eyebrows.
That's true. That is funny.
So she was going to join them, win or lose.
That's funny. And she ended up beating them instead. All right, we get to the 2 matches that everyone's creaming their pants about. I'll just say off the bat, I'm lower on both of these. The first one, because the consent, like the cage match ratings for both of these are like really high, if I remember correctly. And one of them I did think was awesome. Yeah, the cage match ratings are 8.7 for this next match, which I'm way lower on this one, and 9.53 for the main one, which would imply like 4 3/4. So I'm lower on that one too. But yeah, the first one, Takumi Iroha beat Senka in 1835 via knockout. The stipulation, by the way, is if either one of them, Takumi or Suri, had lost one of these 2 singles matches, they would have had to break up as a team.
Oh, really? So, I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, this match, like, the crowd was really into it. So that probably helped it for a lot of people. But I just, like, the forearm exchange they had, I thought was really, really standard until Takumi finally cracked her in the mouth. There was this really great sequence where, like, they reversed, like, suplex each other back and forth, and it ended with a double pinfall. They almost got counted down, and they both stood back up before Senka finally suplexed her one last time after Takumi briefly blocked it. But, like, I don't know, like, it just, there was a lot of stuff here that I was like, okay. The end, especially, I didn't like. Because I thought Senka, who's usually very good and very realistic, I thought the way she was selling that she was out was a little weird, and just like, especially the finish when she staggered back up to her feet and just kind of fell backwards, it looked kind of stupid to me. Like, it didn't look realistic at all. I also thought it was dumb that Takumi kept going for the knockout finish. The match had a 20-minute time limit, and your fucking tag team, who you're fucking champions with, I think. Oh no, wait, did they lose them? No, they lost them. Okay, they're not champions anymore. But the tag team, you know, you had to break up your tag team if you lose this match. It's like, shouldn't you be like a little more desperate to win this match? Then that you're not going for fucking like knockouts. You should be going for pins here with the time. There's less than a minute and a half left in the time limit. So I thought that was kind of stupid, and I thought the finish didn't really work for me. I was like 3.5 on it. It was good, but like a lot of people were way higher in this match than me, seemingly. I'm assuming you're about to say you were too.
Yeah, I went 4 flat, so I don't know if that's way higher though.
That's a little higher.
I would say it was great, but not much more than that. And I think a lot of it was simply that this was a match done with a lot of intensity in front of a very hot crowd. I just didn't think it had much of a narrative thread tying it together beyond 2 of them just kind of wrestling a pretty straightforward match. That, yes, I also agree that the ending is a little underwhelming, but I also thought it made sense for Senka. Like, something about her attitude is very similar to Yuto Ice, right? They're weirdly comparable, where it makes a lot of sense that her matches are more likely to end by KO or TKO than by pin. But if you want to talk about a good match.
Yeah. The main event, I mean, I thought the main event was awesome. It's one of these times where, like, you know, everybody else seems to have as a match of the year contender. So it's 9.53 on cage match, would imply 4 3/4. I'm like 4 1/4. So I'm not going to be out here and saying it sucked. I thought it was awesome, but it didn't hit that match of the year level for me. I think the problem was, like, besides the fact that I had one spot that I thought was really weird and stupid. Like, first of all, there was so much crowd brawling in this, and I cannot stress enough how over crowd brawling I am. Second of all, but I get it because they wanted to show off the house they drew, so whatever. But second of all, there was a spot where Mio climbed up to that entryway for the stairwell that I still can't figure out what to call, and dove off it but Sari just like didn't sell it.
She did the Samoa Joe. She walked away.
Well, but she didn't really walk away though.
I thought
because I rewound it 3 times. I rewound it 3 times to make sure. Mio either she barely moves and Mio sort of grazes her and she just doesn't sell it. I thought it was so weird. Because that's what I thought happened at first too, but I kept rewinding to make sure, and she just stands there.
So Mio missed, I think, is what happened then, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very weird spot. I was surprised more people didn't talk about it because with how hyped this match is, I mean, that's a big spot in the match. It just was really weird and really, I couldn't even tell what they were going for, to be honest. But of course, the rest of it was really, really awesome. You know, they fucking beat the shit out of each other like you'd expect in a Sari match. They did really brutal kicks for each other. They did brutal forearms. I didn't think it had like any kind of big story either. Like it just kind of was like, okay, they beat shit out of each other and somebody won finally. But it was still awesome. I mean, again, I'm doing that thing where I'm nitpicking a match I thought was awesome, but like, you know, I was 4 1/4 on it when everybody else is like match of the year. So that's why I feel obliged to say some things I didn't like about it that much. But yeah, awesome fucking match. 4 1/4 stars. They killed each other real good. I loved the ref Tommy, her because she's obviously a partial ref here to Marvelous. And she does that hesitation and like that damn it face before just to count 3. So that was cool.
Well, she always hesitates on the 3rd count.
Well, I know she always hesitates. She always hesitates, but she had a face.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
You look at her face. She's this face like, damn, our girl lost. Basically, that was the face. So, but yeah, awesome fucking match. 4 1/4. Really, the only thing on this show I would go out of my way to say, but a lot of people disagree with me on the semi-main, so I guess watch that too. But yeah.
Yeah. I went 4.5 on it. So I guess not that far off from you. It is tough to talk about a match that is largely people just hitting each other really fucking hard. And I also think
there's not a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
They beat the shit out of each other.
They sure did. My God. And it was sometimes getting uncomfortable. It reminded me in some ways of an even better version of Gabe Kidd and Hanari's match from earlier a couple weeks ago, actually, at this point. Where this one, I think part of what made it special and set it apart was a combination of some external factors that are beyond the wrestler's control. Like the crowd was bloodthirsty, basically. And there's a prestige that Sari has attached to her at this point that makes a match where a wrestler like Mio is in the perfect position to get a big win that you want to see, even though you rationally know it will never happen. You know what I'm saying? She brings like a little extra prestige to this kind of match that I think pushes it over the top. So great stuff. Highly recommend watching.
Sure, definitely for sure. Main event definitely recommend it. The semi-main, you probably should watch it because you'll probably like it more than I did. So there you go. There's your Barry Goal review. All right, last topic. Thank God, because we're approaching 5 hours and it's almost 1 a.m. and Nicole's gonna come here and kill me. Marvelous, the August 8th. No, I just did that. Sorry, Barry Goal. It's 1 a.m. folks. August 9th, Oda Ward Gym. I did not watch the first 3 matches, so I have nothing to say about them. Did you watch them?
I did, but there's not a lot to say about most of them.
All right, so it's 1,310 attendance, very slightly up from the 1,230 they announced back on May 23rd for Utami's send-off show, but still well below the 1,812 for the show you were at, the January 3rd show that I've still never watched any of.
At this point, you're not allowed to. I don't want to hear that you ever watched Mayu Iwatani versus Takumi Iroha, the best match of the year by far. You're not allowed to watch that.
Okay, I think I won't watch it. I wasn't going to anyway, probably.
Well, now you're not. How's that?
Okay. How's that? All right, so it opened up with Komomo Minami beating Hummingbird in 607 with a German suplex hold. Anything at all about this match?
Actually, I thought this was pretty all right, especially for Komomo. There's a bit at the end. How it basically closes out is Hummingbird is in the position to get suplexed, and she tries to break out of it, and Komomo keeps pulling her back in, and this goes on for a while, and they do it long enough that it loops from, okay, this is getting kind of repetitive, to, okay, this is kind of awesome, especially because Komomo pins her eventually with the suplex, and it's a really good looking suplex.
That is cool.
There's a bit there that I thought I'm seeing flashes of Mayu Iwatani in Komomo specifically. So I don't want to overstate it though. This was a fine match. Also, Hummingbird just doesn't really do high flying stuff anymore, and I wonder if like that the high speed match from a couple years ago was so bad that it feels like she just doesn't take risks anymore. It's kind of sad to watch.
Match number 2, Syoko Koshino and Aaliyah James beat Nao Ishikawa and the Lady AI. I always want to say I, but no, it's AI. That's her actual name. Koshina hit the liner splash in 12:17 on AI. I can't imagine this was good with Koshino in there. I don't know anything about Aaliyah James, but I have to watch her.
It was fine. It was 2.5. Very little to comment on. My biggest note is Now's trying to get the audience to chant for the Lady AI, and I'm sorry, but it's hard to chant for AI nowadays.
Match 3, Unagi Sayaka, the Mystery U, of course, beat Megaton in 7:39 with the Jomon Topa.
Sure.
I'm sure this was a mat classic.
The best thing was that Unagi broke out your favorite gimmick in a comedy match. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The rubber band?
She did. Yep. And Megaton took it like a champ, to her credit. So
good for her.
Yep, good for her.
She's in the fucking Dream Star. That made me want to fucking kill myself when I saw that. Gonna have to watch 5 Megaton singles matches. Fucking kill me. 3D Trios titles.
That's a little strong, but okay.
We're at the very end. Nicole's came here. Look at me. Literally the very end. Misa Matsuri, Chiaki, and Rei Seto beat Mai Sakurai, Natsumi Shozuki, and Arina Yamaka. It was Seto with a reverse Hanaligatame on Sakurai in 15:05. So the Sakurai team, I can never remember their team. It's something. Is it like Royalty?
Levy and Rose.
Levy and Rose, thank you. They failed in their third defense, and Darkness Revolution became the second champions. Kind of marigold in a nutshell for me for a long time with this. This was fine, but like nothing more. And the crowd was basically dead fucking silent. Now keep in mind I didn't watch the first 3 matches. This was my first one I turned on.
Oh, they were silent the whole time.
Why the fuck? Why do these people go to these shows? They go to these shows to sit there in silence and watch wrestlers they don't apparently like enough to cheer for? It's so bizarre to me.
Yeah. Okay, so the only thing I think worth noting about this match is that Rhea got the submission on Mai.
Yeah,
which
that I did not see coming.
Win. Yeah. So, and I think
why
it's kind of cool.
Why are the Darkness Revolution weapon shots always so low effort, by the way? Like, Lei Seto did like a whip or something. I'm like, you should watch Rina, because what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
It was like nothing.
No, it doesn't look good.
But yeah, it was pretty good. It was 3 1/4. I mean, I'm happy for Rei Seto. I think Rei Seto's great. Otherwise, I mean, I think she's one of their better wrestlers. But like the Darkness Evolution, the other two going straight from the Twin Star to the fucking 3D belts on 2 straight Auto War shows, like screams lazy booking to me. It's moving one tag division to the other.
Yeah, and they don't have that many wrestlers, so it's already weird enough that they've hot potatoed the 3D belt. I would have rather that Levy and Rose, who by the way got a new entrance theme, I'm pretty sure, as a unit for this show, where they lost the titles. What's up with that?
That wacky hat man. Twin Star tag titles.
Anyway,
3 1/4. Oh yeah, I don't know if I said that. 3 1/4 for me too. It was pretty good. Yeah. Just dead crowd again.
Dead crowd. Yeah.
Twin Star titles. Koki Amare and Chika Goto make their third defense, beating the team of Shino and Yuka Yamazaki. It was Chika with the Goton special on Shino to make their second defense. So there are 3 matches left.
3.
This is it. It's almost over. I'm gonna go fast. This is the biggest spot for Yuka in her young career so far. She basically filled in for the injured Sari Yamaoka here, since Sari had been Shino's regular partner of late. But yeah, this was a match that happened. It was 2 1/4 stars. It was below average.
I was slightly higher than that. I went 3 flat. I thought Shino and Yuka had some impressive spots together. Gochika and Koki, though, they didn't look as impressive, which is a problem when you're the champion. Gochika also seemed to take up most of the offense, too, which makes me worry about how much Koki can handle singles matches.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out. The semi-main, the only thing worth watching on this show was Mayu Iwatani and Victoria Yuzuki losing to Spark Rush. It was Sarii pinning Suzuki in 1913 with a Uranage. Obviously, Takumi Iroha was her partner. I legit forgot that fucking Victoria Yuzuki. First I forgot that Victoria Yuzuki had the white belt because she's been out since her first match since April 19th, by the way, and they never took this belt off her. Mm-hmm. Then I forgot not just that Mayu Iwatani is the Superfly champion, I forgot the Superfly title even existed. She hasn't wrestled since April 11th, besides the one match she did in Marvelous where she wrestled on a broken foot for Rin's retirement match on May 5th, like a complete idiot. Which, I mean, I said that lovingly about Mayu. She's not the brightest, not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but yeah, I mean, the two of these wrestlers have basically been out for almost 4 months, and they're both still singles champions. How fucking stupid is that? It also probably goes without saying that they should have main evented with this match. I mean, this was the only thing the crowd cared about. They were into this match.
Yeah.
And
I saw someone who was there posting as well that people left after this match too. So
yeah, it was Skinny Pop on the Voice Wrestling Discord, in case he's a listener, to give him actual credit. He was there and he said that a lot of people left after this match. Can you believe that Hatman actually said the fucking red belt always has to go on last?
Here's the thing. I agree with him. So I don't know, man.
If Utami Yashishita was hearing that backstage, she probably fucking broke out laughing. Or hearing that from somewhere else.
I know.
She read that.
I know.
Because they two shows in a row, 2 big shows in a row, they made event with something else over her red belt match. So anyway,
he's right.
Victoria,
but yeah, great time to be right. I guess I don't know.
I can't hear you. Oh, I don't know, because it kept making weird noises and stuff. I gotta get a new mic, so I put it farther away and turned it up. But yeah, just to go quickly, because Nicole wants to go to bed and I want to get in the shower. It was a great match. Yeah. It was I don't know if I'm where are the cage match people have it again? The cage match people had it at they had it at 9.28. Okay. So I had it somewhere between 4.5 and 4 3/4. I was 4 stars flat on it. Thought it was pretty great. It just felt like the less cool younger sister of the Spark Rush versus Alisu and Miyu Yamashita match from earlier this year. Because they kind of sort of start the same story where it's Spark Rush doesn't take Yuzuki seriously and she's mad about it. But then they really didn't do that much with it. Whereas they made the entire story of the match, the Endo not being taken seriously in a way that elevated that match. That's one of my favorite matches of the entire year. It's a 4 3/4 star match to me. This was the less cool younger sister of that match. It was still a great match. They still did, Sarii just fucking murdered Victoria for a while, which of course she did a good job of. And Victoria took this insane bump on one Uranage in particular, right on her neck, trying to go right back on the injured list, girl. Jesus.
Yeah.
But great match. 4 stars.
It was I went 4 1/4. It was a match done with a lot of intensity, especially from Victoria Yuzuki. I don't think the story. I don't think she makes sense in the Arisu Endo position, partly because she is a current champion and she has also been a finalist at the 5-star before. Sorry, not the 5-star. The Dream Star.
Super rookie.
She's clearly one of their top 4 or 5 wrestlers. So.
Yeah. The main event, the Marigo World title, Miko Ano beat Nagisa Nozaki in 1841 with a lariat, make her 6th defense. I mean, of all matches, too, to main event over that one. I mean, this is the weakest world title match they've ever put on, possibly.
Ooh, it's rough.
At least the Chiaki one had the hair step. What did this have? I'm surprised. I was shocked it even got a 7 on cage match, because, again, that's 3.5. I was 2 3/4 on it. It was okay. But the crowd was not into it at all.
Nope.
It was really boring through the first 5 minutes. There's some decent middle kicks by Miko Ano at one point. There was a spot where the fucking chair spot stuff was supposed to get heat. The Oda crowd was so dead silent in a way I don't even recall hearing a wrestling crowd. They were not the normal quiet wrestling crowd. They were so dead silent it felt like you could hear people breathing.
It gets uncomfortable. Yeah.
It gets uncomfortably quiet. Yeah, like this was really, really bad. Really, really bad crowd heat. I mean, this match again, it's like both, right? Because the match wasn't great. They didn't get the crowd a lot to work with, but you have to give the wrestlers something to work with too. And like they just had nothing to work with either too. So I don't know. Miku won with a nice lariat. The end was decent, but it was so boring and the crowd was so fucking dead that I was like, again, it's 2 3/4. I don't get how people are going Marigold is back off this show. I really don't.
No.
And one great tag match with 2 outsiders. There was really nothing else I saw that was great, and I doubt the 3 matches I skipped would have convinced me anything. So, just I don't.
There was a ton of dead space in this match, not good, and I'm starting to wonder if Miku Ano is a good champion. But also, I don't think Nagisa Nozaki's ever had a great match in a singles match, right? Like, remember her feud with Mai and how flat that the final match of that feud was? Like, I don't know. She doesn't feel like a good choice for a challenger.
All right, so that's your Marigold show. Again, one match you should watch, probably. The Dreamstar GP participants, it's 4 blocks of 6. They went from 2 blocks to 4, which is pretty stupid in my opinion. I don't think they have nearly a deep enough roster to get away with 4 blocks. As you hear when we do these, read off these names, it's like this made me want to go back on covering the Dreamstar. I think I'm still going to do it, but these blocks look horrible. The A block is Miku Ano, Natsumi Shozuki, Misa Matsui, Rina Yamaoka, Yuka Yamazaki, and Ale James. I guess I'm a little excited for Misa Natsumi. I don't know. I'm really stretching.
I think this was the strongest block from what I remember, and it's not that great.
B block, Maya Iwatani, Mila Schmidt, Komomo Minami, Nao Ishikawa, Nagisa Nozaki, and Chiaki. You put Maya Iwatani in this fucking block?
I know.
What the fuck are they thinking? Hatman is really that desperate to not give away a single fucking match in this? Like, this fucking... And by the way, top 2 move on when you have 6 per block, which is even worse than the Stardom thing with 3 out of 8. I think, or maybe it's about the same. I don't know. But yeah, it's just fucking... I don't know. Brutal, just horrible. The third block C, Victoria Yuzuki, Mai Sakurai, Shoko Koshino, Hummingbird, Chi-Chi, and Diana Strong. I mean, you at least have half a good block here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm excited to see Victoria, Mai, and Chi-Chi are going to have bangers against each other, hopefully. But yeah, then they got to wrestle Hummingbird and whoever the fuck Diana Strong is, and Shoko Koshino, who sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. It's rough.
The D block, interestingly, Koki Amurai and Chika Goto. At least they'll get to see an interesting match there. Shino, Lei Seto, Nagisa Tachibana. You're probably going, oh, pretty good block. Then fucking Megaton. Why is Megaton in this fucking thing?
It's still not
Put
as...
Lady AI in it instead. Lady AI at least looks okay for a rookie.
It's still not as bad in my head as the block with Mayu in it, weirdly enough. I don't like. I would rather watch this block than Mayu's block, which is so weird.
Well, it's a pretty good block besides Megaton, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's got Megaton in it. So, all right. That is it, folks. We're done. Much to everybody's.
So at least now Ishikawa's in it. That's my one consolation prize. Is she finally gets to do a Dreamstar.
I guess I'm gonna watch this, but it looks horrible.
We don't have to.
I'm gonna do it. Who else is gonna cover it? It's like us and the fucking for the only people are gonna cover it besides us and the I guess Jumping Bomb Audio. I don't even know if they're going to. It's like people who fucking insist that everything in Marigold is great when it really isn't. So someone's got to be a counterweight to that. So
I guess I like Mayu enough that I'm willing to try.
Look at the block they gave her, though. Look at the block they gave her.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
All right. Well, next week. Oh, anything I want to plug before I plug next week?
No.
Next week, I'll be back on here with the man. I don't know where I was going with
the
that.
Myth, the legend.
The man, the myth, the legend, Velky Braca.
There we go.
The Czech legend. How about that? So I'll be on here for the last 4 nights of the G1, the last 3 block nights of the 5-star, night 5 of the Princess Cup, and also DDT Wrestle Peter Pan, which took place like today, or yesterday, I think, actually. Or now today.
Yep, today.
I'm myself all confused. So I obviously didn't have a chance to watch that yet, so we'll watch that and cover it for next week. But yeah, you'll be back on in 2 weeks. So
wait, what?
You forgot? Did you forget you did that?
Forgot.
You signed up for August 24th, the 5-star Night 15 finals, the Tokyo Joshi Princess Cup finals, and the Serenism August 24th show. It's a pretty light episode, but you did sign up for it.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good episode. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Yeah. So I'll see you. I'll talk to you in 2 weeks, buddy.
All right. Talk to you then.
All right, folks. You can follow us on Twitter at Omakase, Wrestling When Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at JustWhatMB. In the meantime, I will see you next time.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. All backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
Hi, I'm Case Lowe, co-host of the Open the Voice Gate podcast. The one question I'm constantly asked when it comes to Dragon Gate is how do I get into the promotion? Well, stop asking and start listening to the Open the Voice Gate podcast, released every Wednesday on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. For exclusive news and show reviews, look no further than the leader in Dragon Gate coverage, Open the Voice Gate.